Tell me your story.
I was this close to dying from a brain abscess that was misdiagnosed.
Good to know people care, though.
For a lot of people, the MRIs are clear.
You said you had a lot to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said,
I thought it was normal to have like seizures by yourself all the time.
You definitely will feel guilt a lot.
I so appreciate you putting this together.
thank you.
If you were a potato chip, what would be your flavor and why?
There we go.
Okay, so potato chip. I don't know, AJ. Do you have any ideas on this one? I'm not crazy about chips. I like it's all about what I'm eating with the chips.
I believe in my case will be chicken flavor or wasabi.
Oh, okay. Oh, what kind of chip you eating? Talking about some like Pringles or Tostitos or
Yeah, when it comes to flavors, I'm trying to think. It's a good one.
Oh, and the black pepper and salt. This one is the best.
So what flavor is the chip on that one? Black pepper?
Yes, black pepper and salt. It's amazing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes simplicity is where it's at when it comes to food, especially.
Yeah.
Okay, when I think flavor, I'll say salt and vinegar, sea salt and vinegar. Hey
And
Jeff, how
now
you
that we've
doing?
got Jeff, if you were a potato chip, what would be your flavor and why?
Ripples. Just plain ripples.
Okay.
Because I love them. I can't think of a better reason.
That's perfect. Just the best, like most undeniable flavor ever. All right, Pookie, I didn't hear any chips from you yet. What you got? Oh no, you said the salt and vinegar, yeah.
Sea salt and vinegar.
What about
Why?
Ivan?
Because they're good. That's why.
Everybody's going to think that their flavor is good because it's their flavor.
Yeah, because I could eat that all day. In particular, that one. Maybe not a lot of them, but that one in particular.
Hey.
See, how you doing?
Good.
Good to hear.
I'm smoking.
Support and medication today. So you can just give advice to any post you'd like to.
I just wanted to discuss a little bit creatine.
Creatine?
Creatine.
What's it good for?
For epilepsy.
Like the creatine they use for working out?
Muscle? Yeah.
Yeah, I was in a store yesterday, a health food store, and they had it with their brain function supplements. I was surprised.
They've got a substance called ATP. Oh no, that's the abbreviation for boosting cellular energy. So cellular energy, they put in parentheses ATP. Creatine is supposedly good for that because it reduces seizures by boosting cellular energy, that ATP, lowering oxidative stress and stabilizing brain function, with preclinical studies and some human cases showing anticonvulsant effects. And this is not just in people with the rare creatine deficiency disorders. I mean, that's where they found it. It sounds like maybe they were doing some clinical studies on creatine deficiency disorders and maybe came across less seizures in the meantime.
But I would assume that like having the energy that it's providing, you would also need to use it, right? Or you just taking and sitting around.
It is crucial to consult a doctor before using creatine supplements because there's definitely a range of clinical responses. and to rule out underlying metabolic issues. So again, this is fucking with your whole, like, I don't know, I don't want to say metabolism, but whenever you make any major changes to your diet, like compare this to the ketogenic diet. This is the only other way to get that like boosted cellular energy without a medication. It's by like
Yeah.
taking a major supplement like this, and that's making some major changes, and that alone for some people can cause more seizures. So it sounds like this is another one of those where it could help you, but you got to do it right.
Mm.
Yeah.
Any major quick adjustments are probably going to be more likely to set it off, or serve as a trigger.
Do you take any zinc?
Yeah.
Great point about the creatine.
Yeah. It says most people get creatine through seafood and red meat.
I started to take it, but I might stop taking it because of I take too much of my migraine medication. So I'm the Receptitran, whatever. Along with the Advil for my migraine, and it helps with migraine. So I'm going to message my doctor to see if I can take it.
I'm gonna try it. The only thing that I do see.
Yeah, sorry. Is it from like Red Bulls, right? Creatine, Red Bulls, something like that.
No, taurine.
Oh no. Okay. Skip.
I was gonna say I'm gonna try the creatine stuff because working out, that isn't a problem for me, and I do a decent amount of what I need to do to stay in shape. At least that would help. But the only thing I do see is it says users report changes in facial features, often described as creatine face, which may include a fuller or puffier look.
Do I look puffier?
That's an interesting one. Oh no, but
Well, you don't want that.
water
Loki.
retention. It says it can cause rapid weight gain to water retention in muscles, which may result in
And
fuller muscle
another
appearance.
thing, you can't take water pills.
Water pills.
If it causes weight gain, I'm not taking it. I just
Same.
lost
I gain
50
weight
pounds.
a
I'm not
lot.
putting it back on.
No.
Yeah. Muscle growth.
No.
That's what it says. It can improve overall body composition. Just how you look. You'll look nice. It says. Yeah, that's interesting. Thanks for pointing that out. I'm going to look into it. I don't know about the facial features changing, and that is very interesting.
So since you had a traumatic brain injury, it can help.
Help with what? Epilepsy?
No, traumatic brain injury.
Yeah, you said it can help. Help with what?
With your traumatic brain injury.
But he's not going to take
Okay.
that because it's going to give him fuller cheeks and weight gain.
I want to gain weight.
You should see my husband. He got bigger, and you should Uh, I'm so jealous.
Is it good big or bad big?
Good big.
Good big?
Yeah.
Okay. It isn't like one of those things that's gonna start messing with your privates and you can't do stuff
No,
anymore and all that.
no.
See, now if I asked that question, I would be a dirty old man.
I just gotta make sure. Uh, okay.
No.
How long has your husband been taking this?
Oh, forever. No,
Okay.
he used to be a bodybuilder,
Oh, nice.
and I snatched.
What happened? Why'd he stop?
Because we got married.
He didn't need to look so good anymore.
Ivan, the icebreaker today was if you were a potato chip, what flavor would you be and why?
I always the classic one, the original one, like Lay's, something like that. I always use. I always buy the classic one, the original, the salty. Yeah, just like that. No, no,
No flavor.
no flavor. No. I mean, yeah, just salty, and it's just
That's a
salty.
good
We
one.
can say it's so salty.
I'm gonna read medications and support posts, so you can just give advice and you can answer questions. And I'm gonna start here. It says, Briviac is a game changer. OMG. As a Kepra Rage survivor, I was thankful for the opportunity to which I got to switch to Briviac, and I finally feel in quote normal again. I haven't been seizure free, well, ever. So after a few years, we decided to increase my Briviac dose just to see if it would make a difference. Something I believe was long overdue. I am at 100 milligrams in the morning, 150 milligrams at night. The goal of 150 to 150, my auras have stopped, including during my menstrual cycle, which is an incredible, unpredictable time of the month for my seizures. And shockingly, I feel extremely clear headed. I'm sleeping really well, hyper focused at my new job, extremely efficient at home. It's like my ADHD has suddenly disappeared as well. I am happy about this, obviously, but I don't know if this is a normal reaction to Briviac. Can anyone else relate to this?
No.
Yeah, we can't relate to that. Anybody been on Kepra? I suggest for that Kepra rage, you survived it, moved on. That's a good thing. And I think someone said Kepra is the same thing as Briviac, right? It's similar to it. Did I hear that correctly, or is that just me that heard that?
Okay, we've got
Like,
Briviact and Keppra are related seizure medications. They're both anticonvulsants targeting the same brain protein, SV2A, they call it. But Briviact is newer, binds more tightly. They say it works faster, has fewer drug interactions, and they claim that it causes fewer mood-related side effects. So they paint it as the better option for those needing a quicker start or having a problem with Keppra side effects. But it is a controlled substance.
That means it's one of those that you got to wait to get.
It says that Keppra requires a slower dose increase and has significant side effects, while Briviac sometimes offers improvement in those areas. But that's the one thing it says about controlled substance, is that it is one, but it doesn't really elaborate on that point. Okay, Keppra is not controlled. Briviact is a Schedule 5, so that's like a weak one. I mean, as weak as a controlled substance can be. But there's your dependence. You know, there's the guarantee that if you do take the Keppra for a little while, I mean the Briviact for a little while, you're probably gonna be more likely to have some kind of withdrawals or a trigger getting off of that one than actually than Keppra. Yeah, maybe that's why they do suggest that you get off of Keppra pretty quickly. I think it was like every week, cut the dose in half when I was getting off of it. But that's when I was getting off of it for surgery too. So
But the danger of Keppra
Um,
is that you could kill someone.
yeah,
or yourself.
No,
gotta pay
when
attention to that.
When I was taking Keppra and I developed a rash in the hospital, and I was taking the Valproax, the Depakote. And they switched my meds all of the sudden, and I developed the rash, and they switched almost 3 days later.
So you're saying cold turkey stopped the Depakote, started the new medication,
Yeah.
just like full dose, or did they start it like a 200 milligram and just like slow up and up?
I was taking. Oh shit. My husband is home.
Yeah, either way.
Talk to you guys later.
All right, see you later.
Okay. Bye.
Oh, come on. Hubby walk in when she's talking about her body rash. Gotta want to make that
So-
conversation.
That needs to become
We'll have
the
to
wife.
remember that one.
Some of the comments here to the Briviact is a game changer. I'm going to read about 3, maybe 4, and we'll move forward. Got one here that says, I agree, felt an anti-hyperactive effect from this as well, like a mute button for a previously constantly chatty brain. Still not sure what happened. Seizure free ever since. Oh, good for you. Someone said, Kepra's a monster. I had a game changer after that. I'm so happy for you. Another one said, I would love to try Briviact, but haven't been able to find it in Chile. If anyone has information regarding this medication in my country, please let me know. Got something here. Oh man.
Did anybody
It says-
respond to that?
Chile. How do he pronounce? Spell it.
Chile? He might say Chile. I don't know.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
But did anybody respond?
To
Okay, I'm
the
back.
guy about
What are we researching?
person was asking if anybody knew anything about medications in Chile, and no, I haven't, so I didn't respond personally. They want to get Briviact though, and that's what it's saying, and there's no suggestions
Oh
here.
shit.
All right, well, it's
Oh, shit.
FDA
Oh.
approved, globally recognized for refractory epilepsy. So as long as they have the right diagnosis, and when it comes to like insurance and getting things covered and needing to prove that they have a use for this medication, then as long as they obviously, have evidence of epilepsy, then shouldn't be a problem.
Except he's not in this country.
Right.
Oh, okay. So he's from Chile.
Right.
It's
But on the
from
bright
Chile.
side, Briviact is approved and used internationally. So as far as like having access to the drug, as long as it's not like a really rare one, maybe it's better off that it is this medication.
I think he was asking for a substitute, the way I understood
Yeah.
it.
Me too.
Was
That's what I figured
not so much to get that one, but to something similar to it. Maybe it's a price issue.
Yeah.
Oh, surprise, surprise. Keppra pops up. It's the same class, similar
Please
mechanism, and often a first choice for switching things like Vimpat, Lamictal, Topamax, Fycompa. They're calling all of those first result substitutes Keppra. 1,000 milligrams of Keppra for 50 milligrams of Briviact. That's
Wow.
an eye opener.
Right. I got another post here. It says CBD options after ban. Hello. Just wondering if anyone has any knowledge on what CBD options might look like if the CBD ban goes into effect. Here in the US, my daughter has been taking full spectrum CBD oil for the last 6 years, and it's the only thing that it's been able to make her seizure free. I'm really worried about this ban. Her neurologist said we should start looking into options now and switching to something else instead of waiting until the last minute. The problem is I don't really understand exactly what products are affected. It seems like prescription Epidiolex might be the only option, or CBD isolates, which is pretty much the same thing. I'm really worried. We have to try several different kinds of CBD before finding the one that worked. So I hate that we have to upset the balance and change. The question here was, does anybody know what's going to happen, what's going to be the next options after the CBD ban? I don't know what the next options are because I'm in California, so we don't exactly have that. But I can say that really sucks for your daughter who's been taking it for 6 years and she's been seizure free and then got that ban and it's like a law ban. Yeah. It's time to move.
The option is to break the law. Get it illegally. That's the only option you have.
I don't suggest it, but it is the only option.
Right. I'm not saying it's the best idea.
Well, the
But what are you
comments
going to
is
do?
what makes a difference on this one, because that's what I was, the first thing I was wondering is how, are they actually banning CBD? Because daughter might, it depends on what daughter takes too. Because if she actually has like a full spectrum thing, maybe that has the THC in it, and THC is actually what's being banned. So it's not like the CBD products would be banned, only the ones that have like any trace amount of
No.
THC in it.
Don't-
So if
don't-
like first confirm what your daughter actually takes. Is there any derivative in that would cause it to be banned? And if so, then start looking into the alternatives. Because it says here that they feel the CBD products are less effective than full spectrum products that do contain trace THC. So if something does turn out to be banned that has any trace amount of THC, and that's the part that she depends on, then we're going to be talking about moving. But if there's some kind of topical solution, if there's like a topical or like an industrial product, or so much stuff out there derives from hemp that, see exactly what it is about that CBD oil that helps her. I mean, you're probably better off talking to the dispensary than the doctors at this point.
Yeah.
It isn't.
In my opinion.
Doesn't all CBD have THCA in it?
That's the thing, but
so.
the A and the B is bullshit. I was in Tennessee not too long ago, and that's a lie.
Okay.
In my opinion, again. Just I don't think it's that's why everybody's going to Virginia.
They have one comment here, and it has a couple comments. Well, they have a short back and forth right here. Someone put CBD isn't being banned, just the derivatives of it, like Delta 8. The author responded, from what I've read, it's anything that contains even trace amounts of THC, which would be everything except highly refined isolates, which from my understanding would basically be the same thing as Epidiolex. And the other person responded back, they have changed how they're measuring the amount of trace THC, so CBD products will have to be more, in quote, pure, but There is nothing stopping people from making illegal non-prescription CBD products, even when the new laws go into effect. I'm prescribed Epidiolex, so if that is an option for you, I would definitely look into it as well. And the author responded, "Thank you for the information. I emailed the company that makes her CBD for clarification on how this will affect the specific one she uses. Hopefully, we don't have to change, but I'm glad to know Epidiolex is a valid option if so." 24-year-old female, I'm different and I'm always be different. I'm not normal and I can't do what everyone else around me can do. I just have to swallow that hard truth and deal with it. What else can I do? There's a question mark there. So I've been running on fumes, running from the truth, living in denial, saying I'm okay and I can handle this when I know I can't. My mask has fallen and I'm a delicate little flower. I just need some support. What else can I do?
This one sounds overwhelmed. This sounds more like a find somebody to talk to, first of all.
Yeah, this person does sound overwhelmed. I was going to start there too. Find someone to talk to, like Kate said. Might need a therapist. Therapy isn't a bad thing. Everyone starts off and thinks it's a bad thing. It was better than I assumed it would be. There is a comment here. It says, "You're going to be fine. Believe that. There are tons of resources here and a lot of epilepsy foundations here in the States as well as several offshore as far as Sweden, from what I've been told. I did not look into the Middle East as far and Far East. ADHD kicked in and I ended up watching that videos. You came here to find help and it is the perfect place. There are tons of us here suffering multitude of the same daily issues. Hang in there. You got this." And the author responded, "I know. Thank you. I really appreciate everyone here because I don't have one person in real life that understands on our level of what we have to deal with or go through. But you'd think I'd have realized all this after being diagnosed since 12 and on medication since 15. I was so far into denial that I had a really bad new kind of seizure a week ago. I pushed myself too hard at a kickback with friends, and it was the eye opening to me that I just literally can't keep pushing myself and hiding from it all, hiding it from everyone anymore. I physically just can't wear the I'm okay or I'm normal mask anymore. I wish there was a cure." Um, I wish there was a cure too. Yeah, you got to talk to someone. That's what that sounds like. But you'll be all right. It takes time. It did read that you're in denial. Yeah, it'll take some time,
But
but
that's
it
the
will
point.
get
Just the
better.
fact that they've admitted that is the first step. You know,
Yeah,
accepting or admitting any denial or just even recognizing that you're feeling overwhelmed or what you don't like about your situation. Once again, that is the first step. So come on over here, talk to us about it, and we'll still push for therapy, but maybe it'll be nice to
yeah,
understand that you're not the only one that's ever had to figure this out,
yeah. If
especially
you're
20
watching this
something.
out there,
Yeah, you're not supposed to
you're
have
not
any of the
alone.
answers yet.
Also, the person did say they went to a kickback. Um, I hate to assume, but the possibilities there of being at a kickback and drinking or anything stimulants in particular, alcohol, stuff like that is possible. So if that is the case, I'd suggest not doing things like that at a kickback and then be in denial. Um, Personal opinion,
Look
but I
forward
can
to
move
being,
forward.
that designated one at a young age. And in your 20s, it's a big deal to be able to just kind of have a backbone and say, no, I don't drink. And
you won't be looked at or judged. And even if you are, then you don't want those people in your life anyway. So do what's best for you, especially when you're out to chill. Actually set yourself up to have a good night. Not at a risk to maybe feel a buzz, but then have a seizure. That's annoying. And definitely not as good as a couple shots. So, or other way around, my bad. So don't even give in to that aspect of the partying because it's not even going to give you that good of a time.
And I hope you see someone for that and get some support. Get you a support system, group of people. Got something here. It says aware tonic-clonics. Has anyone else experienced a TC except they were aware and remembered the whole thing? I know. If you were aware of it, then it isn't a TC. Nevertheless, a few of my seizures were just like one, and those observing couldn't tell the difference between them and, end quote, the real thing. My ex had seen at least 40 of my actual TCs and was quite surprised when I told her afterwards that I remembered the whole thing, the first time it happened. I'm controlled now, except for a few minor focal auras once in a blue moon. Still, I'm curious about it. And my previous neurologist didn't feel like taking the time to explain things to me. Pretty much everything I know about my condition I learned on my own. When I see my current neurologist again, I will try to pick his brain on this, as he seems very intelligent, respectful, and willing to answer questions without being condescending. I could have used this 17 years ago when I needed it much more than now, but I digress. In the meantime, if anyone else has any knowledge about the end quote almost TC or have experienced this as well, I like your input. Maybe someone could point me in the right direction as far as research that has gone into this, or what the proper name for them is. And I got something for you. I don't know the proper name, and I'm looking for it because the same thing happened to me quite a few times. And I don't know the name of them. And I am going to pick a neurologist's brain when I finally get to meet one, because the new neurologist, I met him over a Zoom chat, so I wasn't able to tell him everything that I think he should have known. So going to what do they call it? I'm gonna get a second opinion because he isn't a good option for me. I do have something here about the aware tonic-clonics. I do suggest you see a doctor. I mean a neurologist, and ask him about that. I don't know the name of it. If you do know the name, I'd like to know. Anybody have any tonics where you're aware? Is there anything you can help me with?
Yes, I do have a seizure when I'm aware of it, but in the last consultation, the doctor said that there's no way I could have epilepsy, and I'm only having PNS, so I don't know anymore what to believe.
I'm there with you. Don't know what to believe these days. One comment here says that's usually considered a partial if you're awake. Was there a concentrated part of your body that tensed up? Nowadays, after close to 2 decades of medication, I usually only have partials. And the author responded, I know it's partial, but it was my whole body. As I said, observes it though. It was a tonic-clonic.
I've been brought up
Yeah,
that two of his medications making it lesser and lesser to buy. The neurologist didn't give him any solution to my medication. Okay, so maybe there's some kind of hang up that's making it harder for Ivan to get a couple of his medications, clobazam and Zonegran.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and you're just saying like the prices are just getting too high?
No, not too high, but it's it's hard to find, hard to search, hard to about, hard to search to be exact. Sorry.
Okay. So like if you just place the order a couple weeks ahead of time, does it take a long time to get, or how hard
No,
is
no,
it
no,
to?
no.
Oh, okay.
It even can more or lesser in the market. You know, it's more or lesser in the market. So I'm confused right now. My neuro say that you should go to there is some kind of, I don't know what in US, but in Indonesia we call it BPJS. It's some kind of like it's a long story. So it's kind of organization that for that made for people who need free medication, you know, free medication. So as you know, free medication, we have to go from the start again. So I have to search the doctor, the new neuro, and then explain again all my problem again, and then maybe a new MRI, new EEG, and something like that. Oh my God, it's I mean it's very takes time. It's very takes time. So my neuro give me a solution like that, but actually I'm not kind of agree with that. And in the other side, my father that both the because not me, I'm jobless to be honest. My father who bought the medication said that the medication is made it lesser in the market. So I'm confused right now. What should I do? What is there any like substitute medication for substitute substitute medication for this both of this Zonegran and clobazam? Maybe you can give me some brightness for this.
Okay, so specifically you'd like to know what are the substitutes for the medication that you're on?
That's right. Actually,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, because I have a better understanding now of the medication shortages in Indonesia. It says it's due to just regional shortages, and there's strict regulations on controlled substances and potentials for fakes. So it sounds like they're telling everybody else from around the world, if you're going to Indonesia, bring your own meds.
That's Indonesia. That's Indonesia. No, I can bullshit about that. That's true. That's very true. That's very true. That's very true. That's very
Okay.
true.
So what is
Yeah.
the medication you're on now that might have some trouble getting
Yeah,
hold of?
that's both. Actually, there's many, but there's
Clobazam.
and
That's right.
clobazam and Zonegran. Sorry, I will copy paste.
Yeah, no, I just look back in the chat. Okay, so that's the clobazam. First of all, is a benzodiazepine. Typically controlled substance, known to get a little bit harder to get a hold of. But it looks like as long as there's no interactions with the other medications, it can be substituted. Let me double check here. Lamotrigine, Keppra, or topiramate.
No, Keppra. I'm not feeling comfort with Keppra, but Lamotrigine, I think I haven't tried it.
Clonazepam? How about clonazepam? That one's in the same family too.
Yeah, clonazepam. Oh, yeah, clonazepam, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Is there in my country? I don't know. Clonazepam, yeah.
Valproate is another one. Wait, I know that one goes by another name.
Oh yeah, there is clonazepam. You're right. Is it same with clobazam?
I mean, it's in the same family, but the clonazepam is not the same as clobazam.
Oh, it's just the same.
Yeah, I always got that one and like carbatrol confused too, but they're and again in the same family, but they don't actually target like the same receptors. Rufinamide is another one that goes by a brand name Banzel. That's an anticonvulsant, primarily used as a second medication, like an add-on. So if you were in a position where like you had a month's worth of Zonogram, but just couldn't get a hold of the clobazam, maybe a rufinamide would come in handy. Where that could be the substitute of like the second med. It's just not known as like the primary epilepsy control.
No,
But
no.
rufinamide
Yes,
is
you're
often
right.
too.
You're right. Clobazam is not my primary. Primary is Streptal. Clobazam and Zonegran is, I think, like they make it like add-ons, like just for. Okay, so what's my choice?
All right, and then Zonegran substitutes. We were talking about Zonegran is zonisamide. Other anticonvulsants, we already said no to the levetiracetam. Lamictal is lamotrigine.
I have allergic with that.
Okay, so no Lamictal or lamotrigine either. Topiramate. Is that a potential substitute for you? Because it looks like that's known as an alternative to Zonegran. Topiramate.
Lamotrigine works for me, so that really sucks that you can't take it. Well, if you talk to a doctor, they wouldn't say it works for me, but I say it's been better for me than anything else. So you said you're in Indonesia?
Yeah.
That's
That's right.
near. That
4
would
o'clock,
be
yeah, that's right.
near, like, what's it called? Australia? Or like north of
No.
Australia?
No. In Indonesia and Australia is still far away. Puki, still far away.
How far?
It's very far. Even from the clock, Sydney to Indonesia is still around. If I'm not forgotten, wait.
Well, Ivan, we're just looking at it from a global perspective. So yeah, Indonesia might not be close to Australia, but when you're looking at the global map, check the chat. That's kind of the perspective we're using. So we're not saying Indonesia is like close to Australia, but on the global map, that's kind of where we would like recognize it as just like the spot in between Australia and Thailand, I guess. Like south
Is Bali near Indonesia?
Singapore. Yeah, Bali, that's right.
Yeah, we're seeing like Pacific, Indian Ocean.
People in Indonesia say Indonesia is Bali, but actually Bali is Indonesia. This is vice versa. But it's okay.
Okay. So,
it's just funny. It's just funny.
So if I go to Bali, essentially I'm going to Indonesia.
That's right.
Okay.
Vietnamese.
Yeah, I want to go to Bali. Maybe not.
No. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it you go to Bali. Bali's
No.
fuck up. So many.
It's not a good place to
people.
visit.
No. I think it's not it's not a good place right now because there's so many people rushing, like doing something criminal, something like that.
Good to know.
Yeah,
Very good.
you have to go there and then you can see in your eyes.
I don't like criminals. I'm sorry. I got something else here though.
Okay.
It says, newly diagnosed and scared. Hi, I'm a 21-year-old female who has recently got diagnosed with epilepsy. I had 2 seizures that made me lose conscience over the summer. Then I just had another one this past Monday. I was put on Lamictal a few weeks ago, but this week showed signs of overdosing on it. I'm just really scared. I'm having memory gaps, and so much confusion. I'm scared to do anything by myself. I'm just a normal girl. I work out, I party, I have a boyfriend. I'm worried I'll never be able to drive again or have independence. Please, can anyone tell me if it gets better? I don't know anything about epilepsy. If you have any kind of support for me, I'll take that. I take Lamictal, and if you're showing signs of overdosing, I would not take Lamictal. Find something else to take, and it's a good thing that you said you're healthy, you work out and stuff like that. You should be scared. Epilepsy is something to be scared of, but I will say it gets better. It gets better with time. I've been doing this for 19 going on 20 years. Oh, it's been 20 years. Yeah, it's been 20 years exactly. Wow, that time flies by because that was high school. I was 16 when I got it. That does not seem like that long ago. Well, I started my hair the same time, so yeah, 20 years of hair, 20 years of epilepsy.
I see that as two reasons, double the reasons to celebrate.
Yeah. Um,
That's a big number for both.
yeah, I will say to this girl, yeah, it gets better with time, but it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get a lot worse before it gets better. Coming here might help because I wish I had this 20 years ago. I wish I had people to talk to about my epilepsy 20 years ago. I probably would have taken care of it and got into better health and did better things with my health 20 years ago if I would have had anyone to talk to. So I'd come here if I were you.
I like the part of that
Um,
post where she focused on the positive, said the things that are good about what she feels is like, normal parts of her life. Assume, don't be too quick to assume that all of that is gonna have to get cut off cold turkey because of the seizures. If the boyfriend doesn't stick around, then you didn't want him anyway. If the, side effects of a medication get overwhelming, just be prepared of what to do. So, like Pookie said, I mean, epilepsy does seem like something too that is safe to be scared of. But if you use that fear to come up with potential solutions, you'll definitely feel a lot more accomplished and just healthier. Oh, overall, that's how, you definitely live life to your full potential. Plan for those worst case scenarios. You got this. You can come here and talk to us.
yeah, you are. Oh, you're right to be scared because I still get scared. It's okay to be scared.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
AJ, did you have something to say?
Only that sometimes you have to do things while you are scared, but that doesn't mean it's going to change the outcome or the fact that you have this disease.
And that makes a positive outcome so much more satisfying. When you know
Exactly,
how many
because
things could have gone wrong, but you
yeah,
prepared, you went through with it, and that could be a really, really good thing.
yeah, the life will change. It's not going to be the same. A few years ago, I would say a great day was when I went outside and do a lot of chores, but now a good day means waking up and not having a seizure or being able to go to the bathroom or getting out just to buy a few stuff and come back. Life will change, but it doesn't mean
You change with it. You
you,
adapt with that.
yes, you just have to be positive. I mean, right now, my biggest win is when I'm having a seizure and I don't be myself. I mean, that's the biggest win.
That's what got me saying the RNS was working. When the incontinence stopped, that's when I literally started. That's what literally like planted the seed of, okay, hold on. So if the RNS is actually what's stopping the incontinence, then maybe I don't need this medication for anything. And that's what kind of got the wheels turning maybe this time last year. And now here we are.
Congratulations. That's something to be happy about. One of the comments here on the newly diagnosed and scared, it says, I was your age when I first got diagnosed. I'm 32. And whilst I can say your life will be the same, I can't say your life will be the same again, but it does get better. Different medication works for different people, and you will find the right one. You will find a normal life, but it takes time and patience. I wish you all the best. Listen to your body and stay safe. I like that advice. Listen to your body. Can't always listen to other people.
But I didn't agree with normal life. It's impossible we live with normal life in epilepsy.
No more
That is
normal life,
what
you
I
said?
mean.
By somebody else's
Normal life.
standards.
It's not normal life. We live with normal life. I think I don't
Gotcha.
It's
know.
more like our normal instead of a normal life.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly. That's somebody else's standard of.
Yeah. I say I got a pretty normal life. But yeah, maybe a little denial in there. Anyhow.
Not
Few
when
more
so many of
comments.
us agree with you and say the same thing. Come on.
Yeah.
Good. We can say we have our normal, just like AJ called it. But okay, I don't want to get caught up in a rant here. What's the next one? We're talking about supposed to be on medications today. I remember the announcement.
Got one here. The comment says, talk to your doctor about your side effects and maybe switch meds. But I noticed you said you party. If that means you drink, do drugs, stay out late, know that you're going to have to edit all those in order to maintain your health. Right. Does not say you have to stop partying. You're going to have to control your usage just to stay seizure free, at least, if that's what you want. Another comment here says, hello, I'm a 26-year-old. I've had epilepsy for 17 years, and it's very limiting, like no drinking in most cases. Marijuana helps sometimes, some types of epilepsy, but a lot of people get this sort of denial for epilepsy. Sadly, it's true, and sadly, you need medication. You'll learn to live with it.
Did you notice any of the
The comment said, hello, I'm 26-year-old. I have epilepsy for 17 years, and it's limiting, like no drinking in most cases. Marijuana helps some types of epilepsy, but a lot of people get this sort of denial for epilepsy. Sadly, it's true, but sadly, you'll need medication. You'll learn to live and accept it, work around it. One last one. It says, I'll be honest, my son was 17 when he got diagnosed out of the blue, and his life has never been the same since. It's limiting. It's scary. And you're going to have to make a lot of adjustments. I'm not going to tell you don't be scared because it has its times. Then you have to worry about your surroundings all the time. There's so much just to worry about. But yeah, that's this life.
I have one thing to say. It's okay to be scared, but don't let that fear stop you from doing what you're meant to do. Because you can stop the fear, but you can choose what you do with it.
My mom just passed away from SUDEP a year to the date. She was diagnosed with epilepsy. She was doing so well, finally got to drive again. Breviac was working. We have Sid Charcot Marie Tooth, type 1A, and there's apparently a link to epilepsy with this type of CMT. She had a seizure. My dad gave her nasal shot of Valtoco, which worked for her all the other times that she had a seizure, but she stopped breathing for about 28 minutes, which led to obvious brain damage. I don't post much on Reddit, but I just need to talk to someone about this. We were so close. My dad, he loved her more than words could describe. I'll just leave it there. Just looking for support. I've not slept for 2 days and I'm probably out of my mind. LOL.
What actually is a SUDEP is?
Come again?
Even though, what is a SUDEP is? Sorry, a noob's question, but what is
Sudden,
SUDEP?
unexpected death from epilepsy.
Oh, it's not, it's not,
SUDEP.
it's not, it's not, it's not, it's not killing himself with or something
No,
like that.
SUDEP is not suicide. That is a
Oh, not suicide.
prolonged seizure
Oh,
or what do they call it when cluster? Like a cluster that's goes on too long and just causes too much damage. Yeah, SUDEP is death by
I
epilepsy.
see.
No,
Okay.
never suicide related unless, they cold turkey their meds and go that route. But that's I would assume less common.
Sorry you're going through that. That crosses my mind time to time. Yeah, and I also wanted to know what Charcot-Marie-Tooth type 1A is. Hereditary neurological disorder that affects the peripheral nerves, leading to muscle weakness and sensory loss. It is the most common form of Charcot-Marie-Tooth disease, accounting for about half of all cases. It is caused by the genetic mutation that results in duplication of the PMP22 gene, which is crucial for the formation of the myelin, the protective sheath surrounding nerves. This condition is inherited in an autosomal dominant manner, meaning that only one copy of the mutated gene from an affected parent can cause this disease in their offspring. Oh. A few of these comments here. One says she was the strongest woman. I'm glad our epilepsy universe had a warrior like that. I removed 20% of my brain almost 2 years ago. The surgeon straight up told me if I didn't, I most likely wouldn't make it to 35 before SUDEP got me. I just turned 32. I try to be the best person I can, the best person I can be. Now, even though surgery really did a number on my life, I do it in honor of the people like your mom. I'm grateful I'm still here. I really am. I'm really, really sorry she isn't. Another comment here says, I have TLE and my mother died from complications from CMT when I was 9. I never see the disease mentioned. My heart is with you. Kate, you got anything on CMT? Because you usually got a handful of advice when it comes to research and stuff like that.
Yeah, let's look it up. So we're talking about CMT, you say?
Yep. CMT
All right.
type 1.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I started putting in type 1 and everything was about diabetes. This one is that Charcot-Marie-Tooth disease, like you said, inherited neurological disorders, peripheral nerves, progressive weakness in limbs and foot deformities. Okay, so this is one of those that might start as that ascending paralysis mess, where you don't have as good feeling in your legs and feet, and you just naturally can't use your legs, use your limbs as easily because it's sensory loss. So you can't feel it. It's not like you're losing circulation, but it sounds like you're losing the nerve signals. But they narrowed down what it does, and they're listing, what genes are affected by this disease and what happens. That it's just slowly progressive, affecting the nerves from the spine throughout the body. The main symptom is weakness in hands and feet. Apparently, these patients have high arched feet, reduced reflexes, and then they, of course, would test for the genetics of PMP22 inheritance. So typically autosomal, I think it is, meaning one parent can pass it on. And they still say it's generally not life-threatening, but the fact that it affects mobility and definitely a big quality of life inhibitor.
I do have
That's
something here.
definitely a lot to live with. Yeah, what do they say?
This one is a new post here. It says my neurologist is booked out until August. Ooh, I'm so sorry to hear that. My optometrist is booked out until March, so we got some months until then. It says my neurologist is booked out until August. I tried to make a follow-up appointment at my last visit in June. They told me that they were booked out until the end of their scheduling calendar and try to call back in a few days. I was told that their scheduling period goes out for 3 months. As the doctor advised to see her again. They even couldn't fit me in after I had recurrent seizures over the past few days, but just upped my meds and put me on a high priority scheduling list if something opened up. I found out recently after calling that their scheduling period is booked for the next 30 weeks, not 3 months. I like my doctor, but seeing her once a year for 20 minutes is frustrating as hell. Every time I get a message about an opening, it's already filled within 1 to 2 minutes. Should I switch doctors? Recently, the only 2 hospitals near me have closed, so I have to travel quite a little bit of ways to see her. The most success I've had since my last visit and still reoccurring seizures has been texting with my nurse in my chart and getting blood work before upping my Lamictal 2 months ago. I don't know. It feels like an endless cycle of trying to get treated by a specialist when you can only get an appointment once or twice a year and they ask to see you again in a couple of months.
What would you do, Pookie?
The question was, should they switch doctors? If you can get medication, I would not switch doctors because you can't just like switch when you have a certain one giving you meds. Get that doctor that is booked, maybe give you medication while you look for another one. But I don't suggest just leaving one just because the person's booked. I'm not going to suggest that this person leaves the neurologist, but if you want to see a neurologist, look for another one in the meantime. Yeah, get as much meds you can before he just like drops your case or whatever. I remember someone saying that. Yeah, get meds. Don't just leave a doctor without having meds.
No,
Anything?
that's true. If you have a doctor that this person said that they like their doctor, they have a reason that they like the doctor. So that's enough reason right there not to just drop them cold turkey and go to another one unless, like Boogie said, if you're prepared with enough medication, if you come to the conclusion that what you need from a doctor is more than once a year quick appointments, like in-person appointments. If that's the thing too, a lot of doctors, these good doctors will make it a point of getting their patients messages. So when there are issues, especially with neurologists who have patients that, have some kind of breakthrough seizure or a cluster or some event that actually needs to be addressed, but they're not inpatient, they're not coming into the office, those doctors will pay attention to actually getting back to your messages. So using the MyChart or over the phone or emails, like whatever method you can use to get a message to your doctor and actually get those medical issues addressed. Again, if that doctor gets back to you, that's enough reason right there not to ditch them. In my opinion.
I'm with you too. Just don't ditch them. Especially you don't want to have no neurologist. I've been there. Make sure you have medication before you go looking for that second opinion. Don't run out of medication. Been there. There's a few comments here. One says, I would ask the doctor if you could see a nurse practitioner or physician's assistant who work under the doctor. Maybe not ideal, but you could have more availability and be more helpful than nothing. Another comment here says, I don't know where you are, but my adult son treatment improved dramatically when we went to an epileptologist at a level 4 epilepsy center. I think we waited about 6 weeks for an appointment. One more comment here. It says, I had this problem with my first neurologist. Their facility is highly regarded and the service is excellent, but if calling every few days isn't enough to catch the brief window of scheduling availability, and the doctor refused to refill my prescription despite this clusterfuck, I had no choice but to find another doctor. Get in touch with other doctors and do what you can. Best of luck. Best advice, don't just drop the doctor. Yeah, my advice is just don't run out of meds. Get another neurologist, but get medication before you switch neurologists. Got something here. It says, clubbing for the first time since diagnosis. Worried. Hey everyone, 21-year-old male, and I was diagnosed with focal generalized epilepsy a few days before my 19th birthday. It was a result of a heat stroke, leaving a small scar on my parietal lobe. Since my seizure started in August 2024, I have not been out clubbing as I have been too scared. Every time I drank more than a few beers, I'd get a seizure the next day, and despite upping the medication, now I have 150 milligrams of lamotrigine and 1,500 milligrams of Keppra daily. I still had a seizure as of 3 weeks ago due to drinking 2 days in a row and getting terrible fragmented sleep. I now have an opportunity to go out to the club tonight for my work Christmas party. I have extreme FOMO as I was unable to do this for our whole last year, whilst all my friends did it every week, especially when they were at university. I'm based in Yorkshire in the UK. I am dead set on going out, but will not have any alcohol at all. My friends are all aware of my condition. There is 6 of us, and we'll make sure I'm in bed by 2 to 3 a.m., and I will keep hydrated and well fed. I'm also not photosensitive. I've slept well today. I had almost 9 hours of undisturbed sleep. I'm obviously going to have the potential of seizures in the back of my mind during the whole night that I'm out, and I'm worried that I won't actually be able to enjoy it because of that, because of the constant thought of having a seizure in a packed out nightclub. Does anyone have any advice for me? I'd really appreciate it so much. You guys have any advice for someone clubbing?
This guy's just looking for anybody saying go for it. You can tell this one's fishing really hard for those kinds of responses. But hey, I mean, he prepared the group of friends he's talking about going out with, saying that they are aware of his condition and not planning on drinking at all. So, playing it safe, essentially. And as long as you don't think staying out late would be too much of a trigger, listen to your body. You would know yourself best in this situation. And it's not unheard of, especially after a first diagnosis, for a patient to go 2 years without clubbing. Hate to tell you, but a lot of us who were diagnosed in high school days, college days, and that shit came to a really sudden halt. So appreciate the memories for what they're worth. And if you want to make some new ones, be prepared as you are and listen to your body. So if you don't think it's a trigger, try it, but be prepared.
Do anything you like with the right precautions. I would not say avoid doing things that you like to do, because then you could be really messed up. Can't do nothing. Yeah. You can live your life. I don't suggest drinking alcohol with your medication at all. But I know it isn't easy for everyone. I can't just say that, because alcohol isn't easy for everyone to quit or, just not drink. One comment here says, hello, I had 2 TC seizures on March 2023 and September of 2024, and had multiple focal seizures 2 to 3 a month, and went to a metal concert by myself last week. First time since my diagnosis, and everything was perfectly fine. It really depends on your triggers. That just reminds me of when I went to a concert. Oh my goodness, I'm getting the hiccup so bad.
Okay, then I'll go on about the concert because Pookie went to one earlier this year and it was absolutely miraculous. He took the right precautions. None of the lights and the sound effects and all the motion and everything that was going on in that concert that was so good was remotely a trigger for him. We got pictures and videos of it, and that was as grand as you could imagine without any negative side effects for one of our own. So if you're still stressing about the club, maybe go to a concert first. You want to get out, you want to go to an event. That determination is totally commendable. Follow through with it in a way that's safe.
Yeah, I do not suggest a concert. It was, I wouldn't say avoid a concert, but I decided to go without letting anybody know. I decided to just be like, I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm just going to go, and they'll see it on YouTube. I mean, on Instagram or whatever they see it on. And yeah, just had that conversation once I got home. Oh, you were at the concert? Nice. I seen it on your Instagram. And this, and this. Was it fun? Who's there? Who'd you go see? Stuff like that. I didn't really even get like scolded or nothing because, I mean, yeah, I'm 36 years old. I shouldn't have done it was probably the advice someone could have gave, but no, I just didn't go. I didn't tell anybody. Called an Uber on the way back. It was amazing. Great concert. When I got home, my ears were ringing.
So all in all, good advice on how to better prepare everybody else for the situation, possible worst case scenario type thing. But bringing it back to the basics of going out when, after diagnosis, if you really feel that uncomfortable about the club, the concert didn't cause you a seizure or any events like that, right?
No.
Okay,
Nope.
so I just feel so wrong with having the impression of that concert being awesome, and your first line was, "I wouldn't recommend it." I don't know
Yeah.
how distorted my memory
I
is.
mean, take the precautions. I mean, I wouldn't say exactly don't recommend it, but take those precautions. Maybe take somebody with you. I decided I'm going to go alone. Yeah, don't go alone. Don't do stuff like me. But you can go to the concert. You can go. Don't be afraid to go to the concert just because you have epilepsy. Don't let epilepsy ruin your experiences. But yeah, like I said, take those precautions. Don't do like me and just disappear from your family and go to a concert and post it on the internet. Another comment here says, do you know what your triggers are? For me, since I'm not really photosensitive, for TC seizures at least, I've been out clubbing. I was anxious as well, but I just did it sober and I was okay. Still, it'd be good to make sure you don't stray away from your friends and have medical emergency meds and a medical bracelet they can give you on hand. It especially helps when you have a medical bracelet in case you have a seizure and someone calls 911 instead. You can obviously go without one, but sometimes paramedics may assume you overdose on drugs or something because they would be unaware of your med history. Overall, I listen to your gut. If you get there and have a feeling of, in quote, something is going on, something is really wrong, I'd honestly just leave. Yes. Something is wrong. You do not want to have a seizure at a concert, sold out stadium. You do not want to have a seizure in the middle of that concert. That's the thing I was imagining especially because there was floor seats. I was just looking at the whole surroundings as I was when I got there. And I was looking at my seat and around me and seats everywhere else, and I was just like, how would they get to me? Those were the things I was thinking about. How would they get to me? In which direction would they come? And yeah, yeah, and come to find this 6'2" black guy, it's gonna take some people to. That probably would have messed up the concert. Now that I think about it, that would have sucked. Got another post here. It says, "Can't remember if I took my medication. I was taking my medication at work, and my manager asked me something, and I looked down and saw my lamotrigine pills on the floor, but no topiramate. I remember holding the topiramate in their package, but don't remember taking it. I remember swallowing pills, but I could have been just lamotrigine. I don't want a double dose. Should I just go home in case of a seizure? Should I take my rescue med?" You're at work. I mean, I loved being at work. I wouldn't have left work. I would have just hoped for the best. Because, I mean, you could have taken it and you don't want to go home, and you did take it just because you can't remember. Yeah, get those hours, get that shift. I loved working. I would love to go back now. Yeah, I wouldn't just go home personally. Ivan, you got something?
If it were me, I always if it's already behind me a lot hour, let's skip it and take it the next hour. If it's still just maybe only 1 or 2 hour, I still take it. Or yeah, in his case, I go back to the home to my house and take the medication. I think that's all. But may I ask you, Pookie, a little bit. Why do you don't work?
Why do I go to work?
No. Why do you don't work?
Because my neurologist said you shouldn't be at work hurting yourself. I fell in an air fryer, and I had a different seizure at a different job where I fell, and it was cement because it was a warehouse, and I had to get stitches in my gums, well, in my mouth. Well, yeah. Yeah, my lower gums, and that sucked to hold my mouth open for them to do that.
Oh yeah, because you have an accident, right?
Yes, I had seizures on the job at too many jobs. I was losing jobs because I was having seizures. They were like, "Well, you're having too many seizures," and I just moved to the next minimum wage job and have another seizure, and yeah, and then so on and so on. Lose that job after 6 to 7 months, and get another job for 6 to 7 months, and then the neurologist was like, "You shouldn't be working." And then I just go back and work just because I love working. I hate staying at home. I mean, I love it now because
That's
I
right.
get to do this, but yeah, I'd love to go back to work. I
Yeah,
would
me
love
too.
to. It was amazing just being outside the house.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm asking to you because yeah, not always my house, but it's just going to a cafe. It's boring, you know. It's
Yeah,
feeling very boring. Yes, it's like a clock rounding without the quality, you know. There's no quality with clock, but no quality with it. And I don't
gotcha.
like it very much. But I don't know what to do with my condition. That's why there is yeah, I'm sorry I have to say that before that there is impossible that it's impossible to have a normal life. I'm sorry to say that to you because uh until now, until even 22 years, I have epilepsy, it's still hard to have a normal life for me. It's still just rounding around and then losing a friend, having a friend, new friend, losing a friend, having a new friend. It's and it's
See, but
funny.
there's a smile. There's a smile with that. You just listed a few of the factors that you don't like about this epilepsy influenced lifestyle. But who's to say that that can't be your normal? That you can't be more than satisfied or happy about what might seem like a really draining kind of repetitive cycle of, you know, the
Yeah,
gaining and losing and whatever. But you could always just try to learn how to look at that as the next step, the next chapter. And, you know, this is life. So if anything, I mean, you might have a more fulfilling lifestyle for this reason. I mean, you can literally find ways that epilepsy does actually enhance your lifestyle compared to, you know, what it would have been otherwise, because this is you, but it doesn't define you. And that's something that's really fun to see people come to recognize, that epilepsy does have a lot to do with how you live your life, but by far does not define you. It's not the reason that you make the decisions you do. So whatever the cycle is, now, you know, we're here. You can tell us about it. And damn it, we're going to find out how it's still good for you.
okay, thank you, Kate. Thank you, Katie.
Ivan,
Jeff, you got
you're gonna
something?
go, Ivan, you're gonna go through that cycle throughout your life anyway, making new friends, losing friends, making new friends. This happens several times through your lifetime. So that's nothing to fear. That's just part of your normal life cycle. So that everybody goes through that, not just epileptics. I've gone through that my whole life, and I've just gotten epilepsy. So that's just how life works. You'll get used to it. It's not a big deal. It's harder. It's going to be more difficult for you, but you're going to do it. And part of why you're going to do it is because you're used to doing tough things.
What do you mean by that? Tough thing, sorry.
You have epilepsy. You're a warrior. You used to live in rough.
Oh,
You're prepared for these unexpected medical emergencies, because going through that earlier in life really does actually instill some important qualities in you. Being able to stay level-headed, keeping, you know, your composure when there is a medical emergency, when something's going on with you, you know by now that it doesn't do good to just panic and give up, or, you know, go take a shot, or like you're going to be less likely to have that like addictive type of personality, because you know it's literally going to kill you. So, you know, we do learn some really valuable lessons earlier in life as epileptics.
Yeah.
yeah, and plus I have a family. I have two daughter. I have a wife, and that makes life more heavier. You know, I'm not. It doesn't mean I'm not grateful enough to God, but I'm very grateful, but it's not easy. I'm just saying that. I'm just want to say it's not easy. It's not that easy because
No, it's
yeah,
absolutely not easy.
yeah, okay. Because I'm a husband and I have to find, yeah, of course, in this life, what's all about without money. Always, we even medication, we have to buy medication with money. Then, thanks God, I have a dad that can supply me with that. But still, I have to. Yeah, you know, yeah, Katie, I believe you understand what I mean. You have
Well, based
family, right?
on that, I mean, yeah, I couldn't provide after 5, 6 years. I think I wasn't even in the workforce for 10 years.
Mm.
And, you know, looking at my IRS history, I, looked like I was going to have a normal life. And 1 year that just stopped. Income was was like steady going up and up. It looked like into my 20s, and then not anymore. So that was around the year I started the surgeries and the consultations and all that.
Oh,
Have
that's
you ever considered that prospect? Because I started blaming everything about the spiral in my life on the medication. It looked like the only way out of that was to go through with the surgery. Definitely didn't take into account that it was going to take like a solid 5 fucking years to get off the meds. Nobody ever talked about that. But everything happens for a reason. Hard to believe it, but now I kind of do. So
about
if you
about
talk to the
surgery.
doctors,
If we talk about surgery, do you think surgery will? I mean, is it it's helpful? I mean,
that's
how do you think?
exactly what you can talk to the doctors about because there's so many. There's a surgery called ablation or lobectomy where they actually remove a part of your brain. Lobectomy is where they
Mhm.
remove a part of your brain. Ablation is where I think they use like a laser or something to like kill the tissue. And it all depends on the data. If you've given them enough data on EEGs and MRIs and just, all the scans that they have on record, and they have enough data to narrow down enough to make your surgical team. So this is going to be more than the neurologist. If enough doctors agree that this is the focal point of your seizures and you have a chance of stopping the seizures by taking out this part of your brain, and that part of your brain is small enough that it won't negatively impact, your daily function, because I think we do still only use like 20% of our brain, then that could be the route for you. And that's a benefit because then there's no more follow-up surgeries. With these RNS and VNS and the implants, we're going to have to keep having surgeries every few years for the battery, replacement battery. So just keep in mind all of your options. Get a hold of a doctor that is associated with the surgical team. So you might not have enough. This is how I felt anyway. I don't know if how things, if things work that different over there, but if you're working with a neurologist that's not actually associated with any surgeons, they might not know enough. So you're going to want to get a hold of a professional that is associated with a hospital who performs these surgeries, just so you know you're getting the right information. You got options. You got options, and you can always talk to your wife about how much you do want to solve this. That'll go a long way too.
Actually, my doctor already offered me to do a surgery, but me on the other side who still confused and
Well, keep in mind the reason they offer surgeries a lot of times right away is that the way it works, they're saying that the focal point, picture that on one part of your brain, every time you have a seizure, it's like they theorize that it opens up another pathway for those electrons to misfire, essentially. So they want to do these ablation surgeries way early on in diagnosis to see if they can take care of that little trouble spot before more develop. And that's, I guess,
I
that's what the
see.
theory is on those
I
seizures
see, I
that go
see.
from
I
focal
forgot. I
to
get it.
bilateral.
I get it. So more not more long, but if I hold my surgery and then there is seizure again, seizure again, seizure again, seizure again, so I have to take EEG again, right? Something like that, right? So
Well,
I have to.
chances are the more surgeries that you have, the longer you put off the ablation, the more seizures you have in the meantime, the less chance you're going to be eligible for that ablation. Because the doctors could then determine, because yes, before a surgery, you're definitely they're going to want a recent EEG. And if they see on that EEG that your focal area is now more generalized, I mean, on mine, I think they said at the beginning it was only on the right side, but then I had a couple follow-up EEGs after a pregnancy or something. I had a reason to put off a surgery. And after, you know, that span of a year or two, they definitely wanted to do another EG before we considered a surgery. But this time they determined that the focal points were everywhere. And they said, okay,
Huh?
so now you can't do the ablation, you can't do the lobectomy. Your only option is going to be a device to manage the seizures because these electrical misfires are going to continue happening. If we had gone through with an ablation earlier on in your diagnosis, maybe it was an option. But at this point, we didn't even know. By the time I wanted to get evaluated for surgery, it was already so generalized that I never had those options, those surgeries as an option for me.
I mean, sorry to say, but it's too late, right?
Essentially,
Is it right?
yeah, if it's documented that you were diagnosed or that you were documented as having like one focal point, and then you know later data shows that there's way more focal points, then chances are that's how they're going to explain it. You know, that you started with local, or I forget the word. I think they call it focal
It's okay.
epilepsy, and then they're going to diagnose it as generalized epilepsy.
Mm.
And then that changes the whole list of surgery options.
What time is it where you're at, Ivan? It's 1:56 here.
It's already 5 o'clock for 4:57 a.m.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm saying 4:57. No, that's what time it is here. Right now,
Yeah,
I'm at 4:57.
but PM, right?
But
PM, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna be easier for me to remember. I definitely don't know Romania still.
Good to
Damn,
meet you, Ivan.
is this the sun isn't even up for you, is it?
No, still,
Oh, okay.
not even sunrise.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, good morning to you.
Right.
Thank you very much, CAT.
Did we talk about lamotrigine causing or worsening insomnia? Somebody's asking, you can read my other post for background, but before my seizures reappeared, I have always been a light sleeper. My main question is, has anyone else here on Lamictal or lamotrigine noticed difficulty falling asleep or more awakening during the night? First comment is yes, it's a known side effect. I take Lamictal earlier than my other night meds, so it doesn't interfere as much with my sleep. That's one solution.
Yeah, my lamotrigine or Lamictal for some, it's giving me insomnia. So that's one thing that's hard to get over or shake or whatever word you use.
And that's
Yeah,
like no matter what time you take the lamotrigine. Like if you take the lamotrigine
I
right after you
take
wake
it-
up.
I take it when I wake up.
Oh, and you
I take
still
it twice a
can't.
day.
You got to take it twice a day. So it's not like that
Yeah,
second
so-
dose, taking that second dose like 7 hours before you wanted to go to sleep would even, you couldn't do that.
No, won't be able to
'Cause
do that one.
that would be like taking it at 4 in the afternoon and maybe like 7 in the morning.
Right. Mines are 12 hours apart, 2 times a day. You know how that goes.
Yeah, but that's what I started messing with first. My extended release, I had to take it at like just a specific time, and that did not work because I couldn't sleep and I didn't like the timing. So I started messing with that first. The doctor said if you're doing it at least 8 hours apart, then they were kind of like willing to compromise with me on that. Probably because they saw that I was gonna, take the medicine how I was gonna take it anyway. But yeah, Buki, if it's not working for you, then it can still control the seizures and not keep you awake. There's got to be a way to do it. Maybe instead of 12 hours apart, you switch it up to 8 hours apart. Do it as early as possible. And I'm never supposed to advise against your doctor. Hey, Andrea, take over.
How are you?
Doing great. We just learned we're 12 hours apart from Indonesia.
That's
Their alarm
cool.
clocks just
Yeah.
went off.
We're reaching people further and further away.
That's great.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Learning a lot about culture over there.
At 5 a.m. That's the shocking part. It's 5 a.m. there, and he's there and joined us. Yeah. We're reaching. We're getting further and further away. I think other than that, I've met someone in the UK, and AJ always comes. AJ is officially a regular, and she comes around 9 o'clock her time.
Romania.
Yeah, Romania. She'll start when we start at noon. She starts at 9 p.m. So yeah.
Have we ever had Australia? Like we didn't do we haven't done South America or Australia yet, right? Now somebody came from South America one time. Didn't we have like a Colombia or no, we just
something.
read posts from Chile.
I think we did have someone from South America. Was it Brazil?
That could be. I mean, that is like the biggest one down there, right? Or maybe
Yeah.
Colombia. I don't know. I don't know my geography.
Yeah. I won't depend on my memory. So yeah. I got
All right,
something
so
here, though.
we're still going with that theme. So Andrea knows that we're talking about medications today.
Yep, Andrea, today we're talking about medications and we're looking for support. So this isn't something that you have to relate to answer. You can answer it either way. The person's just looking for all-around support, or they're looking for answers to medication that you might have taken or you might be taking, or you might have heard something on the podcast about it. Just give some advice. And you never know who it might help.
Okay.
Right, I got something here. It says, I'm embarrassed because I wet the bed. I am well aware that along with having nocturnal epilepsy comes the struggle of wetting the bed. It hasn't happened to me in a while before tonight, and I am extremely embarrassed about it. I have been told that I have such a fear of incontinence that immediately after having a seizure during my postictal state, I will force my way up and try to find a bathroom. I know this is normal, but I'm 23 and embarrassed by this and just need some support. You started with your age. You're 23 and you're going to have this for the rest of your life. It's going to happen. It's just something that's just going to happen, and awake, nocturnal or not nocturnal, it happens to me. Most of the time, it's not nocturnal. Yeah, this is something you just got to get used to. I mean, it's not cool, like something to get used to, but yeah, don't let it bother you. When I wake up and I'm wet, I'm just like, fuck, man. Let's just get to this hospital and get back so I can change my pants. Don't be embarrassed on things you can't prevent. It's not like something you can just one day stop peeing on yourself. I mean, that would be nice if I could just tell myself, don't pee on myself. I'm talking too much. I'll read a comment here. One says, I'm almost 23, and I also wet the bed because of my nocturnal epilepsy. There's nothing embarrassing about it. Only dickheads would make S1 feel embarrassed about it. Oh, that means someone? That's what S1 means?
Yeah, that's what I would go with. Someone.
What the... I like someone better than S1.
Yeah, it makes you sound like a robot.
Right. Another comment here. Someone says, I'm 46 and I've wet the bed for my seizures. I just wake up my husband and tell him, I just wake up my husband and tell him, you have epilepsy. It's totally normal. Another comment here says, when I first started having seizures, I was wetting myself. I was embarrassed too, but eventually I got over it. It happens, and it's something you can't control while you're having a seizure. One here says, just don't hang your bed sheets up like Bobby Boucher in The Waterboy, and it's your little secret. I'm not incontinent, but holy God, does it fuck up my stomach? Think the Dumb and Dumber bathroom scene but add swear words. Another one here says, I'm also 23 and I wet the bed or my pants every time and I don't let it bother me because I know it's not my fault. Literally nothing you can do about it. You're not alone. Another one here says, not because of epilepsy. I'm 31. I wet the bed a couple of weeks ago because I had a dream I had to pee on monsters to kill them. My wife was very understanding and laughed as we changed the sheets. Things happen. Life goes on. Keep your chin up. Another one here says, I'm 26. This also happens to me with seizures during my sleep. Most of the times it only gets me and not the bed, but a few times it's been not fun. It is something post-ictal me gets embarrassed about and try to usually to change myself and clean up, not just you. There was something I read that popped up in the corner of my screen. Tell this guy it would be worse. You guys ever? Whoa, yeah, yeah. I want to
So
read
there
that.
you go. It could be worse.
Yeah, it could. Sure could.
You know, that would, you know, inspire a little more gossip in
Yeah,
the
people don't talk about
office
that
anyway.
one.
Well,
People don't talk about that.
this the first time somebody's ever asked you?
Um, yeah.
Okay, so maybe Jeff will feel more comfortable answering.
All right. I'm gonna
I'm
actually make
sorry,
a
what was that?
There's not many guys that answer when there was the comment that she asked. What was it? Basically, do men ejaculate during their seizures? And we do at times. Some of us. I'm not gonna say all of us. But yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not really qualified.
Huh?
I'm not really qualified to answer that since I was a little bit old when, they
Yeah.
started. So
Gotcha.
wish
I
it
would
weren't
think that
so.
really, I would think that any bodily function could happen from a seizure, honestly. Your brain could trigger anything, and you shouldn't ever be embarrassed about it because there is nothing you can do about it.
Got something here that says words of encouragement. I was a mess these days because I had a seizure on Friday, but today I found the Rocky speech to his son, and if you do not know it, please look it up. It ain't about how hard you get when you get hit. It's about getting hit and keep moving forward. Words of encouragement. I say keep putting one foot in the other. Things are going to happen during epilepsy that you can't prevent. Don't stress yourself out about it. Yeah. Like my favorite man says, Jeff says, keep putting one foot in front of the other.
I think I've heard that before.
I've heard it quite a few times. I've used it too. I got another one here. You guys have any words of encouragement you can use before I move on?
The world looks better when you're stoned.
That's a good one, Jeff. I will move forward. I got something here. It says, neuroscientist had a seizure. Yep, the title isn't the beginning of a joke. After finishing my master's degree in clinical neuroscience, I experienced my first seizure that was characterized by textbook tonic-clonic seizure symptoms. I'm a 24-year-old female in relatively good shape and good health. There is a family history of epilepsy in my family, with my grandma having tonic-clonic seizures. Her epilepsy was triggered by an accident in her late teens and wasn't passed on to any of her 5 children, my father included. However, a couple of days ago, I experienced a nocturnal seizure witnessed by my poor partner. After what I believe was a heart aura, insanely high heart rate, to which I chalked up to anxiety about life and not anything to do with seizures. This seizure has absolutely destroyed my concept of reality as someone who already suffers from health anxiety, and the veil between life and death feels thinner than ever. I don't know where I would have been had my partner not been there to put me in recovery position. Just wondering if anyone else has anything similar. How do you deal with the fear of SUDEP? How can I take care of myself whilst I wait for a neurology appointment? My friends have been great with me, but I really appreciate some connection with people who get what it's like. I get what it's like, and it sucks. Yeah, that's something you just gotta keep putting one foot in front of the other and keep going. These are things you can't prevent. It's a seizure. Take care of yourself on the wait for the neurologist, because I didn't have to wait till the neurologist. I was taken to the emergency room where they were just like, "You have epilepsy." Yeah, talk to someone with epilepsy here, and that might help. Or come here, join us one day. Andrea?
I was pretty much gonna say everything you were gonna say. You said is it's just part of having seizures. You just kind of gotta wait for, the neurologist and do the best you can in the meantime because, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. And I don't know.
Jeff, you gonna say it for me, or should I say it again?
You could say it again. And you could also say, do you worry about a plane crashing in the sky and the pieces falling down on your head and killing you?
Yeah.
You know, you're going to die. It's out of
Just
your
life.
control.
Just keep putting one foot in front of the other.
Right. You do the best you can with what you got and while you're here, and
To
that's
be
it.
honest, I'm
You just
starting to think that this 3 to 4 month seizure process I keep going through, I think that's just gonna happen. I'm trying to beat it, but it seems like every time I get to those 5 seizures, and I'm like, usually I get to 3 and it's almost over, and then yeah. Don't worry about it.
You taught me there's no cure.
Right.
So that's what happens.
Just part of
you all
life.
got me you all got me to accept I'm never gonna drive again and sell my car.
I wanted to sell him a car, but Liz doesn't want to rent a car every time she comes. So I'm keeping the car here. But I
Good
have no
idea.
use for it.
I had a reason to keep it for quite some time, but I don't now.
Yeah.
How do you deal with the fear of SUDEP?
I don't think that it's ever really it's so unlikely to happen. I don't worry about it. It's just not something that I worry about. I feel like I'm more likely to fall and hit my head in the shower than I am, or like Jeff said, have a plane crash into my house and, you know, some natural disaster is going to happen. You never know, but they all could happen, but they're all very unlikely.
The odds are probably greater on getting hit by a car driven by an epileptic having a seizure than by getting
Much,
SUDEP.
much greater, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy.
You have a much greater chance of dying if you decide you're going to drive, even though you haven't had a
Yeah.
seizure in 6 months or 9 months or 12 years. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I
right.
I saw I saw a post on Reddit the other day that some guy was seizure free for 15 years and had a seizure.
Yeah. You never, we all know it's not curable. I mean, some people fool themselves and think they're cured because they don't have a seizure for many years, but that doesn't mean they're cured.
Yeah.
I didn't have a seizure for like 5 to 6 months, maybe. I think it was more like 5. But yeah, I was like, hey, I'll just drive. It's been 5 months, maybe 6. And as soon as I felt like that, the rest of that year, I was having seizures. I choose to just not drive. It was a little period,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just don't drive. It's easier. You won't hurt anybody, anything like that.
That's what happened to me. I just decided one day, I wasn't having tonic-clonics. I was having focals and not even that often. But I just decided one day, what happens if I have one when I'm driving? And I just stopped. It's crazy. I couldn't live with myself if I hit somebody and killed somebody or even hurt somebody.
Right. Or worse.
I could do to somebody what happened to you.
Correct.
Yeah. Not worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Yeah, I don't know what I would do if I would have hurt someone. That would have been the worst part of it.
Yeah.
There are some comments here. One says, I would genuinely want a neuroscientist who has experienced seizures. They'll have an insider's perspective and it'll be easier to relate. Another comment here says, record what you remember and have your partner do the same. If you have another one, have someone record it as well. Have them make sure to record your face in addition to other parts of your body. Your heart rate will often increase, but if you think you've had a focal to bilateral, make sure you record how you felt and what you remember. Personally, I'm more afraid to not live life than to die. I don't think about SUDEP, but that took years to get into. Am I still afraid of seizures? Definitely. They just don't control me. One more here says, neuroscientist with epilepsy here. Highly recommend using any personal professional relationships with neurologists you may have developed during your master's degree. They may know an epileptologist and be able to help you get appointments, recommendations, etc. Don't be feel bad. Don't be feel bad about taking advantage of your position, being an inconvenience, and etc. There are a number of factors at play that affect the odds, but your risk of dying of SUDEP is very likely similar to dying from a different case. So for me, it isn't a major contribution to my general anxiety about death. Yeah. There's a lot more that would get you before SUDEP for some of us. It's not as common as people think.
Honestly, I don't understand the general fear of death. It's going to happen. Everybody knows it's going to happen. Fear takes away from your enjoyment of life. So, what's to be afraid of? I've never gotten that. But I don't know, maybe I'm just unusual in that. I can't ever understand what there is to be afraid of dying because you have no control over it.
One more here. One more comment I mean. It says, SUDEP is nothing anyone can control. That's why it's called sudden unexpected death. of epilepsy. I've been having seizures for years, and you can't control. The only thing you can only maintain them. Stick to a good diet, good lifestyle, be positive, and most importantly, be happy. If you let epilepsy worry you, that will cause a seizure. Second brain surgery in 6 weeks. I'm in the hospital right now waiting to go into surgery in the morning. I had a right. Whoa, that's a long word. Amygdala hippocampectomy 6 weeks ago today. That was actually harder to pronounce. I mean, easier to pronounce than I thought it would be.
You did great.
Yeah. Amygdala hippocampectomy 6 weeks ago today. The operation was done to remove that part of my brain that was believed to be the origin of my seizures. It was originally damaged from the surgery to remove a cavernous hemangioma over 31 years ago, and that started my seizures. First, the good part: the surgery was mostly a success. In that, with the exception of a couple of minor 1 to 2 second auras, I have been seizure free for the last 6 weeks. It's amazing and a huge relief, especially considering I've been having focal aware seizures and a few TCs, an average of 2 to 3 a week for over 31 years. On top of that, for the past 2 years, they have increased in frequency and intensity to almost every day and multiple times per day. I couldn't function, which is why I finally decided to have the surgery done. So, to that extent, yay. Unfortunately, recovery has been slow and painful. I've had daily headaches, lethargy, and confusion, plus a few other problems. I just can't think clearly, and I couldn't do anything except sit around all day and try to rest. It turns out I have a trapped ventricle. That means I have my cerebral spinal fluid isn't draining from my right ventricle, most likely from scar formation after my surgery. This is causing swelling and inflammation in my brain, and it is the source of all my headaches, other symptoms, and slow recovery. MRI was a couple of weeks ago, and a CT scan was yesterday. My neurologist was concerned that it was getting worse and how dangerous this could be. Sent me to the ER and scheduled surgery for the morning to drain the fluid that should relieve the pressure. And hopefully they can find the cause of the blockage and find the issue. Otherwise, they'll have to put in a permanent shunt. I was hoping the last surgery would be an end to this curse. Guess I have to go through it a bit more, hoping all of it goes well from recovery and surgery goes better than with no complications. Fingers crossed. There were no question marks in here, but it's asking for support. You sound like you pretty much got it. Sound like you're pretty much ready for it. Yeah, more ready than me would be the next day. Yeah.
That would be quite shocking to be like, we're going to put you. That would be very shocking to be like, we're going to put you in surgery tomorrow.
That may not be a bad thing, that they wanted to get it fast. They saw something and wanted to get to it before it developed.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure that's probably
But yeah,
why
shocking.
they're very shocking.
Yeah. I had that with my bypass.
Did you?
Yeah, I was supposed to go for surgery on my thumb. And because I've had a heart attack before, I had any surgery I had to get a stress test. And my cardiologist called me that night and said, report to the hospital at 7:30 tomorrow. You're not having thumb surgery. The next thing I knew, the surgeon said, congratulations, you now have quadrupled bypass.
How
You
was the healing
graduated.
process for that?
It wasn't bad.
Was it
It was
painful? Did
better
you
than
use
I
Oxy?
expected. Oh, it wasn't painful at all.
Oh, okay,
Yeah. Oh,
good. Um, well, good thing you haven't got brain surgery.
yeah. That I'd rather pass, I think, especially
Okay.
at my age.
There is a couple comments here. One says, "Don't worry, everything will be just fine. Keep us updated. Looking forward to the good news." And that person also left a response, an update. Thank you. I had the surgery and have been in ICU for the past week and just finished getting home. Seems that all is well for now. I had a EVD, external ventricle drain, in my last in until last night. The release in fluid pressure reduced the inflammation enough that my ventricles natural drain started working again. I have to follow up and do more MRIs and CT scans in the near future to make sure it continues to drain properly. But as of right now, a permanent shunt will not be needed. Keeping my fingers crossed that it continues that way. Bounce back from the surgery. That's good. You had any surgeries yet?
I've had a lot of surgery, but nothing for epilepsy now.
You had any seizures in front of friends?
No,
At least that you remember?
right. If they were that nobody noticed. Um, no, I've only had seizures in front of I'm essentially my mother-in-law and my son and my partner.
I got one. All right. It says, a friend witnessed a seizure. Hello. Recently, one of my friends witnessed a seizure firsthand from someone. In her case, she was talking about how frightening the experience was, especially as they were holding on to her especially because they were holding on to her at the time. And honestly, the first time I've had a seizure described to me in detail, and as silly as it sounds, with having been living with epilepsy for almost 14 years, I didn't realize just how scary they could be for one to be the observer. For me, it's lights out and back in seconds, but for her, it felt like an entirely, and it felt like an entirety. Um, it really has made me on think on all the people that have seen one of my tonic-clonic seizures and how they must have felt. Still, she handled it like a pro, so I'm in good hands. Not sure where I'm going with this. I would like support. It just helps me to write it down as well. Um, if your friend witnessed a seizure, at least you had someone there, I would say. That's the good part. You had someone there. Um,
And you say they handled it well, so that's awesome.
yeah, if she handled a seizure well. First time I really seen someone have a seizure was in a movie or here. Um, and I see how those can be a little bothersome to some people. I didn't want to use the word traumatizing, but people use it a lot. Um, yeah, uh, it's rough. It's a lot to see. Um,
Especially if you don't know what you realize what you're seeing, if you're not used to seeing seizures and don't understand what's going on.
yeah, there was this one girl. She had one, and I was sure something was going on, but I wasn't sure what. And then afterwards, she disappeared, and then she said, "I had a seizure. I'll be back." And then I've never seen her again. And then there was um, our friend AJ, that one I was just never had seen a seizure, so that one was kind of like the first kind of the shaking one. You haven't got to see one yet, Andrea?
I've seen the videos online. That's it.
Were you here when Tom had one?
Yes. I was here when Tom had his, and who had one the other day? My memory is terrible.
Kate.
Didn't somebody, huh? Yeah, Kate.
On Kate's, she always disappears.
Yeah.
That's a
But
good thing to do.
we all thought she was on her phone. Because I remember seeing her and she looked like she was like doing something on her phone.
Yeah.
At first, anyway.
I saw Kate's, but I didn't see Tom's.
Yeah, you missed out. Wasn't anything. We just kind of
We just kind of started staring.
Yeah, we were unsure what was going on, and then we put the pieces together. Luckily, his wife was in the room. We just called her over. Then we waited with her and him until he kind of came all the way back.
Jeff had one the other day too. Or not Jeff, Mark.
Oh yeah, Mark did, and he didn't even remember logging in. I think he said.
Really?
Yeah. He said I'm gonna go to sleep. And he was like, I'm gonna leave the camera on so I don't deprive you guys of the lava lamps. And
yeah,
that was the last we seen of Mark. And then I think the next day he said he didn't remember any of that. So
yeah, that was great.
I had an aura. I mean, the impending doom feeling and all that. It was the first time I experienced it and understood what was going on. And it was quite an experience. It was like, it's hard to explain. Maybe like, I guess if you've had an anxiety attack or a panic attack, I could see how people would get it confused with that, and they would call some people's a panic attack because it kind of did seem like that. And I was just like, I need to call someone to come replace me. And I sent a message and they all got it within like 3 minutes. Everyone was there and they just came in like back to back. And I was like, okay, you guys, I was like, I'm having an aura. And I was like, I know what this impending doom feeling is. And I understand it now. And I was like, you guys got to take over because I can't sit here. I was like, for some reason, I can't sit. I can't just sit here and keep doing this. I got to get up and walk away. So I was doing that, pacing back and forth. And yeah, then I was like, I need to go get a pen because I don't have any weed. And yeah, made a call, got a pen, and the nausea went away after just like smoking for a while. And then I was back within 20 minutes. Went and got a vape pen, and that's what worked.
I bought some new glass for a birthday Christmas present for myself.
A birthday Christmas present? How close is your birthday and Christmas?
My birthday's Friday.
And then Christmas is
Next Thursday.
I was gonna say a week after that, man. Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It sucked when I was a kid.
I might forget. Don't let me forget. I don't have time to write it down right now.
Okay. What are you supposed to write down?
Your birthday.
Why?
Because I can't tell you why, because then that would Because I need to know when your birthday is. I don't know. I don't have a legit reason. I don't even want to lie to you.
Because you're gonna plan something, aren't you?
You never know with me. You never know. Um,
It might not be even you. It might you're gonna tell Kate, and then I know Kate will.
yeah, she's good at planning stuff. Um,
I would show you because I just got it today, but I don't think we can show that on camera.
I mean, I could blur it out, of course. Come on, I'm ready. Weed day.
Weed Day.
Yeah,
I always like Weed Day.
yeah, I do too. There it is. It's it backwards, of course, but
No, it's not backwards to us.
it
Yeah.
wasn't? Okay.
No,
Yeah,
it's cool.
it's perfect for us.
The little advertising thing they sent to me too. So yeah, I was
Um,
excited. It showed up early.
got something here that says, "What's happening to me?" Seizures. In 2018, I had a series of episodes, 12 in a 24-hour period, would start with me having intense deja vu with doom like feeling. These happen whether I stood up or was sat or laid down. Apart from the first one, I lost awareness. There's two eyes. I lost awareness. Hello, Joshua.
Hi, Joshua.
Hello.
How you been?
Well, I'm sick right now.
Sorry to
Yeah.
hear that.
Not so good.
Yeah. And then, but I mean, I've been all right.
Nice. I haven't seen you in a
Had
while.
yeah, I've been freaking super busy with work, and
Nice.
stuff like that. So I've been working like crazy, and then just pretty much coming home and passing out, and then I got super busy with work, got stressed out, and then started having seizures again.
That's not good. I
Yeah.
had two. I
How's
had two the day after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I had one last week. I was in the middle of training a new employee, and I freaking face planted into my computer at my office.
I'm on something right here. It says, "What's happening to me?" Seizures. In 2018, I had a series of episodes, 12 and 24-hour period, which would start with me having deja vu with intense, like, doom feeling. These happen whether I stood up or was sat or laid down. Apart from the first one, I lost awareness, consciousness. I would sweat profusely. Then it would end. Was hospitalized for 5 days with an EEG, MRI. After 4 days of being admitted, both showed nothing. Lost my driver's license for a year. This never happened again until today. What is this? Sounds like you need to have your license gone for another year, maybe a few months. I don't know what state you're in. Um, California, I think it's maybe 3, maybe 6, one of them.
Texas is 3.
How far apart did he say the first one and the second ones were?
He didn't. He just said 12 in a 24-hour period. Yeah. Don't drive for a while. See how that goes within the next period that state tells you can't drive for. And they said that happened in 2018, and then it happened today.
It sounds to me like they have epilepsy because once you have more than one seizure, isn't that officially epilepsy? After 2 seizures, you officially have epilepsy. So they tell
I'm not sure because some people are still having seizures and having PNES because they're saying they're not having epilepsy. So, but that doesn't mean you're not having seizures. Seizures doesn't mean epilepsy all the time.
Well, regardless, I agree they shouldn't be driving
Yeah.
and they need to get in to see a neurologist and probably get on some seizure meds of some sort. Try to get some kind of treatment.
12 in a 24-hour period is a lot. Um, how far in between those was the thing? I think someone
Yeah.
told me I had 9 in a 20-minute period.
Ooh.
And then they sent me home from the hospital. And then I had some more, so then they brought me back.
I think that when they were calling my focals or auras or whatever you want to call them, they were referring to them as panic attacks still. And I was tracking them as panic attacks. And I think I tracked that I had like over 40 or 45 or 47 in a day.
These aren't tonics, are they?
No,
Okay.
just the weird like body sensation stuff. I don't know if I lost consciousness because I was home by myself the whole time.
Okay. Yeah, like this person said, they would started with intense deja vu with the doom-like feeling. That's what you were going through?
Mine started with just everything feels totally wrong, and I get like pins and needles all over my arms, especially sometimes my whole upper body, and like my stomach is just does the whole like stomach drop thing. And they usually don't last very long. And to me, it doesn't seem like I lose consciousness at all. But I have found out in the last year or so that during what I thought was just that, and I would have the weird body sensations, and then I'd be fine like a minute later, that I was actually losing consciousness and there were other things happening because it happened around other people. And they're like, oh no, that's not what happened. That might be what you remember, but that's not what happened.
Yeah, I've had that. See, I get the deja vu and then the warped memory type thing.
But like
But
one of them that started out to me as just I would have sworn that I didn't have a seizure. My son was with me and he said that I had full on, my hands were shaking and I was like my body was stiff and I was turning and I was making the, mouth noises, and he said that I had a look on my face that he's like, you look so terrified. He said, I've never seen anyone look that scared in my life. And I don't remember any of it. I would have sworn that I had the weird body sensations and we were fine. He said we were pulled over. This happened in a vehicle on the side of a road in another state. And I don't remember pulling over, none of it. So, of this 47 in a day, I have no idea if any of that happened because I was by myself at home, probably sitting in this chair.
It's a nice chair to have a seizure in.
I've had several in this chair.
Man, I don't ever get to have any sitting down.
Well, I don't get out much.
Yeah, I need to start sitting down more often. I'm always standing up doing shit.
I've had 3 in a vehicle. Luckily,
Yeah,
it's a passenger.
See, yeah, I totaled my Charger.
I know I had one of those weird body sensation ones where I did stay conscious because I was at least more than one because I was driving.
Yeah, I was driving home from work and I didn't even get like an aura or anything. I was just driving, and then the last thing I remember is looking up at an intersection and the light turning green, and then I wake up and the car's torn in half and all the tires are ripped off and it's upside down and there's a police officer walking up.
Were you okay?
Yeah, actually, surprisingly,
Was everyone else okay?
there was nobody else.
That's good.
What'd you
Yeah.
hit?
Trees. So I was in the left-hand lane and there was a center median that was just trees. And so I just pretty much trees just ate up the car.
Yeah.
I'm glad there wasn't a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I was like a huge barrier of like a wall of trees. I'm surprised that nothing happened to me because that car was just eaten.
That's a lot of luck right there.
Yeah. Hmm.
Shout out to you. One of the comments here on that last post about the seizures, one says, I'm not a doctor, but sounds like a focal aware seizure. Go back to see your doctor. It's not normal. Oh, no. It's normal to not catch anything on the EEG and MRI. Just means you didn't have a seizure during it. Aura or pre-aura of 5 hours being focal epileptic. I do not know the name of all the phases I go through, so correct me if I'm wrong. Take 1,000 milligrams of levetiracetam, 100 milligrams of lamotrigine, 250 milligrams of cenobamate, 2.5 milligrams of clobazam since 2 weeks ago. And I'm epileptic for 8 years now. Last Monday, after feeling very good for 2 weeks, what a surprise. With a ZAM, I had, out of nowhere, got an aura or prodrome and had it for 5 hours. What happens during that is that I sometimes freeze for like 2 seconds, sound disappear, of become different. Everything I can feel, I sweat in my right hand. What does this fall under? My specialists and neurologists say this is a phase before having a seizure, which happens and is sort of okay, fine, as long as I don't get a seizure. My seizures are me doing random stuff without knowing what I'm doing, sort of sleepwalking. I have midazolam spray to get out of such phase, but I don't know if I may combine it with the clobazam I'm taking now. We are now 5 days after Monday, and I'm still recovering. I can't handle 2 screens at the same time. I get overstimulated so quickly. It gets a bit better every day, but when I get tired, the auras come, and I feel those behind my or in my eyes. And it makes the sound go a bit weird for a very short time, like 3 seconds, and then when I go to sleep, the first time I fall asleep during the night, I wake up half an hour later with an aura feeling in my head for that to end. When I close my eyes, I have to do a full reset. So I stand up, clothes on, get some tea, read a paper, and go back in bed after a half an hour to get my night's rest. Is there anyone who knows if this is sort of okay, or is anyone familiar with this? Because I'm getting really tired of these auras and rather just have seizures than feel this pre-seizure stuff. I'm asking this because getting in contact with my specialist or neurologist is pretty much not done because they are fully planned here. We have to not enough people in this sector anymore to get in contact very quickly. And I don't want to scare myself with getting more Googling or ChatGPT in this stuff. I just want some rest. I'm sorry for the story. The question here was, is there anyone who knows of this sort of thing or anyone familiar with this?
It sounds like just really crummy auras.
That's what I was going to say. It sounds like just a rough aura.
Yeah.
5 hours.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of insomnia too. Because I mean, sometimes when I wake up, regardless of whether I feel like crap or not, it's hard for me to go back to sleep. And so add that with that deja vu feeling. Ooh.
Pookie, I'll see you Friday. I gotta go.
All right, later.
All right, Andrew, Josh,
Bye,
see you
Jeff.
Friday.
Yeah, I think you're just having a cluster is what it sounds like. Seizure after seizure. I mean, focals, that's still a cluster, correctly? And this person saying the pre-seizure, the pre-aura seizure, and aura is a seizure, so you're having seizures still. So yeah, get that checked out and don't just ignore it. Yeah, because you're taking a lot of meds to still be having seizures and auras. Talk to a neuro. Oh, you said you can't talk to a neurologist. Yeah. I don't know what country you're in because this person also said sector when they referred to where they were at. That doesn't sound like a word we use in the U.S. in particular.
Like, what do they mean?
Well,
Like sector, like their business, like the industrial sector, or what, or where they live?
It says we have not enough people in this sector anymore to get in contact very quickly.
Oh, I'm assuming like the medical sector, pharmaceutical sector, things like that.
maybe
Okay.
they should
Oh, there's my
try
bad.
getting in touch with their pharmacist to see if, you know, what they're taking is safe to take together, you know.
There's one comment here. It says my husband is having similar. This just as long, although hospital are convinced it's not auras or epilepsy, and he actually is having seizures and severe panic attacks, even though the one neurologist diagnosed him with focal epilepsy, another isn't agreeing fully on the diagnosis. The author responded, "Say what now? Why does one think it's panic attacks? Do you know why they fight over the diagnosis? As far as I know, also having had panic attacks, it's nowhere close to each other." And the other person responded, because of how long the symptoms are lasting. Yeah, you
Having
need to
seizures
see.
brushed off as panic attacks is very common.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when
Yeah,
I'm having like my auras, because sometimes they feel like a panic attack, and when I get all sweaty, like cold sweats and stuff beforehand.
yeah.
And I'm not usually, I don't have panic attacks or anything like that. So when that happens, it just feels really odd.
I was having those for almost 10 years before I got on Reddit and seen that there's more than one type of seizure. And I was clueless about epilepsy. When people would
Yeah.
ask me what type of seizure you had, I'd just be like the shaken one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I thought that was the only kind forever. That's why I'm trying to figure out if I have like focals now, because I can't get a straight answer out of anybody. Like when I have my like blank out sessions and stuff like that.
you come here enough, you'll get an answer.
Yeah, but like my neuro's like, well, we don't really know anything if we can't pick it up on the EEGs or anything or the MRIs. And I was like, well, fuck, I can't be here forever. Gonna make me go broke.
Right. As far as I know, if you get an MRI or one of those EMU stays, not taking your meds could help you find out.
Yeah, I've done two.
Did you have any?
No.
How
Did
long
they
did you
take you
stay?
No.
off your meds?
Huh? Yeah, they
Did they
did. They
take
did. Yeah, and they did the sleep deprivation and all that. And it didn't work. Like I didn't even have any seizures or anything. Because I mean, how stressed out can you get in a freaking hospital other than not getting crummy sleep?
Right.
Yeah, because mine are usually stress induced or like lack of sleep. But
I'm not sure how to figure out how to figure that out.
yeah, like I just go off what people are saying, tell me what theirs are or things like that, or what I've heard and things, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, that sounds about right.
I would say if what you're hearing sounds like you're having, like if it sounds familiar to you, I would just assume you do,
Yeah,
whether they've been caught on an EEG or not.
yeah, I just hate to be like a I hate to self-diagnose myself.
You could, it's not necessarily self-diagnosing yourself. You could just tell your doctor, I think this is what's going on.
Oh yeah.
I know, I haven't caught it on an
Uh-huh.
EEG before, but because of this, and this, I think that I'm
Uh-huh.
having focals.
Yeah, and yeah, that's what I brought up to them, and that's how the conversation about picking the crap up on the EEG.
Yeah. Okay. Do you got all the sinus crud, Josh?
So down here in Texas, the weather has been freaking nuts. So it's been going from like right now we've been having like freezing temperatures, but tomorrow it's supposed to get like back up into the 70s and raining. And then it's supposed to get back down to freezing temperatures, and then Christmas week it's going to be back up in the 80s and hotter than crap.
Oh, you're worse than me. I'm in Kansas. We've had
Oh, okay.
freezing and then it's in the 50s this week. And
Okay.
then it's going to be freezing again this weekend. It's
Yeah,
like it's freezing on the weekend and then 50s during the week. So you get up in the morning and it's 20 degrees and then it's, 45 or 50 in the afternoon and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
just
We're down here in Houston, so we're here in the armpit.
Mm. Is it hot?
Houston, it's so
Oh, I just
I
heard you
wouldn't
say
say
something about freezing.
so it gets hot,
it
but
gets
it's a
that way.
humid heat. It's a humid heat. So like I like going down to Vegas and it gets like 113 down there. But that feels like a Texas 90. Because in Texas, when it's hot, even when you're in the shade, it's hot. Because it's like you're in a sauna wherever you go.
You walk out the door and you start sweating.
Yeah, you can cut the air.
Wow, cut the air. First time I heard
Yeah.
that.
You wear the air.
Yeah.
I got another post here. It says, "Hey guys, any tips on anxiety, fear of your next seizure? I've just recently started to have auras, focal seizures for a few months, and now I feel like I get really anxious sometimes, and I'm confusing it with an aura feeling. Any tips on anxiety or fear of your next seizure?" Um, you can't fear the what ifs because things are possible and shit happens, basically.
Yeah.
You have epilepsy, things are gonna happen. You gotta not fear it. Just know it's coming. It comes with it. That's
Yeah,
what.
pretty much I'm more just like I don't care if like when the next one's gonna come. I'm more just like bummed out after because it's like, what did I miss?
Right.
What did I miss out on? Like, what were we doing that I missed out on today? Or
I
like,
was
what
just
event?
enjoying my
Yeah,
day.
what event did I miss out on?
Right.
Because
I
now
would
I gotta
say
stay in a dark room.
don't let the fear and anxiety run your life because you're
Yeah.
going to miss out on so much if you do.
Mhm.
If that's what you're concentrating on is when's the next one, then what are you missing out on?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like mine was the one on the day after Thanksgiving. Well, the two. I was on the podcast and I just wasn't feeling good, so I was just like, I'm gonna do this podcast in the room with my mom. You guys, and yeah, and I did that, and um, I just laid down on the couch, and I was laying down, then sitting up, and starting over, and yeah, luckily I have another moderator here with me to help control the podcast.
Missed that
And
one.
huh?
I must have missed that one.
Yeah, and then I just like I don't feel good, and I kept telling them I don't feel good. I don't know what's going on. It wasn't the impending doom feeling. It was just like a confusing feeling of what's going on, and then nauseous a little bit. So yeah, that was going on. It
Wish I
was
knew if I get like this super duper its own kind of hell nausea and confusion, but when I have the nausea, I'm confused and don't understand what's going on. and I don't know if it's before or after my tonic-clonic, and I wish I could figure that out.
Yeah, mine
Yeah,
were.
because mine, I had the seizure, and my mom said I was in the bathroom alone. But when I had the seizure in my mind, I was doing the podcast. So I don't remember even getting up to go to the bathroom. And then when I came out of the seizure, the phone was sitting next to me and the screen was off. So, yeah. And then I logged back in and was like, hey, guys, I had 2 seizures. Uh,
When
so, yeah, it was bad.
when you guys have your tonic clonics, when you guys are coming out of them, I don't know. I never have this issue with any like my family or my friends, but whenever, for some reason, if I'm out during a tonic clonic and the paramedics come, I do not like paramedics. It's like I don't know what's happening, but apparently after a tonic clonic, if paramedics are around, it's fight night. But that's what happened last time that it happened at work. So my freaking boss got to see me fight the paramedics.
Got to see her in Fight Club mode.
Yeah. And then it's weird because like I snapped out of it and I'm like standing up talking to one of them. And I guess they were talking to him and like our front office lady was calling my wife, trying to tell them or trying to tell her to get over there because I was getting rowdy with them. So it's freaking weird. And then after I come to, I just want to purge.
um, I was talking to someone. He told me that he speaks a different language once he has seizures, and he doesn't know how. I think he said he just goes back and speaks his mother tongue, which is Turkish.
Oh,
Yeah, he said just go start, and then just it feels like he doesn't know English. He said he doesn't understand why.
Wow.
That's
That was actually
interesting.
the first person. That was the first person that I met, actually. Yeah.
That's a trip.
If you watch the first episode, yeah, it was just me and him for a while, and yeah, good times, good episode to watch. And
Nice.
it was gonna be a one-person thing, but I posted the login password and all that stuff. So I was gonna do interviews with just one epileptic, and then 2 epileptics end up seeing the post, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. And then I was like, I guess I'll just leave it there and not delete it because 5 people already joined. And that was the first day. 5 guys, 6 guys actually, well, including me. Yeah, I was like, wow, I'm gonna have to change this. Gonna have to change what I wanted to do. Initially, I just wanted to do one epileptic, and yeah, it's been as much as a lot, 20 almost, I think, a few days. But
Oh yeah. Speaking of which, how's the your eye?
oh, it's good. I'm not seeing doubles anymore.
Yeah, whatever happened with that?
Just one day I woke up and there was like, for some reason, it feels like in the middle of my eye, there was a line. There was a blur to the right, and then there was slightly blurred to the left. And that was in one
Yeah.
eyeball. And then
Yeah,
it
because
felt
last time I was here, you were
one
gone
day,
for a
every other
hospital
day.
stay.
Yeah, felt like it was getting better and better and better slowly, and just the line was going more and more that way. So now it's better. I can't all the way feel my toes on my right foot, so I'm working on that. Yeah,
Just another day.
another day.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. My last seizure that I had, I guess the pain's finally starting to kick in. I'm older. I'm getting older or whatever. But like my hands hurt so bad now. Like the
You're not that
arthritis.
much older than me.
Huh?
You're not that much older than me.
Yeah, but I mean, like, just feeling like from the seizures and stuff, just having so many, like, my hands just hurt now. Like, even like
How old are
holding like a
you?
bottle of water. I'm 33.
Babies.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're younger than me.
yeah.
You're
But I know I'm
36,
young. Like,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I know I'm still young, but just
It
feeling
sounds
that.
old when it's said out loud.
Yeah. But but just going through the years of having seizures, that aging on the body, just
Yes.
that in
You're,
general, just feeling that.
y'all are both
Yeah.
over a decade younger than me, so
Oh.
But sometimes it's just looking at it and you're like, fuck, in 10 years, dang, this is gonna suck. So,
I know what you mean, man.
yeah. So I'm sure you're having a time.
Uh,
In 10
yeah.
years, I'm going to be saying, it's been 30 years now.
Yeah.
Mine's not all from
Yeah.
seizures either.
But I do got something here. It says, I'm done. I'm in constant misery. And oh, wow. Says, I'm in constant misery and I want to die. I can't go seconds without thinking I'm going to have a seizure because I have constantly flashing in my vision. I'm having more seizures than ever. I have no fucking idea what to do. I just need some advice.
Take a breath, one foot in front of the
Yeah.
other.
Come on here. I mean, you want some advice? Come here, come
Yeah.
talk. I mean,
Yeah.
that's really where you want to be. I mean, Mike, I mean, I'm sure we all have days when we feel like that. I mean, I sure as the hell do. But I mean, tomorrow's always a new day.
Coming
Yeah.
on here has helped me tremendously.
Yeah. Yes, definitely has. I can say that. Um, but and we all have our down days. But I mean, like I said, shit happens, and there's always tomorrow.
That's right. One foot in front of the other. Keep
Hmm.
your head up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep your head up. That was a good thing to say, Andrea. Uh, yeah. It's going to get better, but it's going to get worse before it gets better. So
Yeah.
prepare yourself for that.
Especially with epilepsy too. This shit's a fucking roller coaster.
Yeah, I was going to say
It
that.
really
There's
is.
ups and
Yeah,
downs.
so don't ever don't ever expect anything.
Right.
That's one thing I will say. Don't expect anything.
But just because it's everything's in the shitter right now, you might
Yes.
be getting ready to be on the up, climbing up the hill and doing good, and things are going to get brighter just around the corner.
Yep, because you could just wake up tomorrow and never have another seizure again. That's just freaking it's just epilepsy. It
All right.
just does what it wants to do.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
One comment here says, it'll get better at some point. I was having tons of seizures a day for years. I hope you can have the right neurologist that can help you and some good meds. It's hard, but I've gone down to having maybe one every few months. Keep pushing and advocating for yourself. Don't take no for an answer. Another comment here says, I feel like this is a lot of the reason I watch cartoons. It sounds very stupid, but it is my coping mechanism. I'm sorry you're always in a dark place. I'm sorry you're in a dark place at the moment, but honestly, something as dumb as old Animaniacs or Tom and Jerry cartoons can make a world of a difference in how you feel. Hang in there. For some reason, that made me want to watch Tom and Jerry.
I love Tom and Jerry.
Yeah,
One
miss
thing,
it.
considering that I actually do that helps me when I'm stressed out, if you look it up, it's like calming reverberation decibel. So it's a certain sound frequency you can listen to, and it's supposed to actually calm you. And there's certain sound frequencies that help you fall asleep, and certain things like that that work at a certain sound frequency. You can find it on YouTube and stuff.
Say that again. I'll type it in so I can have it for later.
You can do you can look it up as astral sounds. I think that'll help. And then what's the frequency? You can type in calming frequency, and that should let you know. I don't know if it's 400 on there.
I'll read another comment here on this one where this person says done. It says, hi, I get flashing lights too. It's very annoying, but it does mean that you have that you're going to have a TC. Sometimes it's just a focal seizure, but nothing else. Have you talked to your doctor about increasing your dose or trying other meds? Do you have a rescue med? And the author responded, I've gone through 8 seizure medications and a seizure surgery, and nothing has worked. The seizure surgery made things worse. I do have rescue meds, but they rarely stop seizures, and they don't affect the lights. The flashing lights are a result of brain surgeries I've had. And the person responded, oh, I'm sorry. Were all brain surgeries for epilepsy, or was it something else? Oh, were all the brain surgeries for epilepsy, or was it something else? When meds don't work, it's real pain. Have you tried CBD or something like that? I haven't, but I know they use it when the meds don't work. And the author responded, 2 of the surgeries were for removing tumors, 2 for epilepsy, 1 was for a VNS implant, 1 was for getting a shunt installed also. So I've had 6, not including the ones for my EEGs where they put the electrodes on my brain. I haven't tried CBD. And the other person responded, I'm so sorry, it must have been hard. I never had any brain surgery, and it sounds very scary. That it does. And the author responded, yes, I dislike it strongly. I'm struggling to have hope. And the other person responded, maybe try CBD, a good one. I know they use it when nothing else works. And that is the last response.
So I think in his situation, because it sounds like he's been through a lot, or whoever him or her have been through a lot, and they're having some obvious negative feelings about their situation. But instead of turning a negative situation like how they're saying they want to end it all, turn it into a positive and go enjoy your shit while you got it, because you never know what tomorrow's going to be like. Go embrace that. Don't dwell in it. Go out there and enjoy that crap.
I love how you put that. Yeah.
Yeah. Get out of the normal rat race of life, because it ain't gonna freaking matter. Go out, get an RV, go travel, go enjoy yourself. Go get a work from home job, do some simple IT stuff, and just live it, man.
I got another one here. It says, boyfriend called me a burden. I'm new to having this disease and also new to being medicated. With that being said, I've been riding what feels like a roller coaster in all the aspects, emotional, mental, and physical. My family and close friends have been very supportive to be the best of their ability, but I have also been keeping certain things to myself out of fear of worrying them, using this group instead of venting to them, etc. But yesterday I was having somewhat of a meltdown over the phone to my boyfriend after a long and exhausting day. In the midst of crying, I said, I feel like a burden to the people around me, and he agreed, and that I have been a burden at times. I wasn't expecting him to agree with me. I was actually secretly hoping he would tell me that it's not true. Is that cruel? Is it as cruel as I felt? Or is he just being honest in a situation he has no experience in? I don't want to leave him, especially not right now, but that felt like a gut punch. Has anyone else experienced this type of reaction from a loved one? I need advice. I feel hurt, fearful, and even more discouraged from ever opening up ever again.
Yeah, I don't care who you are. That's kind of a dick thing to say. Like, I mean,
That's
yeah, I mean, regardless, I mean, in any situation, regardless if it's epilepsy, you don't say I mean, nobody's a burden.
that's
No
awful.
person, no person is a burden.
Yeah, I could imagine you just like kind of feeling good and saying something, expecting that person to be like, "You're not a burden," just to
Yeah.
let you know, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, sure you are."
Yeah, but I mean, just even saying anybody in general is a burden, just in any situation, is just kind of a shitty thing to do. So, I mean, I think she needs to reevaluate that situation.
I think she needs to reevaluate that whole relationship.
That's what I was, yeah, that's what I was saying.
I'm gonna read a bunch of
Yeah.
these comments because they all look interesting.
The
A lot of
T,
them are caps because I don't know
yeah,
why
it's
they're
the
all
T.
caps, but that
Yeah,
just
the T's
someone's
a blue
yelling.
storm T.
Um,
I can tell you why they're all in caps.
yeah, I
I
can
should tell my
imagine all
wife
these
in
people
here. She's gonna
yelling.
love that.
Um, yeah, a lot of yelling back is what it looks like.
Mhm.
One says 2 words, dump them. You don't need the extra stress in your life. Stress can bring on a seizure. Look at your last sentence again, hurt, fearful, and discouraged. If you can't open up to him and he shows no empathy and emotional support, he's not worth your time or health. Right.
Yeah, I mean, like when it comes down to, I mean, whether you got skin in the game or not, I mean, it sounds like he's not going to be there for you when it really
Right.
counts.
Right. And you don't want to wait until it's time to where you need someone to find out
Or
they're
it's going to be
not.
that passive aggressive BS where it gets held against you the whole time.
Right.
I've been there.
More comments. One says 1 word in all caps, run, with extra N's and extra U's. So it's like run. Yeah. Another one here says, I'd rather have someone close to me tell me the truth than sugarcoat things all the time to spare my feelings. That kind of relationship would feel so suffocating. Another one here says, my husband of 23 years has constantly called me a burden because of my epilepsy. The idea of having to care for me when I have a seizure makes him sick. I work and I don't drive because of my epilepsy, and it takes me 3 buses to get to work. And he works from home, so you can think he would take me without complaint. No exempting. He takes me there. Takes me there is a complaint about him having to drive me, and how all he has to do is get out of bed too. Good deal, but instead of it, he inherited my commute. The only thing I can ask to ease my day is ride without complaint, but I get that, so no, I have to hear complaints from him. Then he would then he want to do quid pro quo as payment for the rides and takes a guess what the payment is. I'm tired of this. I'm sorry. Um, um, yeah,
That calls for divorce.
Yeah, that's just, I mean,
Been there, done that. Divorce him.
like, man, people suck.
yeah. That is very sad.
23 years of that too. Was it always like that, or did she develop it later? I mean, God.
She didn't say if it's always been like that, but I'm so sorry that you have to go through that.
I mean, yeah, if it's something where you feel like you just can't leave or something, just God, just start over. Who cares at that point? That's just ridiculous.
Right. You shouldn't have to just put up with that just because you have epilepsy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
Oh.
like Andrea said, there's help somewhere. There's always help somewhere. I know some people who they'll just stay in a situation because they love a person or they love something about a person, but
Or they love the idea of that person. Yes.
yeah,
Uh,
and they
my
don't
mother,
have the
my
idea
mother
that
is
that
a
person.
great example of that.
Say that again.
I said my mother is a great example of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's all right.
Couple more here. One says it's very cruel. I had a friend who told me she wouldn't enjoy herself if she went to a nightclub with me because she would feel she constantly had to mind me, which is my biggest insecurity. So needless to say, we're no longer friends and I cried for days. Didn't want to leave my house or be around anyone. Still haunts me today. My ex used to cry every time I sees too. So when I came round, I had to comfort him. It's very strong of a person to be able to comfort someone because I can't do any of that when I have a seizure. Um, I probably can't even talk to someone for a while after I have a seizure. But to comfort someone, you're a strong person.
Yeah, I can't even think straight. I have to be like in a completely dark room.
Right. Laying
Yeah.
down, face pillow. I couldn't
Uh-huh.
having to comfort someone in that feeling after a seizure, the postictal.
Yeah.
Another comment here. One says, saying yes, it's hard. Hard on us. For those around you is understandable. To say it's hard at times, end quote, it's hard at times, is something I have been told, and I accept it as I can see they mean it in a kind way. Majority of the time, I can see the sadness too. But the way the word, end quote, burden, that's a whole other ball game. When I've apologized for being a burden, I've always been pushed back. I've always been pushed back on. The word burden is not a kind word. It means something completely different. It's it means something different than, end quote, it's hard. Yeah, you can't use that and trying to say it's hard. Just say I'm hard to deal with because yeah, burden that would hurt.
Yeah, it's a crappy word. You know, people aren't burdens. Yeah, like if you're born without a leg, that's a burden. Like we have epilepsy. Our epilepsy is a burden. Like that's a burden that we
Right.
have to bear.
Well, actually, two more comments. One says my partner had his first seizure a month ago, newly diagnosed and medicated. Not only did I never call him a burden, I tried to always comfort him when he was already feeling anxious, scared, and sad. When something is too much, I can tell him and we can work around it. But it is outright cruel to tell someone you loan that. I'm assuming they want to put love, not loan. It's cruel to tell someone you love that they burden, especially in an already vulnerable position. One more. It says going on 30 years together this month. I got lucky. He sees me as a person, not a disease. He does get annoyed. I forget things, but I told him it's either this or seizures. You choose. You choose like I am. But I got fortunate to graduate 3 times, wrote a book, helped run a whole department in 3 major hospitals in the US. I am different, but these meds will mute you. They will wear you down. They interfere with someone that doesn't love you for you. Yes, it's annoying, but that's how it will be for me. I told my husband 30 years ago this I cannot change who I am. It's medical after all. My best friend's got the brain removal surgery. She came She became someone else. Never could graduate college nor satisfy her relationships, boyfriend, and rich family. Her father since passed away. His corporate shut down, and I lost track of her. That convinced me not to do that. but to others, it's absolutely necessary. Cheers to my Keppra Integratol. Haven't heard that one in a while. Cheers to Keppra Integratol.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like assuming that the brain surgery was the cause of that girl's.
Yeah, that's I'm still
Yeah,
thinking
that,
about being
yeah.
called a burden. I haven't been called a burden. I was gonna say yet, but I don't plan on it. But yeah. There's always coming here and talking to people who are some may be going through the same thing and they might not bring it up until you bring it up. Epileptic friendly jobs. I currently work in retail and I need to occasionally call out for seizures, nocturnal partial seizures. I have been warned about my attendance a few times despite offering doctor's notes and anything else they might want. Does anyone know any jobs that are easier to work if you have epilepsy? Everyone I talk to and say something like that, it always comes back to someone saying, there's always work from home jobs. There is, but they aren't easy to find.
I've had good luck waiting tables.
Yeah.
Short hours, good pay if you work it. But in that amount of time, you got to bust your ass, and you're probably going to have to work weekends. But you can do it. I did it, and I was able to survive off that and actually pay for health insurance too. Ugh.
Yeah.
So you
Have
can
you
make a
seen the
lot of
news when they talk about health insurance?
Oh God, yeah. No, I still don't have health insurance, so and health insurance is ridiculous. It's just dumb.
Yeah. And they're talking about giving, they're like, we're going to give out money so you can get your own insurance. So that's
they're doing that down here.
Oh, it was that one guy on the news, Donald Trump.
Yeah, Texas is the worst state in the country for like healthcare assistance and all that. One of the best healthcare programs, worst health insurance and assistance programs and shit like that, and one of the worst mental health care programs.
I have not heard that one yet.
Yeah, Texas has like one of the worst mental health care programs in the country.
Can you tell that there's bad healthcare problems?
It's not that there's bad healthcare problems because they have there's a lot of good hospitals and stuff down there, but you got to have money. Like there's not a lot of good healthcare assistance for like low income families, things like that. Like if you want it, you're paying for it. Like there's not a whole lot of like government assistance for people with disabilities, things like that. There's not a whole lot of assistance for like people with mental health issues, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why like I don't have health insurance. I work full time. Like my wife works full time. Like we bust ass. And I work in the industrial. I work in the oil and gas sector.
What do you do?
I sell and service industrial air compressors.
Okay,
So
I
it's for
remember.
like the oil and gas and then pharmaceutical industries. So it's for like pneumatic tools and clean air delivery systems.
Yeah, I remember asking you that now. Some of the comments here about the epilepsy friendly jobs. One says if you're UK based, try looking into office jobs or roles in the emergency services. Another comment here says I'm a graphic designer. I also find my seizures very controllable with medication. I've worked with large banks and find that they are usually pretty good with DEI.
Yeah, banks. That's a good one. Bank telling.
And you could be a teller and
Yeah,
be
good hours too.
Glass. I
Good
couldn't
hours.
imagine having a seizure with no glass and the person just reaching over and just taking money. That would suck. Um, some more comments. One says, I do leasing apartments. My husband is in the military, so we move often. This is a job. Um, it's in quote job. This is an in quote job that is all over the country, so it's an easy job to do. Anytime we move, it's not terribly stressful to me. I got plenty of PTO when I tell my MGR the day I start about my epilepsy, so I understand they are very forgiving with it's all, and it's a great job for me since I do not have a degree. This person did a lot of abbreviations.
MGR is manager.
Huh?
MGR is manager.
Yeah. PTO didn't bother me, but
Paid
then
time off,
MGR,
yeah, paid time off and manager.
instead of epilepsy, they put EP, and apply for intermittent FMLA leave. This will protect you from medically necessary call outs. You guys ever
Yeah.
lost a job because of your epilepsy?
Yeah, Texas is a right to work state. They don't give a shit.
I wasn't working when I started having seizures, so
Yeah,
This is
Texas.
a good one. Go ahead.
I said in Texas they so it's right to work. So you would have to prove without a doubt that they fired you for medical reasons, and they technically don't have to have a reason to fire anybody. In the state of Texas, they can just basically make up a reason. They can be like, "Oh, we're making cuts," and then fire you, or something like that, or just say you had poor performance, and cut you, and that's just their thing. And so you'd have to do some hard court stuff to get away with them firing you for your
For epilepsy.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, I got something here. It says, anyone else's handwriting go to hell. I'm sending Christmas and New Year's cards to my I'm sending Christmas and New Year's cards, and my handwriting is the worst. I'm okay printing, which is what I've switched over the years, but cursive is a big bust. I'm very squiggly, and I tend to drop letters. It's the same with Cyrillic. It's almost illegible. Also, the best part about being left-handed is that everything smears when using a decent pen and a card stock. Yeah, how's you guys' handwriting? Mine's is horrible, but it works.
I'd say third grade level.
I have to like plant my arm on something to get steady. So that's that. Or when I sign my signature, yeah, it's always at the pharmacy on that little pad thing, and you got to put the pen correctly. So that one I just do the squiggly, but
Yeah, see, my signature is really nice because I practiced the crap out of that when I was little. Because I always liked the ones on the Declaration of Independence.
yeah.
And but my regular handwriting is junk, and I think it's because like now I clench like the pen or the pencil really hard. I've started to do that.
My cursive is actually pretty good, but when it goes to signing for the medication, and then you got to figure out how the touch screen is actually going to take the pen,
Oh, those, yeah.
then I just give up on signing for stuff. But my cursive is okay. I like my cursive. I love my cursive. My printing isn't that good. Like I said, I'm gonna have to put my arm on something, maybe hold the paper too. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
mine's
that.
chicken fat.
mine is okay sometimes. It'll be okay, but then like my hand will just decide it doesn't want to write, and I'll just screw it all up as I'm in the middle of a word. And it's like shit. I'm always so scared when I have to fill out any forms or like sign cards, anything like that, because it's always like the end of my name or something. I can write like the first few letters and then the end, it just doesn't work right. So, but then sometimes it's fine. So
Mine,
I have no idea.
mine with like I said, my cursive is okay, but then like when I have to write stuff like my disability papers, I was thinking that once upon a time, is it my handwriting? Um, but I try as much as I can, like steady the paper, steady the arm, and try to do it there. But yeah, I'm wondering if that's why I've been getting denied for Social Security. Um,
Wait,
it's
you're not
not
contemplating
totally.
your handwriting.
Say that again.
You're contemplating your handwriting is a denial for Social Security?
I don't know. I was thinking that that's just in my head. May have just been in my head, but yeah, that's something that did cross my mind. Is it my handwriting and put like that? How's your handwriting, Kate?
I really would call it like third grade, but on other days, it is illegible. At this point, when if I try to go back to like writing my maiden name, I don't know how that's even gonna look.
How's your
And
cursive?
yeah, I have to think about that. I have to focus, but it's still legible if I try hard enough.
Okay, good to know it just isn't me. Um, yeah, let me read some of these comments. One says, "Yeah, I think it's my brain just doesn't send the signals right, just like how I trip up more, etc. I think it's mostly due to the medication." And add in that we don't often handwrite things, and then cards are repetitive. I practice. Um, I'll say that is checks before I write them now. I don't know how to pronounce this word. It's CHEQUES.
It's checks.
All right. Got it right.
It's a fancy way of writing it.
Someone says, haha, yeah, my handwriting was never great, but definitely shakier now. Same here. And the person that wrote this actually comes here. I'll let him know when I see him. Another comment here says, my handwriting got bad when they put me on such a high dose of pills and my hands started shaking. This was during the same time I was learning cursive. XD. Ever since then, my handwriting has not been great. So, one here says epilepsy and aphantasia. I'm sorry, I have to make sure I say that word right. It's APHANTASIA. Is that aphantasia?
I would pronounce it like that. But you think they mean aphasia? Aphantasia is the inability to voluntarily visualize mental images. Like you can't come up with a picture in your head. So
Like,
let's see what they're talking about. Maybe they're talking about aphasia.
It says epilepsy and aphantasia. I started taking Lamictal about a decade ago, and since then I've had aphantasia. I have all the usual problems too, but I wondered if anyone has experienced this. It's probably the side effect of I find most upsetting, as I used to be rather good at mental maths and even understood and attended art college because I had such a strong visualization. That would be aphantasia, right?
Yeah, for sure. I've never had that problem. I mean, I can come up with the picture. I can't remember it, but I mean, looking
That's
at all
my
these floor
problem.
plans and layouts, yeah, that's the thing. Like looking at a floor plan or a layout for a house, I still prefer the floor plan to like the house pictures. So I can make sense of an image and kind of picture it in my head, but it just doesn't stay for long.
yeah, it's hard to retain it.
Few comments here. One says it actually made me more alert and attentive, but definitely did nearly ruin my art skills when I try to draw from memory. Another one here says, I've noticed since I started taking the Cosamine, it's much harder for me to visualize images and hold on to them when I'm used to be incredibly easy. It bothers me. It bothers me too. Sorry you have to deal with it. The last one says, I stopped reading altogether. Problem is, I can't remember, pardon the pun, if I have always been this way or if my memory just got a fuck ton worse with epilepsy and then the subsequent lamotrigine. That was the first medication I was on for the first couple of years. I know I have never remembered my dreams or don't know if I even dream. However, picturing things and trying to imagine things feels like a distinct impossibility. That's actually very interesting because I've never heard aphantasia, the word, before now.
Yeah, I
So,
haven't either.
huh?
I haven't either. That's a new
Yeah.
one.
Like I said, I've heard of aphasia, but that's not.
Does lamotrigine turn your memory to dirt?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
I
you
never.
agree?
Yeah,
Yep,
I agree.
I'll agree.
Um, yeah, everything went to shit. But anyhow, got one here that says OTC meds. Um, I don't want to get that wrong. That means over the counter, right? OTC meds. My stepmom is currently in the process of getting me set up with a new neurologist after I moved in with her recently. Problem is I only have 5 of my lamotrigine pills left, and she said it might take a couple of weeks for me to get in with the neurologist. Is there anything that can help? A little bit even. Um, Perfect thing I got for you. Go to the pharmacy, talk to the pharmacist, tell them you need medication. Um, Tell them it's epilepsy medication, and can you pay for like a smaller package, like until you get more. And from what I've heard, they give you a smaller pack. I mean,
Yeah, you can get
I got
emergency.
it, but I don't know if they do it everywhere. But from the people who told me, they told me they can get you a small amount until you get your next prescription or stuff like that. Yeah, talk to the pharmacist.
If that doesn't work, go to the ER.
I was just about to say that. Just go hang out in the waiting room.
Right.
Bring a book and some snacks. Might be a minute, but I mean, you'll get what you need.
Bring a good book.
And if you have
Yeah,
a seizure while you wait, might get
yeah,
you in faster.
yeah, exactly.
And that's the great America.
Yeah, expedite your service.
Couple of comments here. One says, there are no over-the-counter medications for epilepsy. Please contact your current neurologist and ask them to send refills for your lamotrigine. Can they do that? Like
Yeah,
just
if you call, mine will do that. I told him once, I was like, hey, I am broke. I cannot make an appointment. And I'm about to run out of refills. And she's like, okay, I'll give you refills for 3 months. So, I mean, if you go, if you're straight up with them, usually they're pretty cool. Or they'll be like, hey, come pick up some sample packs.
yeah. I think this person says they don't have they're switching neurologists right now.
Yeah, you could even if they're not current, they still have you in their record. And I mean, everything now is going on a universal record system. And so they'll be in the records of their neurologist anyways, so they can call them back up. They shouldn't have an issue with that.
Or even call your old neurologist.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, call the old one. It doesn't matter if it's not current or they're transferring over. I mean, they still have the information. I mean, that's what is that
Yeah.
malpractice? No, you're not
All
my
that
current.
means is that they got like a request for release of information.
Yeah,
That's all they got. They got one of those like ROIs, and the whoever runs that practice might not be like excited you're calling, but they
yeah,
can't ignore you.
Yeah, they can be like, "Hey, you're not ours anymore. Tough luck, buddy."
Yeah, right?
Yeah, no, that's medical malpractice.
And they'll just try to talk to the patient like it's a breakup.
Then go somewhere else and then file a report and get a nice paycheck.
It's not you, it's me.
Yes.
Thank you. I knew somebody was going to come up with a perfect line.
Got a couple comments here. One says, I would definitely call your older neurologist and see if they can send you another prescription through the last time. If it doesn't work, I'd contact the new one and ask the same with maybe documentation from your previous neurologist that says that you had been prescribed it and are running low before you can come in. Contact them ASAP since this is a close to the weekend. You may even end up request help from your pharmacy. Do you have an actual appointment set up with them or a new doc? Another one here says, move to Puerto Rico. No prescription needed to buy medicine. I know. I'm just reminding myself to be thankful. Wow. That is very interesting. Yeah, still got to pay for it.
It's a lot cheaper though. It's like getting medication from Mexico.
Oh, I wouldn't know about that either.
Yeah. It's like going to getting your teeth done down there too. Way cheaper.
Very interesting.
Uh-huh.
How will they have my dental records?
Huh?
Said, how will they have my dental records to know which teeth have been pulled and all that?
Well, I
They'll
mean,
look in your mouth.
Yeah, they'll look in your mouth. They're gonna do an X-ray. It's not like they're gonna go in there with their fingers and just flick your teeth and be like, "That one's real."
I didn't think like that. I was thinking maybe they need like older records
like you know how
to
that
see.
or those tools where they test the reflex on your knee.
Yeah. Is there anything you guys suggest, Andrea?
I forgot the question now.
The question was, is there anything the person can do, even a little bit? They got 5 pills left.
I already answered this one. Go
Oh,
to the
okay.
pharmacist or the doctor, or talk to the neurologist.
Quick little side note. If anybody could get a procedure done in Mexico, what would it be?
Oh, I would get new teeth in a second.
Yeah,
It would be dental?
I would get all these suckers yanked out. Yeah, my
What about
teeth
you,
are
Andrea?
good.
I don't
Spooky,
know.
any surgeries in mind? Any work?
I'd get some height.
I don't want any more
Like the Wild
surgery.
West where they just do stuff. They still.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't get height. Tall enough.
Yeah, you
But
don't
it's
need
a
it.
very interesting procedure to get some extensions on your shins.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
How'd it turn out?
I mean, it
Pretty
was a
good.
TV
I
show.
mean,
Yeah.
But it didn't leave it looking like lumpy or
no, I mean
No.
there's pretty much a screw for a while, like in between, and
Yeah,
then
You know
bones.
the halo things?
like a
Yeah,
big
and then
splint,
bones they
right?
grow back together. So there was a
I always
healing
thought it was
process.
like
I'm
tibia
assuming.
and fibia though, so do they have to do like both sides of it or is it just this one? I wonder.
I mean, to be honest,
I don't
they
know.
only showed the guy, and he was talking about the after process. I didn't get to see
Oh,
him
okay.
before. Well, the pictures they showed of him before, there really wasn't. They just showed the height difference. He was maybe like 3 inches
Like a
tall.
before and after kind of thing.
Yeah, I think he wanted to be 6 feet, so he was like 6'1" or something like that. He got 3 inches, and they just showed the before and after, and then the picture of the X-rays. So,
Yeah, no, I don't think I would want to get anything done either.
I've had
With Andrea
too
on
many
that.
surgery.
Yeah,
I've had
I've
too
had
much
enough with
surgery.
surgery. Just because it's a good deal doesn't mean I should go for it.
I'd get a 6-pack.
Come on, you know you don't need that neither.
I seen that. I seen that on botched.
Oh,
He
what they
the
do on
six pack
botch?
didn't get botched, but it was a friend of
Oh,
a person who had a botched procedure, and yeah,
They got the abdominal etching done.
yes, it was insane. I was like, "Are you serious? People are really getting this?" It was like full tone chest and everything. Like, yeah, it's crazy looking. I mean, the thought of it, I'm like, that's insane. But yeah, it'd be dope to just have like a permanent six pack. Uh, I'm just imagining what it would feel like. Yeah,
It'd
yeah.
be fake though.
yeah, you really think it would stick around?
You never have to tell anybody.
It
Just wake
probably wouldn't stay.
wake up like, hey,
Exactly.
babe.
It might
It's
look a little
it's
different
so
when it's
weird too,
deflated.
'cause, like you'd still have you'd have an edged six pack, but you'd still have the possibility to gain weight. So you could gain weight and like be obese and then have like a gut with the six pack over it.
Mm,
That looks so backwards.
Yeah.
I'm picturing no fat, and then you're saying you get the gut on top of it, and I just
No,
pictured
no,
layer after layer.
yeah, it would just be layer abs. It would look like tire tread.
oh man.
Wow.
Yeah. I
You look
haven't
like
seen
an
any
alligator
procedures like that. I
stomach.
just seen that show, and then they showed a guy who had it, and it was all
Well, now I
shiny
know
and
what I'm gonna
stuff.
binge tonight.
It was like he put baby oil all over himself.
Of course he did.
Yeah. Um, very interesting.
And then want to call it part of the healing process.
Right.
He did.
I was watching, what was it, Hangover? It's like Hangover 2 or 3, one of them. And the guy like woke up with boobs. It was hilarious. Like, how do you go over overnight procedure and just wake up with boobs? I thought you have to like
So hold
wait
up,
some
what's
time.
Hangover?
It's a
Tell me they
movie.
don't get drunk and do stuff.
Mm.
Is that what it?
I
I
think
don't
so.
remember
Yeah.
Hangover.
Yeah, you got to check
Oh
it
Actually,
well.
out.
rather than three. Damn. I only saw the first one.
Yeah, there's 3. It gets good. Check it out.
I should rewatch them.
Shout out to Hangover. I got something here. It says, they up my meds, and I've never felt this ill. They up my meds from 250 milligrams of lamotrigine to 300 milligrams a day. I thought the side effects weren't as bad, but I've never felt this awful. Started with a few fever. A few fever. I'm sorry, I'll read it how I see it, you guys. Started with a few fever and rapid heart rate, which I thought was the flu. The second I started feeling better, the night sweats got even worse than normal. Now I'm at the stage where brain zaps and dizziness prevent me from doing anything. Walking, bending down, turning my head, anything. I've never felt this terrible with my medication increase. I think my brain also got regulate my emotions anymore because I'm I'm nonstop crying and I legit don't know how to handle this anymore. Everything feels terrible and dramatic and I'm like gonna die. I know from experience that the side effects will pass in a few days, but I'm suffering so much I just wanted to vent. There is a question mark in here, but it's in a place where it doesn't look like it should be for this to be a question. And then this person said they just wanted to vent.
Yeah. I was like, I know exactly what she's going through. I went through that like 2 months ago when they upped my stuff. You feel like I don't know, it's like you're like sober, but you feel the crappy part of being drunk. You like the spins almost. And like every time you try and move, because I had to work while I was going through that med up, and I had to work on the computer and make phone calls and do stuff like that. And it was so hard to get through conversations.
Were you drowsy like at work? Like when
Yeah.
your
Oh
desk
yeah.
doing
I
it?
would like, yeah. Like, cause I mean, sitting there making calls all day, I mean, you're not doing a whole lot. So it's, I mean, it's not tiring, but it's tiring. And so I'd catch myself like passing out and stuff like that, and kind of just out of that like laziness from that getting upped on that stuff. So that lamotrigine, when you get upped on that stuff, it puts you in kind of a stupor, and it's not like a good one.
Yeah, the benzos, a lot of the benzos are like that too.
Yeah.
That's why I stopped taking Fycompa so quick. It was a really small dose, but they added it on to the like 3 or 4 thousand of Keppra, and I think I was still on the Briviact. That was the third one. The Fycompa was the third one, and that's what was the difference between feeling like mentally drained and tired. Because again, I was in a call center too, so I was on my ass for 8 hours a day, but I was still exhausted before like 2 o'clock because it was just so hard to get through conversations. Nothing made sense. And then if anybody tried to start shit, I would lose it. I caught myself just like about to not do the right thing, and I
Yeah.
blame that on the meds too.
Yeah, that would happen when like I'd be going through our stuff with like our clients, and they'd ask me like technical questions about the air system. My brain would just take a shit. And I'd be like, "Oh crap, I don't know how to do my job anymore."
Oh yeah, I was trying to collect hospital bills, so
Yeah.
people had a lot of fucking questions. And of
Yeah.
course, I don't have your medical records. I don't have any information for what this was. And yeah,
Like I
people
could
had a
call you
lot of
and say you
questions.
owe me money, but that's about as far as we can get right now.
Pretty much. But damn, did I have to sell it because commission that made that year. I miss working. You guys miss
Me
working?
too. Yes, I miss working.
Hit and miss.
Yeah,
Uh,
I could not trade this
today
schedule for
was
the world.
okay. Work today was okay. We'll see what brings us tomorrow. But I'm working while I'm sick, so it kind of sucks.
Oh, okay. So you're actually still in the workforce.
Oh yeah, I'm working full time.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's cool.
Nice.
Congratulations. Good job.
Yeah, 40 hours a week. Actually, it's more like 45. But
Can you bring people to work with you?
like, how do you mean?
Have a ride along? What do you do again?
Oh, some days I do actually.
What?
I do have ride along some days. Yes, I do.
Like your kids or a friend?
Oh, no. No, I don't have any kids, but no, like sometimes we have to take multiple people out to a site and things like that. Depends, but like right now I'm not driving since I had a flipping seizure.
I was gonna say that because you said we have to take people to a site. I was gonna say you driving
Yeah,
too.
so currently I am not driving, but they don't mind. So I'm doing a lot of stuff in-house right now, like dealing with more on the service side rather than the sales side. Because I can work in any department. So it's like, oh, well, you can't do this right now, so it's fine. You can go over here and do this.
You got the skill set for that.
Yeah.
So you're good.
So, and I can do, I can still set up meetings and do all that. So it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, man, I wish I could go back to the work field and just do some work. Like, I mean, I love doing this. Now that I have this, now it's kind of up in the air which one you want to do. But before I had this, I love working. That's you're getting out, you're talking to people. I'm a talkative person. I mean, I make friends pretty easy, so I'm just talking to a lot of people all the time.
It's hard to find good jobs though, especially when you have epilepsy. Because like at first your job will be like, oh yeah, no, we're perfectly fine with it. We understand. They're like, you need to stay home, take care of yourself. We just want to make sure you're okay. And you're like, oh cool, they're great. Yeah. And then it's like that at first, and then it tapers off. Which, okay, as a business owner, I get it. We can't have empathy for the entire world as a business owner. And you guys have to make profits and employment rates. And I get it. But be straight up. Be like, hey, get your shit together. We gotta go. Or hey, you should probably find something else, but give me some time. or don't
Right.
or don't like treat us like we're not human beings because we can't come to work some days. It's not like we don't want to, but other people who don't have this issue have just treated the workforce so crummy that we get kind of thrown in with the flock.
Exactly. If you haven't had that first seizure on the job, but you have to take off more than twice a month, then that changes that gets you a reputation,
Yeah.
whether you like it or not. Even if it's totally legit, it's still frowned upon because it's obviously
Yeah, it'll
not a
last
condition
anyway.
that they can see. So there is undoubtedly some kind of subconscious doubt in management's mind.
Yeah. And especially when it depends like when it comes to employment and stuff like that on how far that goes up and who actually monitors that. Like if they don't ever see your face or anything like that and they're like, "Oh, this isn't happening." They're like, then yeah.
I got 4 comments here. One says it may or may not get better. I'm sorry, dealing with much the same myself on 600 milligrams of Aptium and 225 milligrams of Excopri. Another comment here says try and reach out to your care team before the weekend. I'm so sorry you feel awful. One of my meds was increased by 50 milligrams and it was really enough to make me feel horrendous. They put me back on my original dose until we found an alternative or an extended release. I'm so sorry. Try to stay hydrated during all this. Allow yourself some needed lazy time. Good advice. Another comment here says, if it's really that bad, reach out to your neuro's office. I usually give it a bit of time. I'm talking about 2 weeks. So just so the body gets used to the new dosage. However, if it's as bad as not being able to perform everyday activities, a call or email would be your best option. The last comment here says, so sorry this is happening. I felt tired and dizzy, but not as dizzy when upping meds, also Lamictal, but no fever, no night sweats. I don't know if the medication like that can give you a fever, maybe you were sick, something at the same time, and it was an unfortunate coincidence. It is illness season. Yay. For me, the symptoms went away after a few weeks or so. So when I got back, I adjusted to the higher dose. Hopefully, the same happens for you. If not, I would definitely call the doctor. Yeah, give it some time. I see that too. Give
Yeah,
it
it
some
took me
time.
about 3 weeks.
Say that again.
3 weeks is about what it took me to kind of level out on that crap.
Yeah.
I think
Give it some
anybody
time.
who deals with the catamenial thing for females, I always had to give it a month just to get through like the whole cycle or whatever. Plus, sometimes
go
some
with
of those
this
medications take a really long time to get all the way out. Any of the extended release ones took forever. It literally said like 3 weeks after I stopped taking them, there was still like trace amounts on the blood test. And I had to request the blood test. The doctor just said, give it time, whatever, let it keep happening. And I started having to be the one to ask for the blood test to see if these meds were actually out, like what to blame all these breakthroughs on.
Yeah, my
Oh
doctor
yeah, it's
told me
annoying.
I have to go get an ultrasound. Yeah, you heard it right. I'm pregnant. I'm just kidding.
Gotta check on that 6-pack.
Huh?
Like I said, you gotta check on that 6-pack.
Gotta get an ultrasound for my face though. I guess one time there was a time I had a seizure and I hit my face and I had this bruise here. Well, not bruise. I had this little lump here, and then it went away. So I didn't think anything of it. But yeah, when I had my stroke, I guess they did. Well, not I guess they did a scan of my head and they said they seen something that was kind of right here. So that's what my appointment yesterday was about. And I got to go get an ultrasound for my face and then figure out from there. But it's very interesting that something could be on my face and I didn't know. And they were looking for stroke activity. Yeah.
Everything happens for a reason.
Mm.
Good thing they
Think it'd be
found that.
easier to see it if I shave
You'd never know if you don't do it.
and just shave everything off? Yeah, that's gonna be fun. You coming back
That'd be
Friday?
a fun. That'd be a Friday surprise for sure.
You coming back Friday, Josh?
Huh?
You coming back Friday?
I should be, yeah.
I'm gonna shave.
Oh, you losing it?
I'm just feeling all
Making you do
warm
it for the
today.
ultrasound? Or are you just cutting it?
Huh?
Are they making you do it for the ultrasound, or are you just cutting it?
It's just me. I just like trying
Oh,
stuff for some reason.
nice.
I vote it.
Yeah.
It'll be
I
funny.
did a mustache I did it like the handlebar mustache for a while.
That one I cannot do, but
It
looks
looked
interesting
horrible,
on other
but I
people.
said I would do it,
Is
and
that
I
the
did
thing
it.
that James? What's his name? James does
Yes.
the clock guy.
Yes, the
Okay,
handlebars.
that's okay.
And
That's
he
what he has. Yeah,
twists
I
it
didn't.
like
I
this.
kept forgetting what
It's
that was called.
hilarious.
Yeah,
His
that
the handlebars are when they go down like this, the straight down, and this is gone. So it's like this, there.
Yeah. James,
And then
he
they
always twists it.
yeah,
Like,
that's mm,
Hey, Joshua, not to scare you off. I've asked like every other guy here tonight. Um, it came up during a question about incontinence during seizures when people like wet themselves.
yeah, I just shit
I
my
was
pants
thinking for
last week.
my question though of the guys, because they were mentioning, these kinds of things happen in public, in the workplace, and you never know where.
Mhm.
And I understand how it can be embarrassing, but on the flip side, do guys ever ejaculate during a seizure?
Not that I know of.
Oh, okay.
And if I have, it probably got washed off for me pissing myself.
Oh, okay. So you're thinking if it was that bad, then there would have been
Yeah,
piss too.
yeah.
Oh,
I guess
okay.
I guess that's why it's the golden shower. Cleaned up all the ejaculate.
Okay, that's another thing I didn't think of.
Yeah,
Thank you. You
but
taught me something today.
yeah. No, I didn't piss myself, but I did end up crapping my pants in I don't know whether it was at work or in the ambulance or what, but I did end up doing that. Usually I urinate. I've only like actually defecated only this is only my third time doing that at all the seizures I've had.
never pee?
Huh? No, I've done that a lot. I've peed a
Oh.
lot.
Yeah, my peeing ones, I had to get used to them fast. In the beginning, I had one seizure. I did not have incontinence after that one. And then my second one was a few days later and I had incontinence. And then a couple weeks after that, another one, incontinence. Maybe been a few months after that one, another one, incontinence. Then finally, the fifth one, no incontinence. I did not pee. And I was excited. I was like, finally, I thought it was a thing that I just pee on myself every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like the first one isn't. The second, third, and fourth, they were. And then the fifth one, I was like, oh, finally. I didn't pee on myself this time. I just thought it was going to be a thing every time. That I got to go home and change clothes and don't get to go back to school that day and stuff like that.
The first time that I defecated on myself, it was actually because my brother made me do it because they were taking me to the hospital because I was having like back-to-back seizures, and I guess the ambulance wasn't we didn't live in the greatest area, and we ended up going to a really bad hospital, and they thought I was just on drugs, and so they wouldn't take me back. And I guess I was telling him I had to go to the bathroom and had to go to the bathroom. And he's like, you know what? Just fucking go right here. And so I started having like my seizure, and then I just and then they took me back.
Oh man, it was like he has to be having a seizure. Something's wrong.
Either that, or they just didn't want crap on their floors.
There was something I was saying.
We were talking about the days when you kind of got used to it, got to go home from school early.
Oh yeah, I
You,
was
we were
peeing on
still
myself
talking
and
more about
stuff.
the incontinence. Yeah.
Yeah. For a while, my mom didn't get to see them because I first had them at school. So she would just hear about it and pick me up from the hospital. That would be interesting to know what that was like. Would you guys want to know what that was like?
Please share.
I mean, I can't share because obviously I didn't get to see it. Mom, can you come here?
Imagine it would be terrifying to have something like that happen to your child.
Let me make space. She's gonna
Now
sit down.
this isn't going to be a tough one for her.
Yeah, we'll see.
What's going on, buddy?
My first few seizures, I know I had them at school, so you didn't get to see them.
Right.
I was gonna have you sit down right here. And how was it finally when you finally got to see a seizure?
It was scary. Very scary. Hello, family.
Hello.
Please explain. I mean, I wouldn't know, so.
Well, seeing someone have a seizure, I don't know what's to explain, but it's a scary thing to look at.
Yeah, I seen one on camera. I can imagine. Seen a few.
Seizure on itself says enough for me. You know, I know that it takes away from the brain, from what the doctor tells me as far as memory and all the precious moments. The seizures take some of that away. Is that how he said it? Messes with your memory?
I can't remember.
Well, see, there you go. You just answered the question right there. You know, but yes, it's not nothing that anybody would enjoy seeing. I know some sick people that laugh when they see people have seizures.
Yeah.
You know, I got a cousin that almost knocked his whole head off because he thought it was funny that my son fell out of the car and had a seizure. The car was parked. It wasn't started, but still he fell out the car, out the passenger side, and it was in seizure mode. And he thought that shit was funny. And I could have took a plate and just gave him some more sense. You know, but yeah.
What was it like having to hear secondhand that your son was having seizures and you weren't there for the first ones? Like you weren't,
It
if
was
they were happening at school.
it was happening at school. It was sad because I couldn't be there, you know. So but yeah, it's still sad. I don't take no day for granted, you know, one day at a time. You know.
What was it like the first time you seen one in public?
You had a few in public, a bunch actually.
How was the first one? What were you thinking the first time I was in public and had a seizure?
I just jumped into mommy mode and got you, cuddled you, turned you on your side, waited for the ambulance.
All right. Fair enough.
I mean, I don't know what else to do, but what I've learned, I know that, turn you on your side. He turns himself on his side, which is crazy. But for the times that he don't, I'm right there to flip him. Boop.
It's very interesting to just now find that out.
What?
I turned myself on my side.
Yeah. What's that?
I said that's a good subconscious.
It is. It is.
You think that shed some light on how long you're aware before your seizures, or like how long you're focal before you go generalized?
I know the last two seizures, I was on the podcast and like I would have a few moments to where I wasn't feeling good, and since Mark was there, he'd be able to take over. So I'd like lay down, and I went to doing it on the camera in front of me. Then I'd lay down on the couch, and then I'd sit back up, and I'd come back, and then I just blacked out. And when the next time I came back, the phone screen was the phone screen was off, and they were like, "You had a seizure." So I don't remember even getting up and leaving the podcast. So that was me. What happened? Did I just get up and was like, "Hey, I'll go back. I'll be back."
I heard you say, "I'll be back." Then you came in there and you sat down, and I knew something was wrong just by the look on your face. Like I said, you have this gloss to your eyes. You just look totally different.
So I had a seizure and you came and got me, or I had a seizure.
You had a
came back?
seizure in the bathroom.
And then I came back in there?
No. When you got off the podcast, when you said,
okay.
"I'm going to go lay down," you came in the living room, but you, like you said, you still had your phone going. And you kept saying, "I'm going to lay down." But I knew something was wrong by the look on your face. It's just a total different look, you know? And then I just kept following you around. I asked you if you took your meds, and you told me I was acting like a drill sergeant or some shit. And I was like, oh my God.
I don't remember that either.
Yeah, and I was like, son, come on now.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I didn't know those things happened.
I
That
love
is
that
very
she
interesting.
talks about flipping you on your side like you're still like tiny. She's like, boop.
Right. And she was like, "Then I cuddle you." I was just like, I'm just imagining all this because she's like right here. Yeah. And when I give my mom a hug, I can put my head on the top of her head like that. So, yeah. Did you see the video I posted when my mom was there? She's holding me. It was.
I'm
don't
sure I
think
saw
I-
it, but I don't remember it now.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
I don't know if that would be a thing to say. That was funny to watch, maybe. At first, I was like, I cried
You can
watching
say
it.
it.
Yeah, at first I watched it and I cried and I was like, oh shit, my mom's fucking saved my life. That's what that did. But I might post it again soon. I was laying down and I was having a seizure laying on my back. And the edge of the bed was on my left hand side and my mom was on my right, so I couldn't roll to my right because she was on my right. I think we were watching TV sitting on my bed, and that's what happened. But I can't really remember. I do have the recording.
Well, now it's going to
saved
be
it.
interesting to see which way you flip yourself or like how that works. Like knowing how
I
to
think
lay on
that
your
one I
side
might
if
have
you always
been
turn to the same
facing.
side or
That one I might have been facing off of the bed because I do remember her like holding me so I don't fall on the floor.
okay. So you might have rolled that way.
Yeah. And for like 30 seconds I was shaking and I was just like, wow, it looks wild for it to be 30 seconds. And I was just like, just sitting there shaking the whole 30
Yeah, you
seconds.
can see how hard it is to really get a time. Like
Yeah.
from a spectator when somebody's watching it, I can tell why that's not the first thing to come to mind is like start a timer.
Yeah. She was like holding me and
That
she
is
was like,
pretty
come on,
satisfying.
sunshine. Come on, sunshine. And yeah, I was coming out of it. Yeah. She was there doing that for like
You
30
guys
or
ever
40.
tried like the baby wipe to the face or something like that to just stimulate other senses, bring you back faster?
I don't recall.
They've
I
figured
haven't.
out that worked with me coming out of the bad ones.
What is it? Put something on your face, you said?
Just a washcloth, or yeah, it was a spray bottle or a washcloth or so like something cold or warm or like a paper towel, like something wet basically would apparently just bring me back faster.
Mhm.
From what
I'll
they
look
said,
into that.
it's not like an every time thing. They'll try that. I'll tell them to try that before the Nasolam. Like even if it seems like it's a long one or a bad one, don't even go for the rescue med until you tried like everything else. And that's one of the things on the list.
Yeah, the turning on my side on like self-consciously, that was interesting to hear too. Yeah, just like yeah.
We're gonna keep learning more stuff about ourselves that we don't even know for like our whole lives.
She said I told her she was acting like a drill sergeant. Um, I don't remember that. That's why I apologize. I don't say things like that.
That tells you that wasn't you. But she already knew.
Those are
They
interesting
know
things to
best when
hear.
it's
Like,
just a different look that's not you.
yeah, those are interesting to hear when it's weeks later and you're like, I said that. Yeah.
Well, that's what you want to keep track of because then if you hear it's getting like more and more, that's when I start blaming it on the meds.
Yeah,
That's when I was
Joshua.
back in that cycle of when you take this one and up and up and up.
Kate's over there free balling. She's taking no meds.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. She's playing with fire. I couldn't do it.
What did you just decide to do that, or?
Let's see. Oh no, it's been a long time in the making. I got RNS in 2018. They
Oh, okay,
got
so
it.
yeah, I knew you got the RNA.
Yeah. So they had that last surgery got, I mean, 2 years ago. Like it's been on and doing what it does for like 2 years. But I was nowhere near talking to the doctors about how to get down on the meds, and that was the whole game plan with doing the surgeries was eventually to try to control the seizures with the RNS exclusively. And that just wasn't happening fast enough for me. So took things into my own hands and just started experimenting. I took a lot of notes on time of day. You know, I played with taking the medications at different times of day to try to, because insomnia and drowsiness, like those kinds of things made a big difference. So I was trying to take the meds at different times of the day, and that didn't make a difference. You know, just taking some of them 8 hours apart instead of 12 hours and things like that still didn't make a difference. They agreed that that 4 meds were too much, but they still wanted me to stay on like 3 medications. And I was kind of just done playing the game, I would say.
Yeah.
Started
What
that on October. Yeah. I missed a couple doses around the end of October. But then I started it on a regular basis on purpose the first week of November 4th. So that's the last time I took the November 3rd was like that first Monday in November was the last time I took like the full day's worth of meds, which at this point in at that month I was only taking like a quarter of one of the 1,000 milligram Keppra tablets. So I cut that dose in half for a month, cut that dose in half for a month. So I've been doing this since like September.
Okay.
And I knew doing it like slow was the key to getting through this without any more. And yeah, now we're just measuring the data, and I'll decide after. I want to give it 3 months. If it's not like clearly getting worse to like the point of an ER, then I want to like do it for a full 3 months and then go back over the data and see, you know, if it was worth it. So far, I'm sleeping better, definitely have more energy, and I like it a lot better without the meds. I
Are
still
you
had
gonna
like
tell your
four
neurologist?
seizures a month. I don't know if I have. Yeah, the insurance will still be around if we leave Florida. So I can get away with telling neurologists. I think I'll be able to get hooked up with another doctor and team and everything up there.
No,
Pretty
I
much.
mean, like, are you gonna like let the neurologist know, like, I stopped taking this because I don't want to anymore?
Well, I was debating not telling the neurologist anything new in case they want to like get rid of me. I've had doctors like pretty much dump me before, and I don't know if I want to risk that with this one. So I might just kind of keep everything regular. She'll see that I haven't requested any refills on Keppra in like a year, so that might spark some interest. But if she doesn't ask, then I won't tell, and we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, my mom was, she was like, if you're not gonna take the Omvi, um, you still should get it. Yeah, she was like, still get your refills, because that same doctor that's given me a year's worth of lamotrigine, um, he gave me Omvi because he decided Omvi was the fastest thing he could think of. Um, yeah, like literally, like I was like, I'm getting muscle spasms like this, and I'm taking 12, and it was working. And then he was just like, you should try Omvi for that. Like there was no break in my sentence, and I was just like, we're doing this over video chat. We're not gonna prescribe medications over video chat. I'm sorry. You've done no tests. Like the first thing you decide is Omvi. Like what else is there besides Omvi? What
There
made
was
you
no
say Omvi?
warnings for you about like when you take this medication, don't do this or interactions or like any of that.
Right. Yeah, he was just like, try Omvi, give you a prescription for this. Didn't even tell me the dosage, but yeah, he was just like, titrate up by half a pill a week. And I was just like, no, I'm gonna pass. I thought about it, like maybe think of doing it just for the insomnia, but then I was just like, there's gonna be some other side effects with that, so just stick with
And
the
who knows if you're
insomnia.
not going to be dependent.
Yeah.
Getting on it in 2 weeks is going to take like a month to get off and still feel like shit for another week.
Yeah, that's why I
Hate
won't get
those.
on any of like the freaking mood stabilizers or any of that stuff that they want to get me on because of like lamotrigine and all that shit. Because I don't want to deal with the dependency on those
You're on the
things.
Motrigine?
Yeah,
Me too.
yeah, I just don't
Me,
want to deal with
me
it.
three.
Yeah, because I know well, one, I've known so many people who have dealt with that, who have gotten abused those medications and all that stuff, and I don't even want to go down that road. Um, and that, and just don't want to. You can't just like stop taking those meds.
Can't just
So,
stop taking any seizure meds though.
yeah. I wasn't talking about like the seizure meds. I was talking about like the mood stabilizers and stuff. Yeah.
Better than Keppra.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I don't have to take that anymore.
Me either. I do got something. It says, when do you accept your meds aren't working? Pretty much the title. I've changed medications 3 to 4 times now, and lacosamide just isn't working, I guess. It's had the least mental impact, so I've really not wanted to give it up, but I'm having TCs every couple of weeks. Every couple of weeks for months now. Next appointment is in April. This is what we will cover. I'm just curious how other people handle it. How they handle when meds aren't working. Oh no, it says when do you accept your meds aren't working?
Usually
I'd
if I
say
have
I'm
one of
doing
those
that
embarrassing
now.
public seizures,
Again?
I would say I have to accept it when if I have like one of those embarrassing seizures in public that just wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't that week of the month. I drank enough water. I wasn't stressed out, and like a fucked up seizure just ruined a good day. That's when I usually, that's when I'm planning on considering going back on the meds if something like that happens. But up until now, I just pay attention to the triggers and eliminate all that and hope it goes well.
When I accept that the meds aren't working, I don't think they're working now, to be honestly. I'm having seizures, so I think I just accepted that it's going to be this one that I'm comfortable not having seizures on. I think other than that,
I didn't really ever go into it ever kind of thinking anything was gonna work. I was just kind of like, yeah, if it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
yeah,
Let's figure it out.
Yeah, I
I'm
just
pretty
took it
much
as
at the.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
You
I was
first.
just gonna say, it's pretty much to the point with me. It's like every time I'm like, oh, that one didn't work, so they either upped the dose or added something when they couldn't up the dose anymore. And now it's to the point where they're like, you should go be assessed for surgery. So that's where I'm at and hoping. I mean, my seizures are in the best place they've ever been, but I'm on 4 meds and it's not great on 4 meds. Let's just put it that way. And I'm hoping that at we can at least find out something during the assessment that can maybe help me get off of some of these meds and keep me in a decent spot, even if I don't have surgery.
Either way, you're going to
That
give them enough data to find out all your options so you can actually
that's
have a hand in making your own.
right, because I wasn't going to go any further with where I was at. So I've moved to a higher level epilepsy center, and they're moving on to surgery assessment now, which scares the shit out of me, but I don't really have any other choice. It's either continue to take this concoction of meds or try and find another way. And I'm hoping I can try and find another way that doesn't involve them cutting my head open.
I did not want to say I'm scared for you, but I'm pretty.
I'm terrified. You can say it.
Yeah, I don't like
But I mean,
surgeries.
it's not gonna, surgery itself doesn't scare me. I think I've had like 13 surgeries in my life. So, I mean, the act of having surgery isn't really surgery doesn't scare
Yes.
me. But the fact that they might cutting my head open is a whole other thing. Working on my brain is another thing. They've cut open my spine twice. Cutting open to my brain is something completely different.
Yeah, you can return not yourself.
Right.
That makes sense. Return not yourself. You could wake
But
up
maybe
not the
that's
same you.
well,
Yeah,
maybe focusing on that is more
yeah.
what's so terrifying.
I
I don't
just
think
I'm
you're
not
likely to
focusing on
not
it,
return
and
it yourself. Okay.
I'm not focusing on it. I'm not even I'm not just at the very beginning. I just met my doctor one time. I haven't even started the process yet, and I know it's going to take probably years from now to even get to the point where they would say, yeah, this is what we want to do if surgery is what they think. That's not something they decide in a week. There's a
Oh, you don't even meet
shit
the
ton of,
surgeon for like another year.
right. There's a shit ton of tests they got to do first.
Yeah.
So this part doesn't scare me. If it gets to that part, I'm gonna be shitting bricks.
Bring somebody with you to as many of the appointments and consultations as possible because it's at a certain point I know you will enter a room and have a team of, and you're on the opposite end, and they might go literally like down the line and just expect you to ask her, or like they lay out the plan of this procedure on this date. You get
That's
it,
not gonna happen
and
for a long time, right? Because I'm not in a position where that can happen right now.
No, I wouldn't expect that to happen literally before like until you have the date of the inpatient procedure of like maybe the first procedure. Because again, this
Okay,
was 3 surgeries, I think.
I don't have to worry about it then.
I think I'm just like done. Like, what's the term they use? Going under the knife. Yeah,
Could be.
it's been quite a bit already because I've had, um,
That's why I'm on 4 meds.
yeah, I had surgery on my hip twice, um, and that was to fix something that had already happened. So that was 3 times. And then there was a time where I was little. So yeah, there was about 4 or 5, 6 times. Can't exactly remember. But yeah, I'm kind of just done going to get work.
Yeah, I don't think I could do like the what is it, the RNS or anything like that. Because I mean, I have enough issues with like my seizures, feeling like I'm losing a little bit of myself each time. I could only imagine like just that fear of just not being the same
I mean, I
coming
don't
out.
feel it zapping me, but who
No,
knows?
no, I mean like just
You
the
know,
same.
if it wasn't.
What was your
No,
biggest fear going
I
into the
think that way.
surgery?
I didn't
What
take
was your
any
biggest fear?
fucking notes. I had no journal. I took no notes. I don't want to talk to the only guy that was in my life around that time. So, yeah, I don't think I really had anybody to vent to for those years.
Well, the
And
only
I'm
person
not.
that knows anything about mine is dead, so
Yes, yes. So we're kind of on the same page about that one. I don't remember, but I do remember that one scene of medical professionals and me on this side, and I know that was before at least one of the surgeries. So I do
uh,
remember assuming like this is legit. I know I've been here before, that I trust these doctors, but like why the fuck are they setting this up? Like, like I feel like I'm on probation right now. And yeah,
you're here at your probation hearing.
it could it can be intimidating. Oh, it shit does not look like a waiting room at all. Like the courtroom looks more welcoming.
Where's your parole hearing?
Oh God, I love it. And that's why I come here now. Because I think I'm
Right.
literally gonna uncover more memories from the past by just bringing up anything. And I'm seriously like sometimes a song, like some random song from back in the day would bring up a really random memory, but I know it would be like a scent or something that I know is a real memory. And
Do
that's the
you
cool
have
thing
the
about this
problem?
memory.
Do you have the problem where like something will trigger a memory and like you know it's there, but you can't really, you know there's something there, but you can't remember it?
Yeah, you can't quite put
That's when
point that.
I go on the notepad, the note app, and I'll just start jotting down like random words. It'll be like that
Mhm.
smell of I know I smell platanos. I know it's not cold, and I know there's like a chlorine smell in the back. So maybe this was during like a barbecue or an outside thing. Like I'll jot down the most random words and have to set that reminder for like repeating every hour, starting at like later in the day or whenever I have time to think about it.
Yeah,
But yeah,
every time
I'm
I like
trying to get a hold
gasoline,
of memories.
like loose gasoline does that to me.
Oh yeah,
Or like ether.
and that triggers memories for you or seizures?
No, like what you're saying, like that memory, like you have that memory, but
Oh
you
yeah,
can't, you don't know what the fuck it is, but it's there.
exactly.
Drives me crazy.
hmm
On the post where when do you accept your meds aren't working, there is some comments, and I go through some or them since it's not that many. The first one says, if lacosamide isn't working for you, you need to talk to your neurologist now via message. Try a different medication or add on another medication. You should not risk TCs for 4 months. Correct. Another one says, anticonvulsants don't work for me when I'm having convulsions. So while taking them, this does not include the times I forget to take my meds or do not sleep enough. Another comment is, I'm in the process of planning surgery. My seizures haven't stopped. They're actually getting worse. Another comment here says, been changing meds and the dosage since I was 20, 14 years ago. Another one says, hello, I'm diagnosed and unmedicated. Am I supposed to ask neurologist for meds? I think so. What do you guys
That's
think
the only
about
way to
that?
get him. I mean, you got to get him from a doctor, and some kind of doctor.
When they say undiagnosed too.
Yeah, I'm diagnosed and
Oh,
unmedicated. Should
Oh, you
I
gotta
ask
go
the
get diagnosed.
neurologist for meds? Yeah,
Yeah.
you should.
oh,
I don't know. I would encourage them to ask about an EEG too.
Well, yeah,
I
you
mean,
gotta
the
go get
doctor's going to be
diagnosed. You
quick
gotta
to
get the
give that.
tested.
I would definitely be asking questions, figure
Yeah.
out what's going on.
Like, are you
Exactly.
having
Get a doctor
seizures
who's
without
ready to give
reporting
you
them?
answers.
I'm going to go through that comment because there are some responses from the author. It says, depending on what country you're from, makes a difference. In the U.S., if you're having seizures and are unmedicated, I'd say go to the nearest urgent care, not the ER, and let them know what's going on. They will likely give you Keppra and referral to a neurologist for further treatment. And the other person responded, I have a neurologist, but not medicated. I am diagnosed. I know this sounds like I'm complaining, but I'm sick most days. Unwell is how I describe it. And the author responded, then send a message to your neuro. Like my hospital uses my chart. I sent a message direct to their office a couple hours ago. The other person responded back, I sent one and it went to the wrong doctor. I have an appointment with neuro on Wednesday. Do you or anyone experience debilitating pain in stomach? It's daily for me.
Been having a lot of
Yeah.
stomach issues.
That's probably a combination of medication and diet. Because if I don't eat correctly with the medication, depending on how much you're taking or whatever, oh man, that destroys my gut.
Well, and I get up in the
This guy
morning and I
says,
can't eat.
Yeah, or I'll wake up or in the middle of the night like throwing up like stomach acid if I haven't eaten enough dinner or anything like that. It's
Did
yeah.
going too long without ever trigger seizures for you guys?
Do what?
Did going too long without eating or drinking something cause seizures for you guys?
Eating will sometimes do that for me.
Not eating or eating too much?
Not eating. Not
Oh,
eating.
okay.
Yeah, that'll do it sometimes, which sucks because, like you said, the medication sometimes makes it hard to eat because it makes everything taste like you're eating cotton balls.
this
Or you
person
just don't
isn't
want to
even
eat
taking
anything.
medication though.
Yeah.
No, drinking is hard enough.
Yeah, I was just saying like this person isn't taking medication at all. And Josh, you were saying it can be hard to take meds. This person isn't even doing that.
Oh yeah. So that doesn't sound like a neuro issue. That sounds like you need a gastroenterologist. You're going to the wrong doctor.
Yeah, I was just thinking to say that next. Yeah, go see about your gut because yeah, you need that.
I mean, your neuro is probably gonna if you are well, you don't have a neuro either.
Let me
So
start with the PCP.
like yeah,
The PCP will ask the right questions to figure out if you're just stressing so hard that you're puking.
yeah. My
You
neuro
know,
has
something like that.
What's up with your neuro, Josh? You were talking, then you stopped.
so my neuro referred me to a gastroenterologist when I was having the stomach issue. So, like you said, the primary will probably do the same.
One more comment says, I have experienced changes in medication. In medication not working when getting different results with the seizure activity rather than more positive results take place. What have you found helps frontal lobe seizures? I have been prescribed 1,000 milligrams of Tegretol, but I still have symptoms, but they have been lessened to about 80% with the medicine. Is there anything better? I think mine's are coming from the right side.
I think mine are right temporal.
Yeah, I wouldn't know where people's seizures are coming from to answer this question, but this person is asking for advice. The first comment here says, I've tried 4 or 5 meds over the years just to find the best fit. Different doctors like meds. Says different
Eat your
doctors like
veggies.
different meds as well. You probably need a higher dose. Have you talked to your doctor? And the person responded, thank you for your reply. I'm definitely going to relook at this with the doctor as well. It is definitely a hard balance. And you guys having frontal lobe? I should have asked when there was a bigger room full of people.
I don't
I
know
don't think they said
for
they
sure.
start there, but I know when they generalized, there was activity in the frontal lobe too. But
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I got another one here. It says when to call nasalium. No, when to call 911 after nasalium. When to call your nasalium. Anyhow, when to call 911 after nasalium. I'm feeling aura and staying with a friend. My seizures are most often first thing in the morning, so I just showed her my nasalium. What's been everyone's experience using it? Do you advise calling 911 anyway to prevent SUDEP if it doesn't stop? I've never taken a rescue med. Yeah, just I've never taken the nasalium. There's been a lot of times where I might be alone having a seizure, or I'm with people who just send me to the hospital because they're scared or traumatized or whatever word they like to use. When to call 911? If I was someone else, to help me, I guess they say call like after 5 minutes or something like that. Never had anyone come save me, so haven't taken the nasalium yet. It's just there. It is in my possession, and actually, I believe it's expired. I've had it so long.
Should refill it.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Mark was also saying don't throw away the other one because
It might still be good or
right,
be better than nothing.
right. That's what he was saying. Be better than nothing. That's what I'm thinking. Call 911 to prevent SUDEP. I don't think it works like that. I think if you have SUDEP, you're going to call the 911 because you're not waking up. Yeah, because I guess I've had someone told me it was 9 and 20 minutes. So yeah, taking nasalium with that. SUDEP just comes when you're having a seizure. Doesn't matter. Wait, I don't know. So I will say it doesn't matter what kind of seizure, but I don't know. So you just die. I mean, or not wake up, or I don't exactly know what the word is.
I don't know if
I
anyone
I
always
had a
picture it
seizure
knows.
as
and I
like
just
the
stopped.
seizure starts and exactly like it starts, but you never come back.
Yeah, I put it like
That's
this. I
what I
just
would say,
stopped
And
whether it's
breathing.
like that one seizure or a cluster and then like a really bad one or whatever brings it on. It's
Andrea, were
that
you
or
saying
you
something?
just that or it's just an unattended death and you have epilepsy, so they blame it on SUDEP because they can't figure anything else out. So they say it's
Yeah,
SUDEP. Well, we can't say find anything else, so we'll just say it's SUDEP.
right.
They have a
Yeah,
history of seizures.
I've just stopped breathing, so that I think that might have been SUDEP. I'm not sure, but they
No,
were
because
just
you
like
didn't
one
die.
after seizure. Uh, the ambulance had to come get me. No, I didn't die. Yeah, I took a helicopter to the hospital. because it's during traffic and they weren't going to be able to drive me there fast enough. I'm assuming
Oh,
that's
wow.
what. I'm assuming that's what why. But they took me in a helicopter, and yeah, just assuming there was traffic and they couldn't get there fast enough. What were you saying?
Getting life flight though, that's serious.
Yeah,
The helicopter.
yeah, it's rough.
Glad you made it through.
Me too, and quite a bit of other people. Um, Here are some comments though. One says nasalium can take 5 to 15 minutes to start working. Generally speaking, if you're not returning to baseline after 5 minutes of seizure onset, it's strongly recommended to call 911 or seek medical treatment. With that being said, many people do not want to go to the ER if the first dose of nasalium doesn't stop the seizure. The second dose may be administered in the nostril. After that, if you still aren't coming back, you really need emergency treatment. You also cannot take more than 2 doses of nasalium within 24-hour period. Well, I didn't know that either. That's very good to know. Another one here says, just had this similar conversation with my epileptologist. He advised as soon as the TC starts, take the first dose, don't wait. The effect should pretty quick, and if the seizure doesn't stop after 10 minutes, take the next dose. If your friend is scared, which like they will be if one occurs, tell them it's completely okay to call 911 if they do so. Like the other person said, if you're having a seizure, after 5 minutes, you need to be going to the ER. One more comment says, this seems to be the question with multiple answers, but let me write out the procedure my neurologist told me for when I have a tonic-clonic seizure with just parts regarding nasalium. First, wait 3 minutes. If the seizure isn't stopping or slowing down, have someone administer 2 doses, 1 in each nostril. 2, call 911. And 3, if the seizure is still going strong for another 5 minutes, administer two more doses again, 1 in each nostril. Though, by the point of the paramedics would probably have arrived, in which case whoever administered the doses would explain the situation and the paramedics would take over. I didn't know anything about those no more than 2 in 12 hours.
I didn't know you could. Oh, okay, 2 in 12 hours. Okay, I thought they were talking 2 back
Oh,
to
2
back.
in 24 hours, it said.
24. Okay.
Yeah,
I would have
didn't
never
know
known.
that.
No, that is pretty important though.
Right.
If you administer the nasal and it doesn't stop, then yeah, you're calling the 911 or whatever. But sometimes I'm always kind of paranoid about what the operators are going to tell us to do. Like, if you tell them that you already administered some kind of medication on the patient, I don't know if like anybody should ever trust what the 911 operator tells them to do every time. If you have that intuition of like they're telling you to give them meds again and that might lead to an overdose, then that just might not always be the best advice, that's for sure. That's another reason to just always have the family on the same page, or whoever is most likely to be there to have to administer the nasal. If it does get to the point where you call 911, don't give me more meds. Yeah, I guess that's something else we can add to the list.
Something else. Another box to check off. Got another post here. It says, anyone else experience anything similar? Hey, lovely community. I had a grandma after being seizure free for 4 years. Prior to that, it was 10 years. Ended up coding and being placed on a ventilator for a day. Extremely lucky to be alive. Was on 400 milligrams of carbamazepine CR. Hospital put me on standard release via IV, and it caused damage to my kidneys. Have been discharged and now prescribed with a combination 800 milligrams of carbamazepine CR plus Briviac 100 milligrams per day. I expressed to the neurologist I cannot tolerate Keppra and was consuming cannabis previously, as it was helping for many years. Now that I am a Briviac, I'm finding consuming cannabis to give me a, in quote, slightly drunk cognitive dysfunction. Anyone else had this similar experience, please? Or any suggestions on what I can ask my neurologist to prescribe? I would like to remain on carbamazepine CR plus combination of cannabis, but I would definitely need further ASM and looking for better alternative to Briviac, please. Please feel free to share your medication information if you feel comfortable, as it could help someone experiencing something similar, and thank you in advance.
So they're looking for a substitute for the clobazam, carbamazepine.
The Briviac.
Briviac.
Someone told me it's Keppra. Keppra is a similar thing I heard.
I feel like that's the default though. For anything that's an ASM, they're going to talk about Keppra. Like it seems so misleading to say it comes from like the same family when apparently like they all do if it's not a controlled substance.
Someone told me about the Keppra being something similar to Briviac for the people who couldn't take Keppra. That's what I was saying. I gotta look that up.
Vimpat is what they're calling another common newer anti-seizure drug. So they're trying to make it sound like lacosamide. Vimpat is the like newer common substitute, or maybe the go-to if they say no to Keppra, if like allergic or whatever.
Oh, did I say Vimpat? I meant to say Briviact.
Yeah, no, you told me Briviact at first.
Oh.
And then it was it sounds like they're still talking about Keppra as the primary substitute for Briviact, but that's becoming more and more popular of like what people don't even want to try. So if the doctor will like basically let you get away without trying Keppra, the first one they'll probably go to is Vimpat, lacosamide, because they're calling that a common anti-seizure drug, but it's newer than Keppra.
Right.
And apparently every other one they're recommending more for different seizure types. So like they say lamotrigine, topiramate, like those ones that are for partial seizures, or like the Fycompa or something they say is one that has to be used with something else. Like they're not meant to be the only meds you're on. So it's complicated.
One comment here. It says some medication does have negative side effects with cannabis. This would be something you need to discuss with your specialist. If you have a Samsung device, you can put your medication information into the Samsung Health, and it will let you know if any medication has a side effect red flag with certain drugs or alcohol. But definitely reach out to your specialist or primary care physician. And the author responded, "Thank you so much. This is very helpful." And the other person responded, "Not a problem. I know my rescue med may have a side effect with cannabis, so I try to avoid some of my coworkers like the plague. Should there ever be a time when my rescue med needs to be administered? Some of them smoke worse than a cigar user, and makes me wonder how they're even still employed. Probably good workers. They just smoke weed."
Yeah, that last part seemed a little misdirected.
I got something. It says birth recommendations. My doctor wanted me to see his NP because I'm having more frequent and severe seizures. We discussed birth control because my seizures seem to be more frequent around certain points in my cycle. I made an appointment to see my OBGYN, but I wanted to see if anybody recommended specific ones. The actual purpose of preventing pregnancy isn't a concern because my husband is transgender, so there's absolutely zero chance of getting pregnant naturally. I also have very intense PCOS. Took 3 years of fertility treatments to even get pregnant. Don't ovulate naturally. I don't ovulate naturally. Um, please excuse me, I didn't know what a lot of those words mean.
Nurse practitioner is the NP, and what else did you not know?
The first comment to this is I recommend the Mirena IUD. It lasts for 7 to 8 years, stops your periods, and regulates hormonal fluctuations. Also, since the progesterone is delivered directly to the reproductive organs rather than delivered systematically through the bloodstream, you are less likely to experience progesterone related side effects. The IUD can be removed at any time if you decide you don't like it.
It's a really long time.
One comment here says, I'm in the depot injection just once every 3 months. No easy periods. Every 3 months. Okay, it says, I'm in the depot injection just once every 3 months. Easy, no periods. Okay.
I was always suspicious of that. Like, you know how long, like for however many years they've been saying that a lot of patients are drug resistant. I was always suspicious of the depot for that too. Like how if we're drug if our bodies don't respond to the epilepsy medications as good as they did, 6 months, a year ago, then I was suspicious that those depot shots weren't as effective too. I don't know. I just kind of figured it was the same concept.
Would you consider me to be medication resistant since I've had to go on this many meds and I'm heading for surgery?
Oh yeah,
I looked
absolutely.
up the definition. I looked up the definition
I
of medication resistant, and it means more than 2 meds.
All right. Well, I was on Depo-Provera for decades, I think, and I had the Mirena IUD for probably 8 years.
Congruent, like together?
For Yeah, well, I never
Damn,
had
you
it
did
taken
not want
out.
to get knocked up. Okay.
No, I had well, I was done having children and I tried to get them to tie my tubes after my son was born and they're like, "Oh no, you might want to have kids again." I'm like, "No, I've got 2 kids. I don't want to have any kids again." They're like, "But you're young. You might change your mind." So I was on hormonal birth control until my mid 40s, having constant female issues until a doctor, not to mention the surgeries that I had, until a doctor finally agreed to give me a hysterectomy.
Wow. So you literally had to like
Instant,
meet an H. Oh, wow.
instant, instant relief, instant relief of decades of problems.
That's incredible. I couldn't imagine being on the Marina and Depot.
Oh yeah, I was
Ugh.
on Depo. Well, I was on Depo for a while and then I went off of it and then I had my kids and then I went back on it from God, I was mid 20s until I think I was probably in my mid 30s.
Well, I mean, they pulled the same shit in 2020 because they didn't want to tie my tubes until I had the ectopic pregnancy. And I was on Depot. So that's around the time that I just felt like these hormonal birth controls don't work after a while because my, cycle started coming back, and I asked
I loved
the
I,
OB about that.
I never had a
Is
period, so I thought it was great.
That's the point. I thought that's what means it's working. And it did that for like the first 5 years, but
But it
then
doesn't do it for everyone.
it stopped working after a little while, and I went to the OB about that, telling him how is my seizure, how is my period just coming back? And you're trying to tell me this is still just as effective, like for real? And they went ahead and let me think that, and then I turned around and got pregnant. So yeah, hormonal birth controls are not always the way to go, especially for,
No,
yeah,
they need
for
to
anybody.
let women decide about their own bodies.
Seriously, most of all, trust yourself you feel like it's not working, then yeah, just go with your gut.
What's most shocking to me is that how I finally got my hysterectomy was a man. First
Please
Elaborate.
time I'd ever
explain.
seen him too. I'd
Please
seen
explain.
multiple female OBGYNs over the years, and I had doctor after doctor after doctor tell it like problem after problem and surgeries and procedures and sonograms and this and that and whatever, and let's have exploratory surgery and let's do this and let's do that. And yeah, exploratory surgery, Kate. Um, let's go look around just for the hell of it. Nope, we didn't find anything. Everything looks good.
Did you get a souvenir?
I didn't even get a lollipop. And I don't even remember. Somehow I ended up going to this practice. It was like a different office because my insurance changed or something. And they're like, "Do you care? You know, when's the first time we can get you in?" It was like in 9 months. And I'm like, can't you get me in sooner than that? Because I was having like a lot of pain. And they're like, "Well, do you care if you see a man?" And I was like, "Nope, I do not care. I mean, at this point, I don't care. Bring it on." And he's like, "Oh, well," and he looks through my chart and he's like, "You've already done all of the conservative treatments. Let's just go ahead and give you your hysterectomy."
What
Like
is
five
considered a
minutes,
conservative treatment?
apparently all of the shit that I'd already done for 3 decades. The US medical system is bullshit.
I got something else here. It says seizures and losing my fur baby. I need some positivity and some support. I went in for an inpatient EEG last Friday to study my seizures. While that was happening, my dog Jake, 14-year-old Corgi mix, started not being able to walk or go to the bathroom out of nowhere. I love my husband, took him for 3 vets. They said it was arthritis or herniated disc, but he's super active. He was just on a hike with us a few weeks ago. He goes on our kayak, off road, fishes, you name it. Jake loved every minute being with us. While I was on sleep deprivation, Jake declined quickly and found a vet neurologist. Since it was supposed to be a herniated disc. He was hospitalized with a drip. A drip is meds, right?
IV drip. Yeah.
IV drip, okay. They thought they were cool. He was hospitalized with a drip. I got some drip on a hanger. Anyhow, after I had 3 episodes, luckily no grand malls, 5 days later, the CT and the MRI showed that he had cancer that spread to his whole body. They couldn't keep his fever down, so I was rushed out of the hospital on clonazepam, 48-hour supply to cover bases, and thrown back on my lamotrigine so I could say goodbye to my fur baby. I'm so devastated. I'm still healing from the study, but no seizures since I left. We were supposed to go to Cancun. We won a trip, but it's non-refundable, and I can't change dates. I tried this Sunday. But I don't know if we should. Maybe I stay here, but seeing his things is ripping my heart apart. But maybe I go to relax from the world. Shut off my phone. I just feel so empty. So empty it all happened at the same time. I just miss my baby boy and I want to do what's best for my body. I just need some positivity because my head is both nowhere and everywhere, and I want to be kind to myself. Hug your fur baby. Hug your fur baby for me. Just looking for support. I don't have a fur baby, and all of you guys do. You guys want to give some support to a person who does have an animal from a person who has an animal?
Yeah, I mean, if she said you got that trip to Cancun, I would honestly take it. Take it with your husband, go out, enjoy it, honor the memory of your dog that you were able to go out and enjoy so much time with.
If your doctor thinks it's safe for you to go, because that would be scary being that far away and having medical issues after having your body put through that much stress.
Agree.
Um,
That would be
Celebrate
my
the
biggest
memory
concern.
of. I mean, if you don't want to ditch the trip, obviously, you can turn it into a good one as long as you are prepared for what could potentially be the worst, and that would be if you needed medical care. So look into that, and then definitely do all the preparation you can to enjoy it however it would work best. Like some people would want to do stuff and that kind of reminds them of the dog, but other people would, it sounds like this one might want to more just like turn everything off and disconnect and be gone, like, you know, reset. So whatever, however it works out, just do whatever it feels like is best for you and trust your intuition on that.
So sorry that you're going through that. I'm trying to imagine having an animal, but it's not coming to me.
That sucks. We lost one last year. Or that was last year. We lost one last December. But
How
he was
old
old,
was he?
18.
Oh, damn. Did you have him the whole 18
Oh,
years?
No, we adopted. We actually only had him for a couple of years. We adopted him as a senior. So we went into the shelter and I went in there and I was like, which one's been here the longest? And so we adopted him. And so we had him for a few years and then he just ended up he had kidney disease when we got him. So his kidney disease just progressed. And to the point to where he was having problems with incontinence and things like that, and just having a whole lot of issues where he wasn't eating and he was losing a lot of weight. So we had to put him down.
So you said incontinence. So it's like basically, I know what incontinence is, but for a dog, was he just like leaking?
Yeah, he would, and he wouldn't. He'd stop using the litter box. He had just completely stopped using it, and was just kind of just going. Mhm.
A lot of these terms are pretty much the same for people in, later in life. You
Mhm.
do make like diapers for dogs at that point, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of the same things that happen in kidney disease to people. It happens to dogs. That's awesome that he had such a long life, though. Definitely like best last couple years
Yeah.
with you guys, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's kind of what we wanted to do. We wanted to adopt a senior cat and get him out of the shelter. That's what we do. We adopt and like the ones we have right now. We just went in there and just grabbed two guys from the shelter.
where I got Jinx
Yeah,
at too.
yeah. We went in there and we grabbed them both at the same time because we wanted siblings. They're not from the same litter, but so we
They're
got them.
bonded.
Yeah.
There is one comment. It says, I am so sorry this happened to you. This is terrible. Personally, I'd say still go on that trip to work through your grief.
Sometimes a change of scenery helps a lot. Kind of lets you look inward from an outside perspective.
To that first comment, the author responded, thanks, friend. I'm walking so much normal. Speech is back, so physically I'm better, just not mentally about my pup. I haven't even gone to our house yet, just been at my parents'. It's just too hard, so I think we will go. It's only for 2 nights, so we can just relax on the beach. Sounds nicer than going home yet. Yeah, I couldn't
Yeah,
imagine losing an animal.
2 nights in Cancun, just go and do it.
Yeah, if it's free too.
Yeah, that's a weekend trip.
It says law school, ambition, and employment with epilepsy. I am going on 9 months unemployed after I had to resign from undiagnosed, unmedicated focal seizures that were basically happening daily. I've since been medicated on 250 milligrams of lamotrigine. I've applied to some top law schools that are known for their intensity, and I low key think they might not accept me because of the recency of the crisis. I'm applying for jobs and have an interview tomorrow, but I am worried about going into demanding high stress work. I am super ambitious. I am and want to be successful, but I'm worried that I might not be able to, end quote, cut it. That these symptoms will be too much even with medication. I do think my condition is on the, end quote, lower end of severity. I've never had a grand mal seizure except maybe once in my sleep. I've significantly reduced them, and with the medication, they only happened when I was titrating up and was adjusting to the meds. I quit drinking, smoking weed, practicing mindfulness, EDMR, and EDMR to distress. And I'm about to schedule procedures with an ENT to fix my sleep apnea, but still worried about how my ambition will affect these symptoms and if it's not sustainable. Anyone else having experience with high stress employment and these symptoms, how they mitigated them, etc.
I just kind of take it day by day. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I will say though, you're on lamotrigine, and if you're doing law school stuff, that's a lot of memorization. So
I
good
would
luck
just
to you.
suggest like be realistic at this point. Like
Yeah.
if you have the skills and everything that it takes to make it through, like if this is supposed to happen, if this is your, intended whatever, but I don't have any experience in that, so I wouldn't physically, like know exactly how intense it is. But if that's one of your triggers and you know that, then go into this with, kind of being able to see the big picture. Is this really worth it? Is this what's good for you? Not just can you do it, but that might end up leaving you with, just still not in the best place.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. If I didn't have
yeah.
to do what I do right now, I wouldn't be doing it. But I got to do it to keep a roof over my head. So it's things like that. If I could have a better job and things like that, and work a better career that was not as, what would you say, detrimental to my health in the way of stress, then I would do that in a second. But unfortunately, things don't work out that way.
And there's another post here talking about side effects. Somebody's saying that they've been on levetiracetam 500 milligrams twice a day for just over 3 years. So that's a pretty low dose. Saying I was put on it after a major tonic-clonic caused by a brain bleed. About a year later, I had successful surgery to remove the cavernoma, and I've been seizure-free ever since. Over the past month, I've suddenly started feeling really nauseous, dizzy, low in mood, extremely irritable, and just off. What's confusing is that all my recent scans have been fine. EEGs are actually improving. Everything online says Keppra side effects usually settle after a while, but there's almost nothing about side effects appearing years later. I'm seeing my neurologist tomorrow, but I wanted to ask here to hear from others who lived with experience. Has anyone developed new or worsening side effects after being on levetiracetam long term? Did anything help, or did you end up switching meds? Any insight? I don't know about new side effects starting after I've been on the medication a while, but that has happened if I up the dose. And
Mhm.
that's what they do pretty commonly with Keppra. So I
No,
would still blame that on the meds.
my dose eventually got high enough that I started turning into a rage monster, among other things, when I was on Keppra.
And that's what they're saying in the comments is that the side effects never really changed, but over the years I became more and more aware of how this medication actually works. That's one of the reasons why I don't have any problems with it anymore. And OP says, how'd you do it? I feel like this medicine has begun to control my life after being on it with no problems for years. I did this by taking things step by step and really engaging with the situation. Giving up Keppra wasn't an option, so I had to learn to accept it. Meditation, like natural awareness, helps me to see my emotions, positive or negative, more clearly and to appreciate both. There are those 2 hours before taking the next pills. This is a very good moment to meditate, to give me strength for the day. Over time, I've learned to say stop when I feel like I'm getting unjustifiably angry. To take a deep breath, pause, and see if the feeling really comes from me or if it's this substance that's working inside me. In the end, I believe that these medications made me more conscious and stronger. Maybe that's an illusion, maybe not, but it's that thought that sustains me. Wow, this person literally had to like rework their entire function of thinking to process their emotions because somebody told them they couldn't give up Keppra. Wow. And somebody else came back after that just saying, in the end, the decision is always yours. The medication is meant to make you feel better, not worse. Ultimately, you can weigh things together with your neurologist to decide what makes most sense. For some people, lighter substances are enough to prevent seizures. That wasn't the case for me. But that option simply didn't exist because my seizures were too strong. Other people just saying that they didn't get that. Not my symptoms went away after a few weeks.
I was
Somebody
fine at
suggests that it
first
could
with it.
be vitamin deficiencies. Yeah, a lot of other people are saying multivitamins and things like that might actually just get you back on track. I mean, OP on this one is just saying that they feel off. They're not specifying like hair loss or breakouts or like specific things like that. So you can't really tell if it is just like something off on the vitamin, whatever, like potassium or iron or something like that. Yeah, not until you get the lab work done. But pay attention, and anytime I would just suggest like if you feel that there is something off, then get the workup, get the test. You probably feel something at the beginning before there's even more evidence that you can't ignore.
Yeah. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna go pass out. I feel like crap.
So I got something here. It says, I was offered rescue medication, but I'm scared. I asked my epileptologist whether I need to take any precautions when traveling, as I'll probably be flying to see my family around Christmas. He responded by offering either a preventative clonazepam in intranasal rescue, Valtoco or diazepam, or even both. I am hesitant to accept either of these options. Don't get me wrong. I know how useful they can be. That said, I am not diagnosed yet, though he pretty strongly suspects I have epilepsy. I'm a little scared of becoming dependent. I already take clonazepam 0.5 milligrams during my period. Further, the flight is only 2.5 to 3 hours long, so it's only 2.5 to 3 hours long. So if someone were to administer a rescue medication, I'm really scared of how groggy I'd be afterwards. I wouldn't fly alone, of course, but it still scares me. Finally, and maybe this is a stretch, I'm scared of having so many benzos on my medication history. It's hard enough for me to be taken seriously in the ER when my doctor tells me to go focal aware presentation. So I'm afraid that I'll look like I'm drug seeking, and if I have all these benzos with no epilepsy diagnosis. I won't ask for opinions on whether I should do it or not, since that year's a bit too close to asking for medical advice. That said, I'm curious about your experiences with flying and having a rescue or preventative available, or whether anyone has had the same fears I have now. Um, just like me, when I went on a concert and just decided not to tell anyone, I did that with some flights, which was it was way worse than it was on that at the concert, because just like posting pictures that I'm in a few other counties away going to a concert was different than when they just look on Instagram and I'm thousands of miles away, supposed to be in California, and they're like, why does this say he's in this city or that city? I think I was like in Detroit, and it was a layover, and I get a message like, where are you at? Why are you in St. Louis? And I was like, I'm not in St. Louis, but the picture behind me said St. Louis on the sign, like where you stay, like where you're supposed to go if your flight is. And I didn't even notice the sign. I just took a picture in front of the sign, and it said, I forgot what I said it said.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
confusing. St. Louis or something.
yeah, there we go. It said St. Louis. And I've never been to St. Louis. I don't even know what state it's in. I always hear the St.
I
Louis
would probably say
Rams.
I would say the wrong thing, so I don't know. Missouri, actually?
I was going to say that St. Louis, Missouri sounds kind of right.
Yeah, it sounds familiar, but I always get Missouri and like Mississippi confused, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever, we'll figure out where we live.
Yeah. I haven't exactly had any
Oh,
fears.
Andrea probably telling us we got it right.
I didn't see you, Andrea. Um,
It's cool. She's making a snack. Oh,
uh,
there you go. You got a perfect shot.
what I was gonna say. So when I took a flight, yeah, like I said, I just didn't tell anybody because,
Made sense at the time.
yeah, it made sense to me in my head that I could get on a flight with nobody knowing, going 3,000 miles away, because I felt like it. Yeah. I'm glad I did not have a seizure on a layover, because it did cross my mind, like, what if I have a seizure and now I'm in Denver or something and I missed my flight? I never figured out, do they make you pay for another flight? And be like, I missed this flight. Can I get on the next one? How does that work? Anybody know?
As far as I know, if you get like if you don't miss the flight like on your fault, like your negligence or something, then I thought they would put you on the next one, or just like put you on a different one to get that, like rework it somehow. But I never knew that to be prepared for like paying for another flight in case you get a layover or miss the next one or something.
That is a question I'd like to ask. Does anybody have? Um, hmm,
I took a
Roland?
train sooner than a plane. I don't know.
Um, that is a question I want to ask. Seizure on a layover. How would you go about that if you missed your flight because you had a seizure?
I
What
would
would you
reach
do?
out to the airline. This was a medical emergency outside of my control. I don't want to say play the empathy card, but I mean lay out the facts. This was obviously not the customer's choice. So, if you don't want to get a shit review and somebody like fighting paying for the next ticket, just get them to where they were trying to fly to.
I was,
And if you don't
I
want to help,
think,
then who's your supervisor? Like next level up, somebody's going to help out because of that.
I think someone did say that when I got home. I was like, what if you would have got stuck in another state or something like that?
More to think about, but that's not something we always do anyway.
It's very interesting. If I would have just got left in some random Maryland or wherever the case, would have made some friends in another state.
Fuck it, depending on when you got laid over in Maryland, we might have met earlier.
Oh shit, that would have been dope. Meet Kate in an airport.
It would have been in Maryland, it would have been like 2012, 13, 10, something like that. Sometime between
Wow.
2010 and 2013.
Yeah, that was a while back. That was a good year for me. Um,
Oh yeah.
oh yeah.
You might have caught my
Fresh
attention.
out of high school.
So Andrea,
It
how's
was like
dinner?
early 20s.
Second dinner.
Love it. So
Um,
if it's round 2, must be pretty good.
Well, I
I
ate
got a
fried
bagel.
rice a little bit ago, and then I saw him eat a bagel, and I was still hungry, so I went and made a sausage and cheese muffin.
Long as you had your veggies.
It
I
was
got some.
vegetable fried rice.
I got
I made
some.
it last night.
What's it called?
Perfect.
I got some of those. Not those. They're not like those. What's it called? White Castle, little slider things. I got some of those. I ate all the breakfast ones. They weren't White Castle. They were some other kind of just breakfast sausage egg thing. And yeah, I got those mainly because I can just throw them in the microwave and then 1 minute and it's done. It's never frozen. It's always in the refrigerator. Yeah.
These are just, I buy English muffins, and I'll slice them in half and throw them in the toaster and put a slice of cheese on it. And I buy the pre-made frozen sausage patties, and I just throw them in the microwave and put one of those on it. They're pretty good. This one's just okay. The English muffin's kind of dry, I think.
Sometimes I don't eat because I don't want to make food, you know? So if I got to go in there and cut that and then put this one in the microwave and put this in the toaster, I'm going to pass for a snack, something that could be open real quickly, you know what I mean?
I got those too. That's why I got Slim Jims and crackers sitting right next to me. And the half-eaten pack of graham crackers.
I had some of those yesterday, graham crackers.
Me too.
That's
funny.
like me. I overeat sometimes because I'm eating while something is in the microwave. So then I'm not hungry when everything's done, which really sucks.
Yep.
But yeah, that's usually me. We did
Or
not
I'll
get
forget the food is in there, go light up, and then I'm not eating anything after I smoke for like 4 hours. So then that gets cold again. So yeah, whatever. I'm still glad I'm not on the meds. 'Cause I'm losing weight a lot easier.
It's so
That's
cold.
another reason I'm not getting back on the meds. Nah, not down here.
Oh,
need
it's
to
cold
gain
in
It's
here.
been really perfect.
It's so
How is it for
cold
you now,
here.
Andrea?
I need to gain weight.
You're working on it.
I try, but it doesn't work. Most of the time I can't eat, and even when I do, it doesn't work. I've looked at a weight thing that I had, and I've lost 40 pounds in the last like 4 or 5 years.
Oh wow.
I haven't lost much weight because I usually just stay in between like 182 to 167. But then there's those times where like I'll eat really good for like 2 weeks and I'll be like lower 190s and I'll be all excited looking at the I almost said speedometer, looking at the
I thought you were gonna say 6-pack or something.
um What's the thing you weigh yourself on? I forgot what the name of it is.
Scale.
There you go. My brain. Um, yeah. So I can get to like the early low 190s, and I'm always smiling about it for a few days, and then I look back at it, and I'm like, I've been eating. Like, why am I 184 now? Um, I can never hold a solid weight ever. I'm not sure if there's anything I can do about it. I'm just not made to be big, I guess.
I was doing pretty good for a while,
Pretty
but
good,
What
meaning what?
changed?
like I just wanted to gain like another 10 pounds,
Oh, okay.
and I was like, I'll be good there. And then I've lost like another probably 15 pounds since then.
How to be sure that cognitive problems are the result of the medicine and not of the epilepsy. I sometimes read people saying medicine has affected them badly in exactly the same way that the epilepsy has affected me badly. How can they be sure? I've been on tons of different meds and different doses over 15 years, and it seems clear to me that things like a bad memory are a result of epilepsy. Yet I've read people here blaming it on the meds. The question here is, how can people be sure? I don't know how you can be sure. We can say it, and haven't exactly got a neurologist or anybody who has this to understand how bad the memory is. Um, Actually, one doctor, she said she wanted to do a surgery because my memory was too bad and I'm too young for it to be that bad. Um, so she did think there was a way to, I wouldn't say the word would be cure, but um, there was a surgery so my memory wouldn't be as bad. And she was a neurologist, so like, why would you suggest that? You know what I mean? Um,
I feel
yeah.
like that my
I think
part of
this,
my memory problem is because of my meds, and if I could get off of some of them, that it would help, but I don't think that's entirely the problem.
I think the seizures can bind with a lot more of the medicine, but seizures aren't helping. Uh, uh, but I think it's something about the medication, the balance of it is just kind of like messing up my head. I'm not sure if I'll get better if I didn't take it or whatever, but yeah, seems so much like the medication and not the seizures because taking medication every day, having seizures not so much. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of thinking it's more of that because they're happening more pills every day, seizures every now and then. You know what I mean?
yeah, like you said, it's a balance. It's a real delicate balance. My thing with the pills was this is not how they're supposed to work. Like this is not their intended purpose. So that was my biggest problem with the medications was not maybe not like the specific side effects because they were manageable, but I still didn't think they were worth it because long term I was still going to have to take that vitamin D and that calcium and monitor the iron every like 3 months or something. Like that there was a lot more things that were making it obvious to me that you're setting yourself up for like more shit in the long run. And if it's really not doing that much to manage your seizures, you're still having like 1 or 2 tonic-clonics every 3 months. There's focals every other week, like definitely that week of the month, and you can work with that. You can manage that. And so far that's where we're at. But now I know that in another 2 months when I do that blood work, then I'm expecting better results. I mean, I don't have any data on my side yet because all I'm seeing is that I'm still having seizures and I'm not taking meds, but I'm 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 gonna get something to back my
Are
case
you
up
having
soon.
less? Are you having less seizures?
No, it's still pretty much the same amount. I think they're shorter, but yeah, it's still only been a couple weeks, so I'm just gonna ride this out
Um,
until I can't. Don't want to take the meds again. I feel so much better without it.
like, like, to forgot what I was gonna say. Um, I had something there. I just don't know what it is.
We were talking a lot about meds and not taking meds, and if your seizures are getting better or worse.
Yes, there we go. It's all about you. Um, uh, oh man, remind me what it was again.
More compliments to keep me coming back.
There we go. Just came to me. Like, have the seizures started to become less? Because you said they starting to be. You didn't say less violent, but I took it as they're not as bad now. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I'm showing. I mean, I know I didn't have enough data to specifically say like, okay, in September that those were like this many minutes long, but I know there was the, 2 bites and the tongue took 3 weeks to heal in September. But for the ones that happened in October or November, the tongue only took 2 days to heal, and that's like no time at all. I've had like focals where I do something and I still don't want to eat anything solid for like a week. But based on the what data I have, that's what I would confidently say that even the tonic-clonics are less severe and they're not happening more often. They're not more frequent at all. And they're still around the same time of the month, like all of those things are, all those factors are the same. And personally, I think that's on my side because if, the doctor's theory is that you stop taking the meds and everything gets worse. And so far, I've successfully stopped taking my medication and nothing has changed except for, in my opinion, lesser severity, just not frequency yet.
I'm thinking if the doctor says that you shouldn't stop taking your meds, because I'm gonna ask him,
But it sounds so good.
yeah, I'm gonna ask. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna ask, like, stop taking these or whatever. And if he says what you just said, don't taking it, that could be bad. I'm just gonna be like, how do you know that? That's
I
the
understand my
exact
body
question
is
I want to
dependent on
ask.
these substances now, but if I start titrating down and effectively whatever it is when you like clean out from those meds, if you're successfully without the substance in your body, then like how long is that even going to take? Because that's the other thing too. Even if you quit taking these meds, if it's obviously not going to be cold turkey, it'll take a couple weeks to get to that point. And even once you stop taking those pills, how long are they still in your system? And that's when your body's probably going to be more likely to experience some kind of withdrawal seizure on like the very end. For that's how it was for me anyway.
Yeah, I don't think my mom will let me do that. I was thinking I should try that. I talked to a doctor about it. If the doctor says I could, then she'd probably allow it. But I don't want to put more seizures on her. Um,
You follow
I
your
mean, 'cause she's
intuition,
gonna be
talk
the
to the
only person
doctor
that.
about it, and I mean maybe they'll kind of compromise with you in starting you on another one, but it'll be like the lowest dose of the smallest pill or something that would make it worth it. I don't know.
I'm pretty much got to lamotrigine, and I think this is gonna be it for me. I don't think I want to move to any more. It's either this or none. Um, because I've gotten down to 3 to 5 a year, and that's been amazing for me. Well, it's not amazing because I'm still having 5, but yeah, it's been worse. It's been much worse once upon a time. Yeah, I could
Yeah.
understand how much worse that could be living alone. Andrea, how do you do it?
Some days
Yeah,
I
I
wonder.
wouldn't be able to.
Some days I wonder, especially when I've gotten sick. I've been sick a few days recently.
And you just started the cameras, the in-home cameras this year?
Yeah, I just
Wow.
started them in I think I got them in like August because my last tonic clonic was in the end of July, and that's what was like, okay, that's it. I have to get cameras. And I got up and ordered them like right after that. So it was the
Did
very
you
end of
take
July or
someone's
first part of
suggestions, or
August.
did
Oh,
someone
I
here
didn't.
suggest you get the cameras, or you got them before someone suggested them?
More than one person has suggested cameras to me for a long time.
Oh.
But cameras in my house, it's just, I don't know. I don't like cameras.
You can't help but feel it's invasive, but if it comes down to it, I mean, only give the app to
It
who
still
counts.
weirds me out. It still weirds me out changing clothes in my own bedroom and nobody even has the login but me.
Oh,
It's
so that's definitely
understandable, I
just like
guess.
I'm
that's
changing
definitely
clothes in
just
my
gonna be.
bathroom.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine going in the bathroom just because the camera's there, hiding from the
I mean,
camera. Um,
I put a washcloth over it. I when I was alone and just still got creeped out, I would have this little handkerchief or a washcloth that was hanging over the lamp, and I would always have that there just to cover it up.
And I
I
can
would
go in the
have
app
it
and shut the camera off.
For
for
some
me. That
reason, I
was
didn't
not good
trust it.
enough.
Exactly.
I would have the camera there, and then I gave my mom the thing to watch it, to like check on me every now and then. So
Well,
yeah, I
see,
just unplug it when I had company.
I'm in a pretty precarious situation with my family at the moment, so there's issues with that.
Hey, I mean, you
Gotcha.
definitely need trust. That's for sure. Do have to have like total
Yeah.
and complete trust.
It's a long story.
Maybe start over, meet somebody else outside the family. Reddit has a lot of groups.
That's
Just
not
Wait,
saying.
you talking about meeting somebody for dating?
Just
No,
don't
not
don't do
even that.
Tinder. Don't do any of those.
I'm not even
Oh,
thinking that at all. I'm talking about like I'm not speaking to anyone in my family right now. I'm not speaking to my mother. I haven't talked to my mother since I think
Yeah, you were
September.
saying. Yeah.
yeah. When
Like
Kate said try one of those
family
groups, I thought she
relationships
meant like
are,
hookup.
yeah,
Yeah, but at
family
least with
relationships
some
are
of
bad.
these that I agree. So with these like social groups, a lot of times at least it's more upfront about like you're not gonna run into somebody who's looking for an obsession and there's no expectation of, some kind of romantic relationship. You're just,
That's not what I'm
looking
wanting
for
right now, though.
nothing.
That's not what I
I mean
need.
that
That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm
not even
talking
worth a
about
try.
like that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like I need someone to drive me to appointments and I need someone to help me with things and I need a family member to assist
Or they
me
don't
with
even do
things. And
medical transport?
I haven't figured out how to do that yet now.
Okay, okay. So the medical transportation is definitely a necessity. And then you needed somebody else around to just cut the cost on
Well,
like Ubers and grocery deliveries and stuff.
well, I mean like my daughter's helping me with stuff when she can, but it's just
Okay.
there's she's got to work and
You don't
she's
want
got
that
to
dependence.
well, and it's I don't know, she's busy and she's got to
Yeah.
pay her bills too.
I got something here.
I'm gonna shut my camera off now for a minute.
I got something here. It says, how many of us are on 3+ anti-seizure meds? I'm still fairly new to the journey. First seizure was March 2025. I was having constant auras, minor seizure multiple times per day, and major seizures at least once per month, requiring hospitalization. September requiring 3 hospitalizations. My neurologist finally found a combination of Keppra, 1,500 milligrams twice a day, topiramate, 100 milligrams twice a day, oxycarbazepine, 600 milligrams in the morning, 1,200 milligrams at night. I've gone a month with only 2 auras. What's your combination story? For me, I went from Dilantin to Keppra to lamotrigine, and there's no combination there. They were all one at a time, luckily. I haven't been on what they call a cocktail yet. Yeah, I'm on 1 medication.
What was your
Shout out
cocktail,
to Nature's
Kate?
Maid.
The thing is, I don't remember specifically what combination I was on for the longest. I know Keppra was around for a long time. Clobazam was definitely added to that, and there was a time with Fycompa on those. I got off of the Fycompa fast. Briviact, I want to say, was also in addition to the Keppra and the Carbatrol when I was trying to get off of the Keppra. So there was it was pretty typical to have 3 at a time, but be titrating down on 1. Looking back, that's probably part of like what I didn't consider when I was really quick to tell a doctor I hate this new pill. Because it was at the same time that I was like getting off of another one. So obviously I felt like shit.
Yeah.
But it took me a lot of cycles of doing that to maybe come up with a theory that like maybe it's not always the new pill, but getting off of the old one because I never did that. You know, God forbid you skip a dose. That's what they've been telling me since I was like 15. So it's just so obvious that like when you're early in the diagnosis, I mean, I felt brainwashed. That the
I will
doctors are
say
never going to tell you.
one thing that I found really frustrating, but at the same time good in a way because of that reason, was that my seizures, at least we didn't know the focals were focals then. Only the tonic-clonics were being counted, and they were about 6 months apart. So I would have about 6 months on something, and then I'd have and then to be adjusting my meds, and then I would go off of one and then onto another, then they'd add one, or off of one and onto another one or something like that. It was just, I was always on them for a while. I wasn't ever on and off very quickly.
Did they ever recommend that you take notes, like asking specifically like what time you take them or when
My
your symptoms
doctor,
start and stuff like that?
my doctor wasn't real good at communicating with me about anything, and I was not good at asking questions. And I was not educated in any way. I pretty much went in and he said, take this, and I said, okay. And I would call and say I had another seizure, but I was only counting the tonic-clonics, and I would call and say I had another seizure. Okay, let's up your dose, or let's add this, or let's, do this or whatever, And that was all it was. Much. It was never me questioning anything, or there was never any education anywhere along the way. I've learned more on the internet in this group and from the paperwork I got from my new doctors out the checkout appointment when I went and read the my chart information, their chart notes and stuff, all of that information had more information that about my epilepsy than I had ever gotten in 5 years, and I cried.
Wow. So that had more information on it.
Yeah.
That's a lot. And how many years do we stay with doctors who don't communicate just because we think we're getting everything we need? Like they're filling a prescription and you can get an appointment if you really need it, and they answer you if you tell them
I
you had a
was
really bad seizure.
I was seeing an epileptologist.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if anybody was going to be able to come up with something that you didn't even think to ask about it, which it should have been the epileptologist.
You would think that they would tell you something that you might need to know.
You know?
I was never even
I hope so.
educated on anything.
And the post with the 3+ seizure meds, here are the comments on that one. First one said, first seizures in January 2023 at 31 years old. Worked up to 3 anti-seizure meds and 1, is it adjuvant? Adjuvant?
Sounds right.
Adjuvant? Huh?
I think the
I would
add-on
go with
medicines.
adjuvant. Yeah.
I think it's like
What is
the
it?
add-on medons. The add-on
Oh,
meds.
okay. Yeah, one of those like just for
AD,
partials or just for
ADJUVANS. I remember up to
substances
another
added
post.
to vaccines or pesticides to boost the body's immune response. So this one's not actually for seizures. It sounds like this one's for an immune thing.
Here's a post. It says, missed 2 nights of, oh, wow. Missed 2 nights of carbamazepine. I ran out of my script and couldn't go pick up my new one as I've been ill. Is it normal to have an emotional crash after missing a couple doses? I've cried the whole of yesterday, and I'm still feeling a bit emotional raw today. I resumed my medication last night once I went to pharmacy, so fingers crossed this passes. The question there was, is it normal to have an emotional crash after missing a couple doses? I've missed like 3 one time, and
Yeah, I don't have
that was with
tonic-clonics until
nobody.
until it's time for the 3rd dose. That was when I was planning them for the EEG though.
The one and only comment here says, I'm not a doctor or anything, so my source here doesn't exist, but I'm going to guess with any medication that affects the brain in some way, it'll have some kind of effect on things like emotions and other brain stuff. It'd be a pretty big coincidence that you happen to have this emotional crash when you haven't been able to take your meds. Then the author responded, that makes sense. I don't know why. I didn't think of that. I could see how some people would be stressed out, like having an anxiety attack that would mess you up, and that'll have you emotionally crashing with the anxiety attacks, wouldn't it? Missing medication and like the anxiety of like not having your pills, you could have a oh man, emotional crash.
That can trigger. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm all over
And
the place right
I would
now.
think that your brain is kind of going to be, your brain chemicals are going to be out of whack because you don't have your meds. Therefore, your emotions and stuff might be kind of out of whack too. Like Joshua was saying earlier, he tries to fight with paramedics.
So a hospital, they couldn't do a study on me, like if I asked. That'd still be like medical malpractice if they're doing stuff the hospital shouldn't be doing. I'd just be like, I just want to be tested, you guys.
Well,
Be
what
like,
test are you
can
talking
I
about?
not take my meds and stay in your hospital?
I don't think so.
Well,
I think you have to have a
yeah, they would
doctor
never
to,
allow the no meds part.
you gotta have a doctor to do that kind of stuff. You have to be under a
Yeah, and I
doctor's
think if I
care.
was to tell them, if I was to tell them to, I'm gonna stop taking my meds, they'd probably put me in the place where they watch you, right?
That would be a Baker Act thing. They would probably take that as like some kind of suicide attempt, write it off as like the reason to, I forget the code, but yeah, that would,
150.
don't mess with that. There you go.
Be like,
Don't
you
mess with
guys, I want to
letting any
stay
of
in
the
your
professionals
hospital.
get it on record. Exactly. You say some shit like that and they put it on record, that's gonna follow you around forever.
Be like, I want to stay in this hospital and I want to get off these meds. Let's see what that's like. Like, even if I pay, like, I'm paying for everything that you guys are keeping me here for, you know what I mean? Pay the hospital bill.
It won't get approved. That's the thing. They've got to have some kind of
you-
diagnosis to accompany the procedure code, and yeah, that all takes a doctor.
they actually
If I-
they actually have some clinical trials of EMU studies. I don't know why I'm so excited to not take my medication.
To feel like you're making
Okay,
progress
But
for anything.
you're
huh?
bad influence.
Let's
Well,
see.
I can't help but feel like I'm spreading the joy. I mean, I'm never gonna recommend that you do it totally unsupervised or, you know,
You already
without
recommended
like,
it, just doing it in front of me. You made me curious.
You did it in front of everybody and posted it on YouTube without your doctor knowing about it, and you keep talking about doing it without your doctor knowing about it.
Yeah.
I can't change the story. You guys know I can't maintain a lie.
I
I'd
know.
never be able to keep that straight.
I know. Why do
Um,
you think I changed my name and just put my name up there? Because I can never fucking have anyone call me anything but Andrea, because that's my name.
I probably end up mentioning like the same thing over and over because you can tell that's just what giving credit for like a lot of the best aspects of my life because I'm on less meds right now and this is like the only place I can talk about it. So yeah,
Well,
I can see that it's coming up a little too often.
I mean, I
I'll
see
try to
why it
keep
makes
that
you
in mind.
happy. I do see why it makes you happy. I really do. But at the same time, I mean,
It's still encouraging.
it could be encouraging to people, be like, yeah, look at her, she did it. I don't
Yeah,
know.
and there's a lot more to it than that. It literally took 4 months to get off of like the lowest dose you could be on.
Well, yeah, it took you a long time to get through all of the stuff that you went through to get to the point that you're at now.
Yeah, that's a better point. I have to keep that in mind. So from now on, I'll be the one for the
yeah.
RNS questions and just shut up when we're talking about meds.
I don't know.
I
I'm
got
not saying
something.
you have to shut up. I just
I think I
No, I
should.
love it when you talk about it. You're influence to many.
No, because
you know how many times
I
I get
got
up
something
and I
that
lay in bed and worry about what I said on this podcast. Like, oh
exactly.
my
And we're
God,
not
why
gonna
did I
know
say
about it
that?
we're not gonna know about it until like next spring.
I don't want to know.
yeah, right.
I'll forget about it by then. I just hope I don't regret
Oh,
it later.
rewatching these episodes is hilarious. It can be hilarious or scary or anything because you just
Right.
don't
I'll
even
be
know.
traumatized.
Yeah, like what was
If
I
I
wearing
What you
watch
that
do
day?
is you
myself,
Why?
watch. What you do is you watch the full episodes, and then you'll just get through the whole thing
Yeah, we
instead
can
of
see
episodes.
everybody else's moments too.
Yeah.
It's all in there.
I
Our
got something here.
introductions and everything. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, if you watch it from the beginning, you can see everybody's introduction. But I got something. Taking medication on time. How important is it really to have a set schedule to taking your medication? Kate can't relate. Hey, that rhymes.
I think
can't
that
relate.
depends on the person because some people
Yeah,
are a lot
some
more
people.
sensitive to.
There was someone who told me that that they don't look at the clock. They just it's nighttime, so take it at night, and it's morning, so I'm going to take it because it's morning. You're good with that one. I think that was Kevin. Yeah. I think we were talking about it being knowing what time it is to take your medication, all that, something similar to this. And I think it was Kevin that was just like, when it's nighttime, take your night dose. When it's morning, take your morning dose. I can't do that. If I don't have an alarm clock, I might sleep through that time, or
Exactly.
you never know. I got some comments here. One says, I'm terrible about taking my meds on a consistent schedule, but I also know that I feel foggy and gross all day if I don't take them at, in quote, about the same time. All meds, not just anticonvulsants. From a medical standpoint, it's best to get them as close as possible for effectiveness. In the hospital, they would ideally bring you your medication within a 30-minute window every day. Personally, I take mine within a 5-hour window, both morning and night, because my sleep schedule is not that reliable and I often get distracted. This is probably why I still see a huge breakthrough in symptoms. Probably. You never know.
I find it varies.
Another comment here says, I have been on medication, Keppra 1,500 milligrams a day, for a little over a month now, and I have been at most about an hour over the time every 12 hours. Wow. I have noticed mainly that it affects me more if I don't eat around the time of my medication or take it on an empty stomach. Worst day for me was Halloween, when I ate a very light dinner, felt dizzy while walking around the neighborhood with my wife and son, to where we stopped after 3/4 of the neighborhood. Thankfully, our neighbor was having a Halloween cookout and offered us food. I probably would have passed out had I not taken them up on it. This medication just beats me up in the beginning stages until your body gets used to it. A few more comments. One says, sometimes it matters, and 1 hour is enough for a seizure to show up. Sometimes nothing happens until I miss 2 doses in a row. Another comment says, I take medication, Keppra, at such inconsistent times. It's really bad. I need to make it a better habit, but I haven't noticed much changes. My doctor told me to take it in the afternoon, but sometimes I take it in the morning, which makes me super tired, I think, and I prefer taking it at night. I think I need to just start carrying my meds with me whenever I'm out to make it a better habit. There's been times where I've waken up at, let's say, 8 or 9, and I take my medication at 10. And there's times where I'll wake up early and then I have a seizure before medication time, or I'll miss the dose and I'll have a seizure around 12, which is 2 hours late. So mine's is like really inconsistent. And then I never wake up and eat first. So
I usually take mine within a few hours because I take mine when I first get up and then usually sometime, right before I go to bed. Just I don't always go to bed at the same time, so that can vary by a few hours depending on the day.
yeah, I didn't understand mine because I've won as much as I think I missed a whole day. one day I ran out of pills, and I asked someone to get me pills. They said they could, and they picked me up, and it was so late, and we couldn't get pills that they said they would take me in the morning. And then that person had work in the morning, and I believe the pharmacy was closed once she got off work. And then she's like, I'm going to take you to the pharmacy right now. And I think I didn't get my medication until maybe like 12 that day. And then I took it that night and didn't have a seizure for a whole day and the night before. And then there's, like I said, then there's times where I'm 2 hours late and I have a seizure, which is confusing. I just want to be like Kate, man. Taking your medication is on time is very important, guys. To the people in the comments on this post and the person asking. I got something here, and it says, can I demand a different medication for my child after the side effects? I would really appreciate any advice. My child has epilepsy, and it has been getting worse, and medication is no longer controlling it. They changed her dose from clobazam to lamotrigine. She developed a rash one day. She developed a rash on day one of lamotrigine. We took her to the hospital as advised, and the ER doctor said to stop the meds and contact her neurologist. He did say she was okay, though, and that Benadryl would help. The neurologist has said that since the doctor wasn't concerned about the rash, that we should start the lamotrigine again. I do not want to. I do not want to is in all caps. The rash is scary enough, but she developed. The neurologist has said that since the doctor wasn't concerned about the rash, that we should start the lamotrigine again. I do not want to. The rash is scary enough, but she developed one on the first day, and now he wants me to keep giving it to her. I left a message and told them that we will not be restarting and that they need to come up with a new medication and a plan for her. I was just wondering how you think this will be received. Could they force me to give it to her? I'm so scared, and I really don't want to. I've never really had someone ask that.
I couldn't
Like,
imagine a doctor knowing you had an allergic reaction and ever suggesting it again. Hey, James.
I can't either. Hi, James.
yeah.
Everybody.
Just
wanted to stop
hey,
in and say
James.
hi real quick. Yeah, just having a bad day. I think I had a seizure overnight while I was asleep. I've just been feeling really, really bad today, and yeah,
You're
I'm
not
just
the
gonna
only one.
I'm just gonna sit here and kind of listen.
Thanks for
No
coming by.
problem.
What was I'll add in a little bit, I guess. What was today's icebreaker?
Today's icebreaker was, if you
Or
were a
was there
potato
one?
chip, what flavor would you be and why?
Thank you. You got it.
I hadn't even heard that.
I don't know, something like jalapeno flavor or something like a spicy, like a, Takis chip or something, just because I put hot sauce on everything I eat. So
Oh, that's cute. Okay.
I
Jalapeno cheese.
said salt and vinegar, because I like salt and vinegar, and I could eat those chips over and over. Like if the bag didn't empty, just like the
that
endless
flavor
bag.
is hella good.
Something about vinegar and sea salt. Wish I had just like a bottomless bag. But anyway, Jeff, you're back, and James.
Back.
There's another post here. I can reread this while you guys are sitting here. Luckily, it
We're never
isn't
gonna
that
get a
long.
message to everybody except for Andrea and Tip Jar or like any other chat. It's just way too late. So just so you guys know, it's her birthday's on Friday.
Wait, who was that? Sorry, I didn't catch
I'll
the
bring
name.
the cake.
Our very own
telling
here,
everyone.
Andrea's birthday.
Oh, okay.
I'll bring the Zoom.
I'll bring the weed.
That was I was going to bring the cake and the weed.
I was gonna say
You
that.
can
I'll
bring
bring the
some too.
weed.
Everybody bring some weed.
Make
Yeah,
make
yeah,
a
I think
cake
we'll all
that make a
contribute
cake that
there.
has it baked in.
And
A,
that.
a, wheat, a wheat cake.
Yeah, we got plenty that are okay with edibles.
Um,
Sorry, I
I got a
totally
post here
forgot the
though.
question. Okay.
No, I got a post. Oh, before that post, Andrea, your bag of chips.
Jalapeno cheese. Because I'm cheesy and a little spicy.
Nice. Got one here that says, "Can I demand a different medication for my child after a side effect? I would really appreciate any advice. My child has epilepsy. It has been getting worse, and the medication is no longer controlling it. They changed her from clobazam to lamotrigine. She developed a rash on day 1 of the lamotrigine. We took her to the hospital as advised, and the ER doctor said to stop the meds and contact her neurologist. He did say she was okay and that Benadryl would help. The neurologist has said that since the doctor wasn't concerned about the rash, that we should start the lamotrigine again. I do not want to. The rash is scary enough, but she on developed one on the first day. I'm sorry, I get lost with the lines. On developed one on the first day, and now he wants to keep giving it to her. I left a message and told them that we will not be restarting it and that they need to come up with a new medication and a new plan for her. I was just wondering how you think this will be received. Could they force me to give it to her? I'm so scared and I really don't want to.
Can't force her to do
I've
anything.
never. Say that again?
This is America. This is America. They can't force her to do anything yet. Maybe soon, but right now they can't force her. Get her another doctor.
That's just basically what I did with Kepler. These side
Yeah.
effects are bad for my mental health. They want me to go see how the intersection looks like. And yeah, we shouldn't be thinking like this. And my doctor was okay that day. All right, let's try this. Look where we are now on the lamotrigine. And it's doing better than the other ones did. Still pretty good, I would say. Go to a few comments. One says they are being irresponsible and not changing immediately after the rash. Yes, you are in charge and you are hiring the doctor to do a job. You did the right thing,
honestly,
but
I would find a new doctor just because to get you to put her on. And terrifying.
yeah, I always say get second opinions. You don't have to listen to one doc. One comment
And
here
when it
says you
comes
did
to
the right thing.
pediatrics, they were talking about this is their daughter, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when it comes to pediatrics, it's supposed to be a lot easier. Like, whatever doctor they're seeing is probably part of a practice or a network or some it should be easier to get a second opinion, I would assume for a pediatric patient. But that I'm sure that really does just depend on where you're at and what the network is, but definitely don't hesitate on that second opinion, like you guys said.
One more comment here says lamotrigine specifically is meant to be titrated up slowly because it can cause Stevens-Johnson syndrome, which is very serious and starts out as a rash. It can cause extreme blistering and scarring. If the neurologist didn't warn you about Stevens-Johnson syndrome, that's really concerning. Well, they didn't warn me. I don't think I titrated up. I think it was like take 200, and I did. Been there for a while. That's very interesting. Stevens-Johnson syndrome. I didn't titrate up, which is really interesting that they don't tell you that. Well, 10 years later, I'm here.
Antibiotics, anti-seizure meds, and gout meds. The causes and triggers. Those are the different kinds of, classes of medications that cause it. Infections. And those are the flu, mumps, and herpes. Genetics, and there's some people that are predisposed to, genetic mutations to just be more susceptible to be triggered.
1 second. Did you say herpes?
That's another one of the triggers. So there's medications, there's infections, and then there's genetics that can trigger it. But yeah, that was one of the
Oh,
infections that could be a common trigger for Steven Johnson. And that
oh,
sounds
About
pretty
okay.
common.
people,
I thought we were saying.
what about
I
people
thought we
named
were saying
Stephen Johnson?
medications give you that.
What about people named Stephen Johnson? Are they predisposed to it?
I don't know if
Um,
they ever get tested, if that's one of the common tests.
I thought you were saying that Steven Johnson was something you take from titrating up too fast, like the person said, and then it causes herpes. And then I was
No,
like,
no, no.
uh, yeah.
But that is concerning that nobody really is told about this when a lot of us take antibiotics and we're on the anti-seizure, and then gout's more and more common nowadays. So
It would take a parent to find out some stuff like that.
yeah, it looks like it.
I got something. It says, going out, a disclaimer, I do not really drink anymore. I will have like half a drink on occasion, but other than that, I'm pretty much Cali sober. That being said, I'm a bridesmaid in a wedding next year, and we're going to Nashville. I always have struggled a little bit with the club bar setting because it's a lot of people, but I feel even more irritated since upping my Keppra. My neurologist and I have decided to switch to Lamictal. I will ask my provider as well, but can anyone potentially comment if they think this will help? Might not even be epilepsy question, might not even be an epilepsy question, really. I just feel like everything has been worse lately, and I'm waiting for a break in the clouds. Cali sober is not sober. And the question here was, I will ask my provider as well, but can anyone potentially comment if they think this will help?
So they were suggesting that they continue to just drink that half a drink every now and then, or are they asking if they should try like not drinking at all? I missed the
Um,
question in this one. I couldn't really tell what they were trying to find out.
yeah, it just says I don't really drink anymore. I have half a drink on occasion, but other than that, I'm pretty much Cali sober. That being said, I'm a bridesmaid at a wedding next year, and I'm going to Nashville. I've always struggled with a little of the club and the bar setting because it's a lot of people, but I feel even more irritated since upping my Keppra. My neurologist said, my neurologist and I have decided to switch me to Lamictal. I will ask my provider as well, but anyone potentially comment if they think this will help. Oh, switching to Lamictal would help. If that's your question, I do suggest switching to Lamictal. I believe it will help. It helped me. And
Same.
yeah, it helped me. I suggest
Yeah, and she's saying
Lamictal.
the wedding is next year, it sounded like, so it's not like. But my only other concern in this one was hearing that she's going to Nashville. Like, don't go to the hospital. So do whatever you can to make sure you're not like fresh off the transition of the meds. Like, make sure you've been on the Lamictal and only Lamictal for like a whole month before you even take this trip. When you take the trip, be the best sober bridesmaid you can be. And yeah, just don't do anything to possibly trigger anything. I mean, even something as little as like a different elevation, wherever she's coming from. Maybe they're doing one of those like big fancy mountain weddings or something. Well, no, not in Nashville, but still. There's a lot of things that can go wrong on a trip. And if the new meds can help, try it, but do a lot more to prepare not to trigger anything. Be careful.
Now, last subject. What do you all think about like an occasion, like a drink once a month? How do you think that would affect anything?
Depending on what you're taking, um, some pills work differently with certain people, and I've heard some people say they can't drink at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think you shouldn't drink, but once a month, I don't think
Probably
would
good
bother.
advice.
One a month, I wouldn't say is too bad, but yeah, like I said, know your body, so you know you.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Definitely depends on what you're
Yeah.
drinking too. A beer versus a scotch might sit different.
No, it's alcohol for me. No beer. Bourbon, scotch, tequila. Actually, it's the other way around. Tequila,
I
bourbon,
figured
scotch.
scotch was in there. That's why I threw that out there.
Yeah.
I do the bourbon, the tequila. I had something really interesting to ask, and I totally forgot what it was. Try to read it as fast as possible. It's thorough. It says, I'm terrified. My partner lost complete consciousness with her eyes still open, no convulsions at all. Hello, everyone. Please know that during what you're about to read, I had no idea that this is an actual seizure. This happened once before, but we chalked it up to just feeling faint, but this episode confirmed it. My partner's 31-year-old male had gone to the bathroom and was relieving himself. I could hear him. He was peeing. I was in the kitchen making breakfast. For a few minutes, I stopped hearing his stream, and then I suddenly heard an unusual sound like sliding against the surface sound. Not alarming or anything. I carried on with breakfast for the next 5 minutes, and then I heard his breathing from the bathroom. I then thought that he was going number two and just exerted himself. So I continued in the kitchen. Then I started to hear breathing that I can only describe as being very deep, deep sleep, almost like he was going to take a break out of snoring, but he did not snore at all. The breathing was super heavy, like deep sleep. I pushed the door and realized that he had fell against the door and slid down, and that was the sliding sound I heard. I managed to open the door, and nothing prepared me for seeing him like that. His eyes completely open, not droopy or half closed at all, unblinking and off and on to the side, not rolling up at all. His entire body was completely limp. The toilet pan had pee in it, and he did not get a chance to even put himself away into his pants. When I found him, I had to pull up his pants as he actually fell midstream, it looks like. I grabbed his hand and raised it as I asked loudly, "Can you see me? Can you hear me?" Loudly, because his eyes were open and unblinking, and I asked him to squeeze my hand if you can hear me, and he sort of scratched my palm with one finger, but wouldn't lift. He was in a complete vegetable state, but his eyes were open, and that scared the shit out of me. I held his face up and his mouth and made odd movements like he was trying to make the O shape rhythmically. That's not how that's supposed to be spelled. Yeah. He was trying to make the O shape. That's supposed to say rhythmically, and I don't know what they wanted to say. And then stopped. I even poured water onto his eyes, and his eyes were glazed over, but still unblinking with water pooled in his eyes. My heart was terrified for him like that. A whole person and no responsiveness behind the eyes. Like I couldn't recognize him for a bit, not even for a split second. Scared me bad, and all I see is that the image of him like that. All his symptoms are indicative of a seizure. The limpness, no convulsions, eyes open with no consciousness, mouth movements, sudden drooping. This does not fit vasovagal. Has anyone gotten diagnosed with this type of seizure like this? Because his first one, a few months ago back was exactly the same, minus the mouth movements, and he came to much faster after the water. But both happened during him going to the bathroom, no convulsions at all. What kind of treatment is there for this? What kind of lifestyle changes must there be? Can this be cured? Are there any hacks to preempting a seizure or perhaps even stopping the process of one occurring? Any help or advice we'll be grateful for. Thank you so much for reading this far. Please tell me someone paid attention.
Of course. Well, first, it seems I took the stickers out. It seems like, first of all, thankful for the spouse who is definitely taking really detailed notes, like to keep track of like the time frame of like how long in between like the sounds, and like being able to estimate so accurately like when this stuff happened. That's like the first thing that stood out to me was the detail in her notes at this point. Yeah, it does sound like a seizure. You have all the evidence there to probably lead a practitioner to agree with you, and take it from there. Evaluate what meds he's on now and where to go. How often is this happening? Stuff like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that not all seizures are shaking. If the person is watching, a lot of seizures are different. And I was gonna say that could just be the drop seizures. I never seen one, but I heard of them. And I seen a video of an AI character just showing you what happens during a drop seizure. And yeah, basically just walking, then drop, then you're just not there. But there was no period of convulsing or none of that. So that could actually be really scary. Yeah, somebody just dropped it, like you said, it didn't have all that other parts, and yeah, you could possibly not know what's going on because you don't have seizures, and you didn't see it. Nobody's seen it.
So be prepared for plenty of EEGs and MRIs.
Right, there's some appointments coming up, and yeah, they suck. Couple of comments too, I'll read. One here says could be a tonic seizure, sudden forceful stiffening of muscles causing lots of consciousness and often falls. Another one says yes, it's normal. My son also concludes with eyes open. My son has focal and tonic and absent seizures, always eyes open. Another comment here says my heart goes out to both you, as I have gone through these types of seizures when I was a teenager. They were so very scary. To others who are not sure what epilepsy is, I can also say when I would go into the type of seizures, my mom would also always very worried that I would get damaged by falling against something. Another one here says, when I have my focal impaired awareness seizures, I have my eyes staring as well, but I don't fall down like he did. Lamotrigine did the trick for me. 1 year, seizure free. High five to you.
You just hope. I feel like too, when you did, was this one of the posts that actually asked about a cure? Did they mention cure on this one?
I think they did.
That's
As I
another
said,
thing that kind of stands out to you, because you really, really want to prep these family members, loved ones, anybody who's like getting ready to get on this journey with them. Don't expect
Isn't
it. You're gonna
curable.
hear it. Yeah, you're gonna hear it from when you ask the doctors, and you might get a different answer from everybody. It never seems consistent or believable, and there's a good reason for that, because start talking to some patients, and here we are to tell you that we've all heard cure from other people or medical practitioners, and it has proven that if you invest a lot in believing in that cure, you're more likely to be disappointed. That, adapting to live with is probably just kind of the better mentality to take, especially to get diagnosed.
like I was saying, these could be drop seizures, and they're also called atonic. And I have them here, and it says also known as drop seizures are characterized by sudden drop and loss of muscle tone, leading to falls or drops, and are often associated with conditions like Lennox-Gastaut syndrome.
What?
I don't know if it's Lennox-Gastaut or
Oh, I know what you're talking.
looks
I know
like
what you mean.
yeah, that's a whole syndrome they don't tell us about.
I think
Um,
that is I'm not positive, but that might be a rare form of epilepsy or something.
You are
Some kind of
correct. Severe rare childhood epilepsy characterized by a bunch of like all different seizure types, along with intellectual and developmental delays. And they have a specific abnormal brainwave pattern on an EEG.
and then this person had just like a little area where they put a bunch of questions, and I didn't see that part. And it said, what kind of treatment is there for this? What kind of lifestyle changes should there be? Can this be cured? Are there any hacks to preempting a seizure or perhaps even stopping the process of one occurring? To those four questions, no, you can't stop it from occurring. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. It's in the brain. It's not anywhere in the body you can just touch and stop, or, just if it's coming, it's coming. If it's a seizure, no, it can't be cured. Lifestyle changes. What lifestyle changes must be made? I don't know what you're doing with your lifestyle now to say you should change something in particular, but I'd say don't drink alcohol. Try to do as less stimulants as possible.
Don't drive.
And yeah, don't drive, and yeah, see a neurologist as soon as possible. That's the only kind of treatment there is that I know of. See a neurologist, see what he says.
What's
They'll
up,
have the
Angel?
treatment for you. Angel, Angel, you are there.
Welcome.
Hello,
Look like you just woke up.
Yeah.
You didn't have a seizure, did you?
No, just having bad day.
Toaster had a seizure.
Please know you are
Aw.
not the only one having a bad day.
James said he didn't have one today. I think he had one previously, and then Toaster had one today.
That sucks. I feel bad for both of them. Yeah, I don't feel like I have one, but my mouth right here.
That usually happens when it like locks up though, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Is it that feeling from like clenching down or this
Clenching.
space? Okay, yeah. So you know what that feels like.
But yeah, how are you, Pookie? I saw that post you did yesterday about the driving and stuff.
Yeah, it was annoying, to say the least. Very annoying ride. It was just riding a car, just the nauseous feeling for like what felt like forever. But I went to sleep. That helped. I went to sleep and passed around 60 to 80 miles in between there, roughly. Woke up and yeah, and like 100 miles left, and I think I just stayed awake from there. And I was thinking about hitting my vape pen and like blowing it out the window, something to stop the nausea. But I didn't, and back to sleep and on and off sleeping and watching the road. I stayed up and I got home and then hit my vape pen and I was all good.
I'd have
And I
been
think
hitting
my
my
mom
vape
said
pen.
Thank God.
I
for
think
the
my
vape
mom
pen.
said she was getting nauseous too because she didn't like check her sugar and all that because we were on a 3 hour and 35-minute ride. So yeah, we got home and I think I already had something rolled, or it might have been vape pen, it might have been both. But yeah, she was like, "It's amazing how well that works, just like that, like literally. It's amazing how much weed actually helps for things like that. I was nauseous. It was gone.
Definitely helps with the nausea and stuff and dizzy feelings. You don't gotta put
Sometimes
this
I
in,
wonder, like,
Ricky?
who tried these things? Who grew
You
some
don't got
weed for the first time?
you don't gotta
And
put
it
this
was like,
in.
let's just set this
Kate,
on fire.
Kate knows about this,
Say that
but
again.
I'm officially divorced.
Oh wow!
Yay! That's
Congratulations.
worth a celebration.
Yeah.
The last chapter is closed.
Yeah, the papers came in on Saturday.
Nice.
Not before I got a kind of a insensitive text though, but yeah.
That was probably part of the decree.
I'm sorry. I'm just
That's
one
good news
person that's
to.
always.
Oh, I was just gonna say no. It's yeah. That's good news to hear for Angel there. Yeah, it was a long drawn out process. Yeah, for me with my ex-wife. It was about 5 years or so between us like splitting up and the actual paperwork finally being finished. I had basically had to pay for the whole thing twice because, long story short, just yeah, just it was a fucked up long ass process. So anytime
Yeah.
that paperwork finally gets officially done, that's a good thing, man.
What's the first thing you did, Angel? Was it just like a big sigh of relief or roll one or what?
It was a big sigh of relief and some cookies and
Tears?
cream ice cream.
There you go.
So I'm kind of the person who's always going to ask, please elaborate. And you kind of threw it out there. I'm just leaning into it, you know? You were like, she sent me a text, you know? Mind elaborating? I mean, if you don't want to, I totally understand. We can move forward. But
I'll give
that
you the
stuck
same
with me.
response either way.
It was nothing too bad. It was just like before I found out that the decree came in, she got her decree and she sent me a text saying I got the decree, and it was just pleasure doing business with you, LOL.
Damn. How long have you were you guys like split up before this official moment, I guess, if you don't mind me asking?
We were split up for about a year.
Okay.
And we were
fast.
together for about 10 years. So
Damn. Yeah, my ex and I, we first met in 2005. We had a couple years where we had split up and not been together during that time, but then we finally like our official kind of split up was 2017, and then the final paperwork wasn't until 2022.
yeah. I wouldn't have been mean, no. Like I would have been like, hey, I got my degree and that's it. Well,
Yeah, we tried, and then she basically was like, no, I'm gonna be the one to take care of this. I know that you'll be too lazy, blah blah blah, to take care of this, and gave me all this bullshit about not filling out the paperwork. So then one of the reasons that we had split up was um she was addicted to something. So it kind of, yeah, so I basically gave her the money to figure out the paperwork, and she spent it on this other substance. And then I kept wondering, like, why isn't the paperwork coming through? Why isn't it, why am I not getting sent all this shit? So finally figured out that yeah, she spent the money on other stuff. So then I had to fucking do everything and fill out all the paperwork, and that's why it took so long.
But
Not
it is a
not my
huge
proudest moment, but hey.
relief from like all the stress that's going on. Like as much stress that there still is, there is a lot of stress with the court stuff out of the way.
Yeah. Do you have any like children or anything like?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
okay.
have
That's a
we
yeah.
have one child together, and
Okay.
technically I still call her son my child, but uh I still just speak to him.
Yeah. Understand. Yeah,
So
thankfully I didn't have any I don't have any children, so that was, like I guess one hurdle that I didn't have to, clear. It made it a little bit easier with the process, but it was still, yeah, a lot of back and forth and a lot of as you worded it, insensitive texts, a lot of shit talking between each other. It got to the point where I just literally had to, block her phone number out of my phone just so I didn't receive any more shit from her. And then thankfully I haven't spoken to her in like over a year now, and it's just yeah, it's definitely like as you said, a lot of stress out of the way. So yeah.
I never
So
been married, so I was gonna ask to the people who've been married, did you want the divorce?
I
Bravo.
I wasn't sure. Like, yeah, I did because I didn't want to get. She was the one that basically like put me in the psych ward anyway. So while we're still married, something happens, she can put me in there again with spousal privileges. And that's what I was thinking. And yeah, I wanted it for that reason. But
I mean,
if
I would say like nobody wants to get divorced, right? Like you don't get married like going into it thinking that, but eventually at some point, for me specifically at least, like I eventually did want to because stuff was just so
Toxic.
combative and so like just disagreements and everything. So eventually, yes, I did want to. But obviously the first few years of knowing
It
each other
never
and being
starts out that
married,
way.
you don't want to. Yeah, it doesn't start out that way.
I
But
wanted separated and see how it goes, but at the same time, it was just like fear of just being put in that psych ward again, and like it was just like she has that spousal privileges, connections to everything.
How
yeah, I
was the
never, I
psych
honestly
ward? What
never
was it
thought
like?
about like that part of it, like them
What was the
having
psych ward like?
control, spousal privileges or whatever. I never even thought about that part of it. That yeah, who knows what she would have done. Oof.
One second, Andrea. Angel, what was the psych ward like? Or Andrea, if you have the answer.
It was
My only question is if they
crazy.
were the one to file for divorce, if their ex-wives were the one that filed. That was all my only question.
She actually filed it and hurried up and got it done too. So
Would you have filed?
I would have. It's just I would have waited
Probably
like
not as
a
soon.
little bit longer with time and money, get
Yeah.
things situated. And she just forced it through. She had to go through no fault divorce. So I would have had to like file and probably definitely would have triggered her off. bigger than the custody one. Um, but yeah, I was looking for lawyers and everything, to see how to go about it and everything. But um, yeah, like she had to go through no fault divorce because we were apart for over a year and everything. And that's Pennsylvania law. If you're apart, you can go to no fault.
Yeah.
And no party's at fault. You can just get a divorce. Don't need a reason.
Yeah, it's easier when both people have kind of agreed, on it, or whatever. What I don't know what the right term is, but both people want the split. You know, it's not where
Would
like
you
The
have
only
one's
went
thing I was
trying
for
fighting
a
for
to.
was the
divorce?
custody.
Well, sorry, what was that?
The one thing I was fighting for was the custody, and that got solved in August.
Definitely, that would be, like I said, I don't have any kids, so that would, yeah, I don't know what that's like to go through, but yeah, that would make it like a hell of a lot, tougher, more emotional, um, than just the actual splitting up, is in general.
James,
So,
if your wife wouldn't have brought up the idea of divorce, would you have brought it up?
I mean, yeah, I was more the one kind of like, yeah, wanting it because, like I said, she had other issues that were just kind of, yeah, making it really, really tough to be in a relationship with her. So it was definitely more like this is what's going to happen. You need to choose this or our relationship. And yeah, it's a long, long story I could talk about for quite a while. But yeah, I definitely I was perfectly fine with us ending our relationship, to say the least.
Gotcha.
So
I'll get
yeah.
that story one day.
Yeah, because
Maybe.
I
the
got
psych
some.
ward was crazy. Like people screaming, and it's just like going. It was just nowhere you want to be. Nowhere you want to
You
be.
get your own room?
No, I was right there with a bunch of them, and they didn't even have one of my medications at the time. I'm like, it's like I need my meds, my seizure med. You know?
Yeah.
But,
I went to the psych ward, and when I was going to say when I got there, but I don't know when I got there. When I came to, I was sitting in a chair. Well, not a chair, but there was like some benches, and then there was like spaces in between me and the other person, like basically a seat right there, but there was not actually a seat. Like there could have been seats straight on. Anyway, I had my hands handcuffed to the side, both sides of me, and the person next to me did, and the person to the right and left, and all around the room was a bunch of people with their hands handcuffed to the seats. The seats were connected to the ground, so it wasn't like you could rock and move and fall off and all that. And it was horrible. There was just people in there yelling, and they were people yelling because they were actually should be at the psych ward. And then there was people who were yelling because they were coming down off of things. And then there was people yelling at those people to be quiet.
yeah,
So there was yelling and yelling, people yelling, telling other people to shut up, and yelling because they're withdrawing, people yelling because they're on something or they're having some psych issues. Just all around yelling. And then there was like one person in there watching everybody. He was on the other side of a glass, and I don't know what he was doing. I think he was just there. Maybe if somebody broke out or somebody got up or something, because he was paying us no attention. Yeah. So screaming to the person at the desk didn't help or anything because
and
they would just
nothing
gave
but
up on him.
Lunchables. Or what was it? Those Unlunchables, whatever. Those peanut butter and jelly thingies.
They gave you food?
Yeah, that was every meal.
Oh, you spent the
Uncrustables.
night.
Uncrustables.
You spent the night?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I was there for maybe like 2 or 3 hours. Yeah. Once they figured out it was a seizure, that pretty much helped me get up out of there. Right up out of there.
Like I
Yeah,
said, I had to
they
tell
said
them I needed my night dose of seizure meds and everything.
that's a weird feeling to wake up there. Yeah, it's very
And I
confusing
had to
waking up and screaming.
Have
pretty
have
much.
any of you guys had your seizure meds had to be taken through an IV before?
Have I had to get my meds through an IV?
Yeah, like any of your hospital stays, if you're like any of your ones, have you taken them through an IV?
I know
I'm
they gave me
sure.
some.
They weren't letting me swallow anything for like a full 24 to 48. I had a tube that was going around, wrapping around my ear, and it went in my nostril, and it went down into my stomach so it could feed me, so I wasn't swallowing anything. And then I had an IV to give me my medication.
Okay, yeah, because I've mentioned my pancreas issues. I had a feeding tube for over a month, a couple of years ago. So I had to take everything, through that. But then other times when I've been in the hospital, I've had my longest stay was 15 days. So because I couldn't eat or drink anything, nothing was staying down. So I was just wondering because when I had my medication through the IV, it just like destroyed my veins. Like they had to keep switching arms back and forth because it was so irritated my veins. Like it made, I don't know how to explain it. Like it made them, like you could feel them like becoming like hard. I don't know how to explain it, but it gave me basically like a rash like inside of them. So they had to keep switching where the IV was every couple of days because it was like this like burning feeling on the inside. I was just wondering if, yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but I was wondering if anybody else had that weird like sensation or if it did, it acted up
When
to
I
anybody else's. I don't know how to explain it.
when
It
I
was, yeah.
had when I had the stroke, James, I had that same like burning, itching sensation. So they would switch it time to time. It went from like here, and all over the place. And I just had like dark spots where they would leave it for like 2 or 3 days. And then they'd move it because it got dark right there, like there was a bruise and if there was
Yeah, I was
itching.
gonna say almost
So
like bruising that it gives you.
yeah,
It's
there
like a
was
weird,
bruising.
yeah.
Um,
All right.
so yeah, if that's what you're talking
I'm
about. I
glad I'm
went
not
through
the
that
only
too.
one.
No, you're not the only one.
I mean, I'm not happy that
Um,
happened to you, but I'm just glad I'm not the only one.
I
Like,
was gonna say, unfortunately, you're not the only one. But I do have something here, you guys. It says today was so random and rough. So first time poster here, and I hope this post is okay because I'm considering. I hope this post is okay considering I'm not an epileptic and how traumatic the experience was at the first time being present. I will try and be as concise as possible, and I just want advice and maybe some knowledge about the whole thing. I love my brother very dearly. A little history. First is that my brother's 39 and he had 4 seizures in his life. He used to be a drug abuser and was clean for at least 8 years. He might have OD'd for 1 or 2 of those first ones, but the one before today happened 2 years ago after a long day, of yard work with our mother. When he went to the hospital, they noted a big dip in potassium and said it might be a deficiency. Today was day 2 of the vacation of the family vacation. Normal stuff, got breakfast, but he didn't really want to eat a lot of his food. We hung out at the hotel until everyone was ready to go. We did a lot of walking around the city and went to the marketplace to look for fun things to buy. After a few hours, we kind of split up. Some went off for coffee, and the rest, and my siblings, some went off for coffee, and the rest, my three siblings and I, went to a bar. We got one beer and then started feeling hot. He started taking off his jacket and walked outside for a second while putting out a cigarette, then put the cigarettes away, coming back inside. The three of us were talking about plans for the rest of the day when all of a sudden he contorted his arms and body making an absolutely awful sound. At first, I thought he was being funny and called out his name, scoldingly. And when he didn't react immediately, I shot up and sprinted towards him, catching him as he fell to the floor. Tense as heck and convulsing in my arms, I held him on his side as the ambulance came. Eventually, after about 2 minutes of seizing and 3 minutes of snoring, and came to, but he was like almost catatonic and unresponsive. After his new hospital visit, his CT scan came back clear, and they diagnosed him with a form of epilepsy. I feel terrible, and I just don't know what to do. He is okay-ish in the hospital room with me now. I'm sorry if this is too graphic for Reddit, but I don't know where else to turn to in this immediate time. I'm going to do my best to educate myself and learn more about what to do because I felt completely, utterly helpless. Any advice or words of encouragement would be greatly appreciated. And there is only one response. It says, "You are doing great, just being there for him."
Yeah. I think you're doing what you need to do right away. You're trying to educate yourself, everything about it. And I mean, I'm not going to say it's lucky that he's got epilepsy, but at least he was diagnosed. Some have to really fight for that diagnosis. And it's just be there for him and learn as much as you can. And if you want, come here, come to Epilepsy Universe. We learn a lot every time.
Yeah, that was rough. Tell me has to do what he has to do. I wouldn't have went to the bar. But that's a personal thing. I don't know how bad his epilepsy is. And actually, it doesn't sound that bad because I remember the person saying they only had 4 seizures in their life. I mean, yeah, seizure is seizure, and it's rough either way. So sorry that you went through that, but just being there for him and caring, and yeah, like Angel said, showing that you want to learn more about it, and that pretty much is really helpful. I mean, if you were the person doing something after I had a seizure, I'd like that you went and educate yourself on it. Got one here that says, having strange episodes, not sure if they are seizures. Wow. It says, hello. For the last couple of years of my life, I'm 24. I've occasionally had these strange episodes a couple of times a year. Essentially, they go like this. Most of the times, they happen right before I sleep or when I am sleep deprived during the day. I randomly have a memory in my brain that feels extremely familiar, and I'm unable to focus on anything but the memory. I feel a sharp sense of deja vu and recognition of the memory, but I can never remember what the memory was after the fact. My heart rate rises and I feel nausea and my stomach drooping like I'm on a roller coaster. My vision is darkened and I close my eyes just focusing on memory. After 30 seconds or a minute, hard to determine, I come to and I am normal again. Although my heart rate is still high and I feel very overwhelmed and anxious, For a long time, I've always assumed this was just one of those random unexplained body things, but I tried mentioning it to a friend and they seemed very worried. After some research, it seems like it might be temporal lobe epilepsy. I'm not really in a good financial state or location to get a diagnosis or go to a doctor, so just seeing if anyone has some insight if this aligns with their experiences. Yeah, I mean, doing that in particular, like you're talking about, it does kind of sound like seizures. Uh, I'd say you just don't worry about where you're at. Go see somebody. I mean, don't make that a reason to not go see somebody. Don't wait. Yeah, if you think you're having seizures, personally, me, I get it checked on as soon as possible because to have another one and then you're just wondering, have another one. Yeah. Yeah. If I ever just thought I was having seizures, like if I didn't get the diagnosis and one day I had a seizure and someone was like, that's a seizure, personally, I'm going to get it checked up on. There's no reason to not do it. I mean, like, I don't know what the person has going in their life, but I mean, you should go get that epilepsy checked on, or that seizure at least. It's your brain getting fried. And yeah, the heart rate and the nausea kind of caught me too. Then the roller
Yeah.
coaster. I think it
Yeah.
was just the way they worded everything. It sounds like a seizure.
Does.
And being that you don't have epilepsy, yeah, like I said, I mean, not diagnosed, go get diagnosed or see a neurologist. But there are some comments here. One says, sounds like TLE to me. That's how my focal aware seizures felt like before I was diagnosed and medicated. Another comment here says, hello, I'm sorry you're going through that. Have you ever had seizures? Because according to what you're saying, it seems like those are focal seizures, in quote, auras. Now I don't know if you have migraines. It's very confusing if you'll ever have to prioritize going to the neurologist. I started like this, and until they saw me having seizures, they didn't diagnose it. It remains to be seen what part it affects me. I hope I can help this. It's not diagnosis. It is important that you go to a specialist to confirm it better. First of all, I would also like to know if you bit your tongue, did you wake up with any body pains, etc.? And the author responded, hello, thanks. I've never bitten my tongue and never woken up in body pains. I don't think this has ever happened to me while I was sleeping. I tend to be completely conscious and aware of what happens and aware of what is happening during the entire episode. I would love to go to a neurologist. Unfortunately, I just not really a financial option for me right now. Maybe in a year or so, I will be in a better position to seek treatment. Obviously, if they start happening extremely frequently or more intensely, then I might consider the debt it would cause. Medical issues causing debt, that sounds horrible. I got Medi-Cal, so I mean, I don't have these issues, but that does suck, just not having the right insurance and being able to see a doctor and not seeing a doctor because you don't have insurance. Now you're just not avoiding them, but would that be considered avoided? Just like you said, I can't because my funds basically. That really sucks.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine that they could count that against you necessarily.
Do you think if you had a seizure, wait, do you think they could put you in a hospital if you were having seizures and you decided you don't want to go to the hospital? Is there a point where they could be like, you have to go to the hospital? Or do we have the choice? I don't know.
That I don't know.
I think there's a point if you're still having them, yes. I think if you had like a grand mal on the street or something, they
You go
probably
past
won't
the
do it, but the
checklist.
safest thing to do is take you to a hospital and check for concussions and stuff. But yeah, because you're not going to be in your, if a concussion happens, you're not going to be making the right decisions.
One comment here says, "This is pretty much exactly what I was getting infrequently about 2 or 3 years before getting my first TC in my sleep. I didn't think much of it, even thought it was interesting and thought maybe it had something to do with heart oxygenation. Still remember how weird it was when it happened for the first time. I was showering and a smell of the shower gel suddenly became more intense than ever before." Another comment here says, "I used to experience almost this to the exact sequence of events and ignored it for years because I thought it was weird anxiety thingy or micro sleeps. Definitely worth getting it checked out." One more says, "For now, the treatment that is in your hands, eat well, do not drink alcohol, reduce sugar, no energy drinks, no sugar drinks, try to sleep well. That is the most important thing. Try to see if this reduces your focal seizures and hope you get better." That person said take out a lot. And Andrea, they said energy drinks and sugar drinks.
That's what I was just thinking. I was like, if somebody's used to drinking caffeine and all that kind of stuff on the regular and all the sugar and all that in their diet, and all of a sudden they just quit cold turkey because they read on the internet because somebody said that right there could do something to their body possibly. If you're gonna do some drastic change to your diet, I don't think it should happen like overnight.
Yeah.
It needs to be like a more of a gradual thing.
I agree with Andrea.
They
Yeah,
just made that sound like no more, and I'm just like, that just sounds really scary.
right. It sounds like they think that those are going to stop because you stop those things.
Right. Not how it works. I mean, it might help that some of those are years, but
Yeah, one of those persons who's like, if you don't do this, you won't have seizures. That's what that sounded like.
caffeine doesn't seem to trigger me, so I continue to drink.
Right. Yeah, I think mines are just times of the year. Every 3 months, it's been, and 3 or 4.
Pretty sure mine's stress.
I don't know what mine is. I don't stress much.
Well, all my
Yeah,
big ones have been really stressful times recently, so
I got something new here. It says I almost had a seizure at work. So I almost had a seizure at work today, and this almost never happens. For context, my neurologist increased one of my medications, lamotrigine, to 50 milligrams in the morning, which is previously at 25 milligrams. I started yesterday morning. I felt completely fine when I woke up, when I got ready for work, and when I arrived at work about 15 minutes into work. When I was helping my manager with restocking, I felt the impending doom. I felt myself disassociating, panicking, and my heart racing and shaking. I know I should have told my manager, but I usually can calm myself down by breathing. And when I was trying to, my manager had already walked away. I eventually sat down as if nothing happened. My friend came over and I asked her to grab someone because I feel off again. I never felt this easy to the point where I need this much help. I had a message sent to my neurologist, so he's updated and I'm waiting for a message back. I don't know if I'm adjusting to the new increase of meds or my body just isn't reacting well to it. I was wondering if somebody can share their thoughts and what they think. It can't really though. So it can really help. An aura is a seizure. You had a seizure at work. You need to tell your coworkers and boss, I'm having seizures at work and I just found out that aura is a seizure. Bam. Now you know. You're having seizures at work and they know. You told them. They can't fire you for it. You win. But I do suggest telling someone, just not just going about, because, yeah, I've done it. That was just dumb me. Just decide, let me choose how I want to take my medication and all those things. I was young.
I haven't had a job since I had seizures, so I have no input.
I haven't worked in a few, well, other than this part-time caretaker, which is not much, doing much, but I haven't worked in a warehouse setting because that was the majority of my life, working in the warehouse in a few years, and that was after I had that 6-hour one. I haven't worked since.
All right, I got something new here. It says prescription question. I have severe headaches daily, so I went to my doctor and she prescribed metoprolol, a beta blocker. I am very weary and trying new medication, and she knows that, but she assured me there is no interactions between my seizure meds, lacosamide and metoprolol. When I went to fill my meds, I got a notification from CVS saying that they need to speak with me about my seizure meds and this med before filling the beta blocker. Now I'm freaking out and researching everything online and finding out that there are now known interactions. What do I do? Have any of you had any experience with this? Thank you. I've not taken the beta blocker. I've heard the word, but I don't know what it means. Yeah, and I'm not going through the severe headaches that some epileptics go through. James?
I've not taken beta blockers and don't really know anything about them, but I would say don't do anything without talking to the pharmacist. And after you talk to the pharmacist, if you still don't feel comfortable taking it, don't take it. Talk to your doctor and tell them this is what the pharmacist told me, and I don't want to take this.
There is a comment here. One says, if you have any concerns regarding medication interactions, call the CVS pharmacy and ask to speak with the pharmacist. If you speak to the pharmacist from your team who manages your epilepsy, that is an option as well, but they may take significantly longer than what was mentioned above.
Pharmacists are great to ask even about just regular over-the-counter medications, because I needed to pick up some stuff just for me for some stuff I had going on recently, and I just went over to the pharmacy and asked, hey, will this interfere with any of my meds? And the pharmacist went and looked them up, and they're like, no, everything looks like it should be fine. So it's like, okay, cool. Thank you for checking.
What was I going to say? I was going to say I got another post here. I did hear what you said, Andrew. And the new post says, how many times did your doctor increase Keppra before trying a new med? My daughter had her first tonic-clonic seizure in January at age 18. Another one 4 months later, given 1,000 milligrams daily of Keppra. Then 4 months later, a third one up to dose to 1,500 milligrams daily yesterday. So 2 months later, she had 2, 7 hours apart. I called the doctor and she said to increase the amount again. I feel like Keppra isn't working at all. Why not try something else? It's 2,000 milligrams daily, a lot. I'd say something. I don't think I was taking that much Keppra. Go ahead, Angel. What'd you say? Or Angel?
I think it depends on the person.
Yeah,
But
that's what
I
I was
was
thinking
on
too.
4,000 milligrams daily, and that was a lot.
I don't
Yeah,
remember
I
how
think I've
much I
heard
was on.
someone.
I don't remember how much I was on, but I know they raised the dosage on it several times, and they only took me off of it because it wasn't because of dosage concerns, it was because of side effect issues. And they switched me off of it and put me on to the lamotrigine. But I had to titrate down off of the Keppra and up onto the lamotrigine. It was a really big pain in the ass.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many times I increased Keppra. I know there was one point in time where I just stopped taking it. Silly teen stuff.
Mine sounded very familiar to what she was describing, honestly.
Please elaborate.
It just I'd have a seizure, they put on what's the starting dose? Like 5 milligrams or something, and then oh, you had another seizure? Okay, up it to 1,000. Oh, you had another seizure? Okay, up it to 1,500. Oh, have
Yeah, they
another
keep
seizure.
upping it.
Right. And then eventually it was like, oh, you can't take this anymore because you're complaining about the major side effects because you're raging out at the cashier and, getting suicidal. And so let's take you off of that. So we had to lower the dosage of that while also raising the dosage on the lamotrigine at the same time. But then even once I got off the Keppra and my lamotrigine was up, then it's okay, I have another seizure, so up the lamotrigine, and then another seizure, let's up the lamotrigine. Oh, let's have another seizure, let's up the lamotrigine. And I think then after that, it was let's do the EMU. And then after the EMU, they're like, okay, well, we're going to add another med. So they tried to put me on that. I had an allergic reaction to it. So put me on zonisamide. And it was basically, I think, 50 milligrams or 25 milligrams or whatever they start you at. And then it's, 50, 100, 150 all the way up. And I think I'm at 200 now. And then, okay, well, let's add Xcopri now. I mean, it's just that's been the story of my epilepsy. Double the dose, let's go. Double the dose, let's go.
It's medical resistant, medication resistant. That's been my entire story too. It's like you keep taking a dose until they up it, and then they keep upping it. And that's been from Tegatrol all the way up to, well, I'm on Xcopri. They got me on 200 milligrams. They haven't
Same.
upped that yet.
Do they
But
have
How
a
much
higher dosage of
lamotrigine are you
Xcopri?
on?
yes, it can go higher, but it's rare.
I say I'm
I
on
heard-
the 200 of Xcopri too.
Yeah. I heard some people at higher doses, but yeah, it's rare. And the only one I asked to get off of, because Pookie, you see me every time I take it, it's like, is taking the benzo with the Xcopri is just way too much for me. I'll be sleeping all day.
As soon as I take my nighttime meds, I gotta go to I got an hour and I'm out.
I'm so happy. Well, I was gonna say I'm happy I don't fall right asleep after my nighttime meds, but then the insomnia does suck. So I wish I could fall asleep, but yeah, it's like there's the up and downs about insomnia. Like sometimes I do want to stay up, and I don't want to be on a med that makes me drowsy, but I do want to sleep.
Heck, I'm snoozing my med alarm to stay up and talk to y'all
Yeah.
because I don't want to go to bed yet.
Yeah.
I-
See, it's like whenever I can get some sleep, if I can, then I like getting sleep, but then there's like times where I'm high and I could just sleep with no problem. And then there's those times my insomnia takes over and then I just can't sleep at all. So then I just decide, let me just watch a few episodes of this and I'll get tired. Next thing you know, I watched 4 episodes and 3 hours have passed. And yeah. My mom will look at the camera like, he's still awake in there in the living room? Yep. It's like 4 a.m. and she's just getting up to her first bathroom trip. Yeah, been going through that. Haven't been able to fall asleep when I want to. And it'd be nice to not take something that makes me drowsy. I don't know. Sometimes I want to sleep, sometimes I don't. So
I've been trying to make myself take my night meds later because I don't want to go to bed so early. And if I take it early, then I go to bed early. And if I go to bed early, then I wake up early. And I was like, I don't want to be up that early. I don't want to be up at 4 in the morning.
right.
I don't want to go to bed at 8 and wake up at 4.
I don't like early morning. So that is the good part. Is that once I'm asleep, I can sleep until an alarm goes off. But yeah.
I'm up before the
No
sun
problem.
comes up most of the days. I don't remember the last time I slept after the sun was up.
The sun comes up early here now. The sun, well, it's been really cloudy, so we don't exactly get that, but it's light outside. The light is up around 4:30 a.m. It's light outside. Not really, really light, but it's not dark anymore. Like
Sometimes it's
right
getting
now,
dark
it's
there.
dark outside. It gets dark around like 5 o'clock.
See, I gotta go look now because I don't trust my memory for shit anymore. Like, at all. Every time I have a conversation with my daughter, she's like, yeah, really? And I'm like, no. I had to pull out my phone today and look at pictures of people because she's telling me about people and how they look. And I'm like, no way. She's like, yeah. And I'm like, uh-uh. She's like, yep. She was right.
They're always right.
Sunrise here is at 7:30 in the morning.
Oh no. What time does the sundown go over there, Angel?
By 6:30, 7 o'clock, it's already down.
I was gonna say it's been getting dark here at like 5 o'clock too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
the
the
sun
sun's up.
starts to go down around 4:30. So by 5 it's fully dark.
It's just starting to get dark about 5 here, I think.
Yeah.
Daylight savings just came.
Hold on.
So,
Yeah, by 5 o'clock it's dark because I remember picking up my nephew yesterday and it was already dark.
yeah. So 5 is dark for us too. From Philly
Maybe I
to
just don't know
California.
that. I was talking to my cat.
Oh.
Nelly too?
No, Jim.
There's a few more comments here on this. How many times did your doctor increase your Keppra before trying a new med? One says, I started having focal seizures in 2009, 30 to 50 every week. The neurologist just started pushing my medicine. I had bad side effects on all of them. I kept changing my neurologist. I finally went to Southwestern Hospital in Dallas, Texas. They did an RNS surgery in 2020. Now I don't have any seizures. Not only that, all my memories came back. Wow.
That's cool.
You still didn't say what medication you take. I don't want to get an RNS just to not take this medication. I don't want to have surgery.
But
Another comment here says, it depends on the doctors. My TC under control with Keppra, but once I told them I was getting focal seizures, they added a new medication right away. Tell them you want to add a new medication. I don't suggest that, but Another comment says the medications affect everyone's differently. Sometimes it can take a long time to find the therapeutic dose, and sometimes they just need to add another medication to the mix. And sometimes the medications change, and sometimes there are breakthrough seizures. Do you know if she has any triggers so far? I was on Keppra for almost 5 years. I was just taken off of it because I stopped working. It stopped working for me. And finally, the last comment. I had every other medication fail, so I'm stuck with Keppra. I'm so very much hate at 4,000 milligrams a day. 4,000, that's what Angel was on a day.
Yeah, it sucks.
Does it make you drowsy?
It didn't make me drowsy. It left me in total fog all the time. And I was on that and Lamictal. 4,000 of that and Lamictal 500 milligrams. And I was angry and I was in the total fog. I could not remember nothing. I couldn't remember the stuff that happened the week before.
You mean that the Lamictal wasn't stabilizing your mood?
Not at all. And I told him that.
That was a joke.
And it wasn't stopping the seizures either.
That's just an awful combination, man. I'm sorry.
And all he wanted to do was raise the levels again. I
got something else?
raged out on him, so that's how I got off of that, because I had to go find I had to get another neurologist, my current one, and to get him, he required me to be off of medicine for a month and a half or so, I think.
Entirely?
Entirely off of both medicines, basically.
That's
And
terrifying.
then get an EEG done prior to the first visit. That's what he requires of like every single one of his patients. But he's been very, very good. He's been like very thorough. Even when like I wrote a post on it, like switching on to medications and stuff, like Xcopri. Those been like, hey, I'm gonna give you Xcopri. It's like, hey, you think you want to try this, or you think let's see what we can do? And I gave him my past histories and stuff from my childhood and everything, and like even with the stuff that while I was still married, what my wife told him, he still believes that like my absence seizures started a long time ago, probably before my grand mals. It's just undocumented, basically.
Amazing how much so many of us learn that we've been having things for years once we
Yeah.
learn more.
Well, he thinks that's what led to my first grand mal. Basically, they were going untreated and unnoticed and untreated. So that probably, you don't fix something, it's going to get worse type of situation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And no one caught it. And that's probably what led to the grand mal when I was almost 14 years old, basically 2 months before 14. It's kind of sad to say that was a Christmas day.
That was Christmas Day?
Yeah.
Wow.
Christmas Day.
How'd that go?
Not great for my parents.
Has anyone ever told you that you messed up the day?
No.
Oh man, lucky you. I'm just kidding. I'm not putting nobody out there.
My parents were really good about that. Even like days that like they would go to amusement parks and stuff. It was like, hey, if I had a seizure that day, one of them would stay with me and the other parent go with the other my siblings, so it didn't mess up their days.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I got something here. It says, question. I was recently prescribed clobazam to reduce auras. Is anyone taking this? And what are your experiences with this? Any concerns? I have a few as far as dependency goes. Long-term use is if effective. I never taken it. Clobazam is that Omvi basically?
I don't know anything about it.
I don't know its other name, but I know clobazam, which is the benzo, but
Yeah, that's clobazam. Okay, so I never taken it. Anybody taken anything like this?
I haven't.
All right, then I'll go through some comments. And there's only two, so I'll read them both. One says, I have very minor focals occurring. It's all over the place, days or weeks, without two daily, if not more than one a day, although they do not generalize. I am also on 3,000 milligrams, keeping the boogeyman away for the most part. I was prescribed 10 milligrams nightly, and I'm thinking I was just trying 5 milligrams and seeing how it goes. Thank you. It was very reassuring hearing from someone else. There was no periods, no commas, and a lot of misspells. Another here says, my husband takes Omvi, which is a brand name of clobazam. When his doctor added this to his Vimpat and Aptium, it started his seizures. 4 years now, he's taking only 5 milligrams twice a day, along with his other two meds. It was like magic pill for him. He sleeps for 9 hours each night and naps for 1 to 2 hours during the day. He's still working part-time, though. He's 64 years old. Nice. That's amazing.
You should try the Ombi.
I got some.
They said there's sleeping through the night and it's a magic pill.
I got something here. This we can all answer. Actually, except James. It says dizziness with lamotrigine. Increased my dosage of lamotrigine about a week ago. No Bobby Schmurder from 200 to 250 milligrams. I had the really bad dizziness the first couple of days, but it's been decreasing gradually, but still a bit noticeable and annoying. Any strategies to just mitigate those side effects? I really don't want to go back down because it's not that high of a dose, and my symptoms had virtually vanished until I had a breakthrough, one in my sleep, which scared the shit out of me. Also, I want to go back into lifting, but it's hard as hell with this shit sometimes. Dizziness with lamotrigine. I'm extra clumsy. I get dizzy sometimes, but it's like the sitting, maybe. When I'm sitting, I get dizzy, and it's weird because some people get dizzy when they stand up. But another thing I blamed it on is I'm kind of tall, and my mom's couches are low. So it's kind of a fall for me. It's not just a sit, squat, chair there. Really.
How do after you get up? Does your brain register it right away?
It's like this table in front of me. Well, no, my mom has this little table in front of me, but um, if I was to put my knees up instead of just laying my legs straight down like I'm doing right now, then they would hit the bottom of the table. That's how low everything is here. But being short, that's good for them. Yeah, I get dizzy. Basically, what I was saying is I get dizzy when sitting down. It's like a free fall for me in this house.
Not that I necessarily get dizzy, but my balance is terrible.
Mine is too.
Yeah. If I step on if I step on an uneven pavement or something, I'll start tripping and stuff.
I've become
Uneven
much
pavement?
more aware of my surroundings.
Yeah. Like my knees will like buckle down or something. And I'm like, what is that?
The first comment here says, I would definitely recommend eating with it. I get extremely dizzy and tunnel vision if I don't. Another comment here says, dizziness with lamotrigine is very common, also expected as for typical memory fuzziness problems. All seizure meds have side effects, just matter of finding which ones and which ones work, and side effects you can learn to live with. Typically, the higher the dose, the greater the side effects. I take 200 milligrams ER, upped it to 300 milligrams ER for a couple of years. Recently asked doctor to reduce it back down to 200 milligrams because of the greater side effects, including dizziness. Dropping back, reducing the degree of side effects by about a third. Still having side effects, but at a level that I can live with. Any of you guys take Vimpat?
That's the one I'm allergic to.
I just got off of it to get on what you call it? Xcopri. But mine was the reason because it stopped working for me.
Oh, okay. Well, you can answer this then. Perfect timing. Got one here. It says strange Vimpat side effect. Angel, this one's for you. It says strange Vimpat effect. Side effect. Hi, my friends. New to the sub, so do forgive me if my flair is not corrected. Recently, my husband was taken off of Dilantin and Keppra, put on Dilantin and Keppra, and put on Keppra, 1,000 milligrams 2 times daily, and Vimpat 50 milligrams 2 times daily. He went into status epilepticus and had to vented the whole 9 yards. Anyway, he has been on this combination since November 8th, 11/8/25, and today is 11/30/25. He says he feels better than he has in a while, but he raises his voice or gets angry in any kind of way. Not usually angry or yelly person. His vision gets blurry. The way he describes it to me is similar to how I would see things without my glasses. Extremely nearsighted, astigmatism. He always says he can't differentiate colors or shapes, and everything is fuzzy and blurry. It takes a while for his vision to return to normal, anywhere from half an hour or more. Does anyone else experience anything like this? He's about ready to stop taking the Vimpat altogether and just rely on Keppra until he can see a neurologist.
If he's still on Keppra, some of that sounds like symptoms from Keppra.
I think that's very similar to symptoms that I get from my oxcarbazepine.
Yeah, because that doesn't sound like Vimpat at all.
Because once they put me on the oxcarbazepine, it made me like I'm almost like high, and I'm kind of dizzy, and my vision's all fucked up, but like it's not every. What's weird is it's not every day, and it hits me about an hour to 2 hours after I took my morning meds and will last anywhere from an hour to 2 hours, and then it goes away. But it doesn't happen every day, and it only happens in the morning. But I mean, I'm guessing because at night I'm just go to bed because it knocks me out.
Few of the comments here. One says, "Don't stop. Contact neurologist ASAP. Get similar side effects from Vidpat, but not from my moods. Not from my mood." Another comment here says, "I've been on Vidpat 102 times a day for years and have never had this happen. I can understand how that is frustrating, but I would maybe wait until he can talk to a doctor before stopping. Good luck." But Angel, you could tell us the answers to this medication. It says, "About to start Vimpat. What should I expect?" As the title says, I'm starting Vimpat either tomorrow or the day after, depending on if my pharmacy got their shipment on time, and I have no idea what to expect. Yes, I can Google it, but I'd like to hear from people who have or are taking it. It'll be taking 50 milligrams 2 times a day. A bit of a background: I had seizures on Saturday. I had a seizure on Saturday and called my doctor on Monday, and they decided to add a medicine to what I'm already taking, 1,500 milligrams of Keppra in the morning and at night, which apparently isn't working as well as it used to. If you can offer some insight or share experiences, good or bad, I would definitely be grateful. Mike, on you.
Vimpat was one of the pleasant drugs. It was the drug that I had right after getting off of Keppra. And I didn't experience no rages or nothing. My head cleared off, no fogginess. And I was on it for a few years until it stopped working pretty much, and that's because of medication resistance. I think they upped it one time, but they brought it back down to put me on other medications. And at the final dose, I was on 200 milligrams. So, and I didn't experience, like, yeah, you get the drowsiness and stuff like that, especially when it's being mixed with other medications, but that's pretty much all AEDs, so it just matters how strong it is. But I didn't feel anything like rages or anything negative that, we'll say. There were probably I think it's lighter, way lighter, like I wouldn't call it like a heart palpitation or something like that. But some people said they felt like that, but it's not like what Xcopri would do to people. Basically, Xcopri is like the next level of Vimpat.
That makes me wonder why I can take Xcopri, but I was allergic to Vimpat now. Because I'm pretty sure that Vimpat's the one that they gave me one dose of it, and I'm like, don't you dare give me another dose of that ever again.
Yeah, I don't like, I never had any negative things with Vimpat, like, other than
It
Yes.
just made me itchy. If that's all it did to me is I itched from head to toe. I thought I was gonna claw my skin off.
I think I had that. I think I had that too at times where I was itchy, but I could handle it. But also I was like, it would be in the summertime, and the minute a bug will bite me, that's it. I'm scratching.
No, this was like just no reason. I'm sitting there just scratching and scratching and scratching.
Yeah.
I itched. And I was like, they came in to give me another dose of it, and I was like, no, you're not.
Yeah, I think it wasn't working anymore at all after the last bit. But I think the only thing that was when they took me off of it that was holding back my seizures was the benzo,
Yeah.
the clonazepam, and you know, sooner or later that would give up.
Have they
I mean,
done
it was giving up.
is there anything else that they've looked into that they can do to you for other than medications?
It's on both sides of the brain, so it's not like it's surgery required. So it's focal to bilateral, and it's real quick, and it's looks like it's on near the central nervous system. So yeah, I don't think nobody wants to touch that.
You probably don't want them to mess with that.
No, I do not want invasive surgery really at all, but everything they gave me, the best stuff that works for me is the stuff that goes straight to the central nervous system.
Well, epilepsy is the nervous system.
I got one here. It says, "Why is it hard to find friends? Is it just me, or does it finding friends just feel like an impossible thing every time I try to talk to anyone? I mostly don't even get an answer back or stop talking 2 minutes later, and I'm too socially anxious to get up and to see someone in public and start talking. So I'm always just sitting at home and alone contemplating life. Why is it so hard to find friends is the question. Why? Getting out would help. That's gonna make it hard to make friends if you're just gonna stay in the house. Like you said, you need to start getting out and talking to people. Make a friend or two that you don't know at first.
But if you
Let's
can't
see
get
what
out,
Angel has to
you
say.
can always get on a podcast and make some friends on there.
There you go. I didn't think of saying that, but yeah. Epilepsy Universe on Reddit, and if you're looking for podcasts on YouTube, we got a couple comments here. One says, "Try writing down common questions to plan what you would ask someone when a conversation begins. You know what to ask." Another comment is, "I went to a storytelling event tonight. People tell all sorts of stories, some cool, some lame, some between. Low stakes, wait to meet people and go a bit deeper."
Everybody's body is different, and we're not doctors.
Please take medication as prescribed.
Please take your medication as prescribed.
I'm about to go to bed.